Chapter 1. Ding, this is where the brain is stored. Cold, shaking. The next stop is Meg Station, the train will open its doors from the left. The sound of the subway arriving at the station woke Raphael up, and he stood up in a hurry and rushed to the door. Raphael is 29 years old this year and is about to turn 30. Up to now, he seems to have lived for more than 20 years in vain. Not to mention that he has achieved nothing. He has no savings, no house, no car, only an increasing number of WBI numbers and endless work. Just like today, a rare weekend, but because the manager was angry with Raphael because his wife didn't let him go fishing, he made him come to the company to work overtime for no reason and revise countless versions of the plan. Raphael thought he could have a good rest on the weekend, so he had to rush to the company despite his sleepiness after watching Fairy Tale all night. Raphael, who hadn't slept all night, went to Luckin Coffee to order a double thick iced Americano in order to make himself more awake, and drank it in one breath. As a result, it was obviously useless considering that he almost missed the stop. Well. As he walked on the road to the company, he sighed and walked towards the company door with his head hanging down. He didn't notice at all that there was a sign at the company door, which read, "The elevator is being inspected today. Please do not take the elevator to the 10th floor or above to avoid stepping down. Fall down." Already in a bad mood, he failed to notice the warning on the sign at the door, and the construction workers also thought that no one would come to work today, so they did not stop the operation of the elevator. Raphael entered the elevator and clicked on the 18th floor, intending to squint for a while. In order to prevent him from falling asleep in the elevator, he leaned against the elevator door so that he could wake up as soon as the elevator opened. As a result, the elevator reached the 18th floor. Due to maintenance reasons, only the inner door was opened but not the outer door. Raphael fell through the crack. At the moment of facing death, what Raphael left behind was not panic and fear, but regret that he would never have the chance to chase Fairy Tale to the end. A sudden streak passed over the sky of a slant continent and the kingdom of Fiori. A yellow meteor fell in the surrounding dense forest. It hurts so much. A childish cry suddenly came from the dark forest, and a 10-year-old boy was seen lying in the center of the forest. He held his head and suddenly sat up and screamed, "Hey! I am not dead." How could he still feel his heartbeat? He suddenly touched his chest and thought with a puzzled look on his face. "How are you?" Suddenly, a wrinkled old man's head appeared in front of him. He was so frightened that he used his hands and feet to move back more than 10 meters. "You, who are you? Where am I? Was it you who saved me?" A series of questions popped out of his mouth. When he heard his own voice, he was stunned for a moment, because it was very immature, just like the voice of a little boy, and the words he spoke were not Chinese accent, but more like those from Xyli. He looked at his little feet and was stunned. At this time, the wrinkled old man spoke. "Don't be afraid, I didn't save you. I saw you lying here when I arrived. What happened? Do you need help? I'm Makarov." When the little boy heard Makarov's answer, he raised his head in surprise and looked at the old man in front of him. He had a white mustache and a Mediterranean-style white hair. He was wearing a white cloak and his shoulders were decorated with golden shoulder pads. There is a medal hanging on his chest. It's him, Makarov Dolia, the president of Fairy Tale, who is good at giant magic and is usually a protective little old man. Could it be that I have traveled through time and been reborn? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you hurt? I'll take you to see a medical wizard. Seeing that the boy didn't reply for a long time, Makarov thought he was injured, so he asked him and went forward to take him to the hospital for treatment. Seeing this, the boy waved his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. My name is Raphael. I may have lost my memory. I don't know what happened. I only remember my name. It turned out that this was the lucky Raphael who fell to his death in the elevator before. He traveled through time and space and was reborn in his favorite anime world. However, since he couldn't explain his origins, he could only lie that he had lost his memory. I see, then do you want to join our guild? I have a magic guild, and the people in it are very easy to talk to, all of them are good people. Makarov narrowed his eyes and invited Raphael. If Raphael didn't know who he was, he would have almost wanted to run away. He looked like a weird uncle who tricked a little girl into eating a lollipop. Really? Great, I'll join. Originally Fairy Tail was Raphael's favorite anime. Fairy Tail was a guild that he had been eager to join while watching the anime. Now that he had this opportunity, of course he made the immediate decision to join. He, I've made a profit. Makarov turned his head and laughed. It turned out that he didn't come here for no reason. After all, as the president of a guild, he didn't have the free time to wander around, although he often picked up children. He also found this place because he saw the meteor across the sky and followed its trajectory, and then he watched the meteor turn into the little boy in front of him, although he couldn't feel any trace of magic, but based on what he had seen before, he still felt that this boy was definitely a good seedling, so he decided to kidnap him into the guild even if he had to. But Raphael didn't have the mind to notice Makarov's little tricks. He was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. Ding! It is detected that the host has woken up and has subjective consciousness, and the system begins to bind. The hero achievement system is being bound, please do not move. Ding! Load the lottery system and load the task section. Loaded successfully, started scanning the surrounding area, and prepared to generate tasks. The person in front of me was detected to be Makarov. Makarov? Am I in the wrong world? Damn, any navigation can go wrong. I was going to the world of One Punch Man, but I ended up in the world of Fairy Tail. I uninstalled it when I got back. Ding! The system is unbinding. Unbinding is successful. I'm sorry to the host that it has brought unhappiness to your life. You have been compensated. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. Raphael. What the hell is over so quickly? It's over before I can even be happy? Raphael saw the arrival of the golden finger and before he could even be happy, he heard the system's complaints and was untied. Raphael was speechless. Did I become a transit station or a service area? Can I just leave when I want to? This old complaint made Raphael feel uncomfortable and he wanted to vomit but didn't know how. Fortunately, there was a consolation prize, which was a blessing in disguise. Bullshit, I could have been invincible, but now I can only live on the minimum living allowance. This is not how life's ups and downs work. Raphael complained crazily in his heart while feeling the compensation left by the system. The next second, he was ecstatic. It turned out that the compensation left by this system was to have Saitama's physique. Saitama, the invincible One Punch Man, didn't even have any shortcomings. It was just too perfect. For this reason, I won't care about your cheating. Raphael clenched his fist happily and planned to give Makarov a normal punch to shock him. As a result, he almost clenched his fist but still couldn't feel the power that could destroy the world. No way, how could he not feel it? Could it be a fake? Raphael sank into his mind again, and his face darkened instantly. Saitama's physique is good, but it is currently in an undeveloped state. It needs to be trained to slowly grow to Saitama's level. Well, I thought, it turns out to be the original initial form. What a pitfall system, can't it just give me Saitama's peak state directly? I have to rely on myself to slowly train. Will I be bald in the end? Are you sure you're okay? Makarov looked at Raphael in front of him, laughing and going crazy, and instantly regretted inviting him to join the guild. Oh my god, this kid is not a psychopath, the guild already has enough schizophrenia, and now there's another one. Makarov can already imagine the future of the guild, which made him turn grey in an instant. "Hey, I'm fine. Let's go, President. Let's go to your guild." Raphael came to his senses and could only accept this fact helplessly. He would train. The power he gained would allow him to use it more effectively, which was not bad. Makarov nodded, took the boy's hand, and walked towards the guild. The two shadows of the same height gradually lengthened under the sunlight, and the old man's voice was faintly heard. "Raphael, do you know what magic is? Magic is a miracle that comes from the soul, it is the power from the bottom of your heart. Magic world, I, Raphael, am here." Chapter 2. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale Guild. Damn, as you can see, this is the new member of the guild. His name is Raphael, and he has officially joined Fairy Tale. Everyone should get along well. The short Makarov sat on the counter and pointed at Raphael next to him to introduce everyone. "President, where did you pick this kid up from? Our guild has almost become a kindergarten. However, you are still welcome to join our guild, Kid Raphael." Matteo said hello to Raphael while complaining to guild president Makarov. Yes, which number is this month?" Wakaba spoke in support of his old friend Matteo, but at the same time he raised the wine glass in his hand to signal Raphael. Makarov shouted instantly, "You guys are too lazy to drink and chat here every day. I have to look for talents all over the world, otherwise our guild would be finished long ago, and even though Raphael is young, you may not be able to compare with him. After all, he accepted SAITAMAS physique, and Makarov didn't take Raphael back to the guild right away. He walked and stopped all the way. He also stayed for a while to attend a meeting between the guild presidents, so whenever he had time Raphael exercised, and Makarov watched him become stronger day by day. So strictly speaking, in terms of physical skills, Matteo and Wakaba are indeed not as good as Raphael. Well, even simple magic may not be able to cause harm to Raphael. After all, Saitama's magic resistance is as full as the physical body. The Superman next door is envious. But it may be because of Saitama's physical fitness. In terms of physical resistance and magic resistance, as well as speed and strength, there is not much exercise for the brain, so Raphael's progress in learning giant magic is very slow. After exhausting his magic power, he can only partially enlarge his fingers. What? President, are you drunk? Putting aside the fact that we are useless, I don't think it's possible that we can't defeat even a little devil. Matteo blew out several smoke rings excitedly. No, don't throw that away, Wakaba complained to Macau in frustration, but you are indeed underestimated, ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Wakaba was so happy that he turned sad. He was choked by the wine and his face turned red. What's wrong with the little devil? Are little devils so bad? Do you want to fight with me, a little devil? At this time, a little girl with silver hair instantly turned into a devil, and then jumped onto Macau's desk and instantly grabbed his collar. Macau was so scared that he choked on the cigarette in his mouth a few times, and smiled cowardly at him. Hee, well, I'm not talking about you, Myra, you are not a little devil anymore, you are different from them, you are a mature and beautiful beauty. Does that mean you can defeat this little brat like me with one hand? A red-haired little girl wearing a knight's armor next to her said calmly while eating strawberry cake. No. Of course it doesn't include you, Urza, you are different too, hee. Just as Macau broke free from Marajana's clutches, he remembered that this one was equally powerful. That's me? Let's have a fight, I'm on fire, Macau. The boy with cherry-colored short hair and a scaly scarf clenched his fists and breathed fire. Although I don't like the guy with droopy eyes, I agree with what he said. A boy with blue hair and only a pair of underwear had an icy air in his hands. Count me in. He's just an uncle, a few years older than us, what's there to be proud of? And Gray, where are your clothes? I'm coming too. And I. Go together. Macau looked at a group of kids with a fierce look in his eyes, and blazing flames came out from his back to surround him. It was very fast, and the coward was so fast. He immediately got off his seat and slid into the middle of them. I was wrong. Sorry, please forgive me. Although President Makarov often picks up brats, these brats are really stronger than each other, and some are even stronger than him. Take on the task of cleaning up the entire guild. The adults around looked at Macau's embarrassment. Not only did they not help, they were all heartless enough to laugh at him. Ha ha ha, Macau is so angry. Why call him a bitch and a mouthful? Damn it, I want to go up and give him a kick. Okay, stop it, Raphael, show them some skills and open their eyes. Makarov tapped the table with his pipe and signaled to Raphael. Raphael nodded, and the others gathered around to watch. After all, although the president would often take in some homeless children into the guild, it was undeniable that the president had a sharp vision. Don't underestimate these children, they should not be underestimated. They all have very strong strength. Moreover, magicians are a group of species who like to watch excitement and new magic, so of course they are particularly interested. Raphael scratched his head. I can show it, but are you sure you want me to show it in the guild, President? Makarov was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered a forest that was destroyed by a fist wind. He waved his hand quickly and nervously pulled Raphael to the open space behind the door. You're right, Raphael, I don't want to spend money to repair the guild for the time being. After all, it's not an uninhabited area, so let's just stay here and there won't be any casualties. After hearing the president's words, Macau wiped the sweat from his forehead and was glad that he didn't really have the guts to challenge Raphael in a duel, otherwise he would really have to see his grandmother in heaven. After all, he didn't think he would have much control at this age, and if he accidentally flew into the sky, he would have nowhere to complain. Seeing that everyone was looking forward to Raphael's magic, Myra Jane crossed her arms proudly and said proudly, "Hey, you pretentious guy, no matter what magic you use, you can't compare to me. My magic is the strongest magic, and I am the #1 magician in our guild." Raphael stood in the open space, clenched his fist, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and smashed his fist to the floor without any surprise. That's it. What's that? Nothing happened? It doesn't seem like a big deal. The cherry red-haired boy pouted, and the others around him felt the same way, thinking that the president was making a big fuss. Suddenly, a huge tremor began to come from under their feet, and cracks began to appear on the ground. In an instant, the floor under their feet shattered into pieces of powder. Before they could react, they fell into the pit one by one like dumplings. Ah 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 ah. There was also a crack in the wall of the guild next to it. After a while, the shaking and shattering finally subsided, and everyone crawled out of the pit in disgrace. Chapter 3. Seeing Raphael, who had left the center venue in advance and did not fall into the pit, everyone was surprised and angry. You bastard, did you do this on purpose? That's right, it must be intentional, otherwise why didn't he fall? Look, he doesn't seem to be using his full strength yet. At this time, a wise man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The people who were criticizing Raphael were stunned. They looked at Raphael standing calmly in front of them. Everyone looked at Raphael with mixed feelings. Logically speaking, this magic with great destructive power should consume a lot of magic power, but Raphael seemed as simple as yawning. He is really a monster. Hee, sorry everyone, I didn't hold back my strength, and you accidentally got bitten by the dust. It's my fault, my fault. Raphael scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at everyone. Everyone gasped when they heard this. They thought he was pretending, but they didn't expect him to really hold back his strength. What if he didn't hold back his strength? Everyone couldn't imagine it. Boom! Makarov jumped up angrily and slammed Raphael's head with his finger. You bastard, do you want to destroy the guild? Just show it off a little, why are you using so much strength? Raphael squatted on the ground with his head covered and said aggrievedly, I have already held back a lot of my strength, otherwise this entire area and the guild would have turned to powder. It's because you cut corners when building the guild. You should blame yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Damn it, you bastard, not only did you not warn me, but you also made me dirty and my clothes all dirty. I don't believe you when you ask me to hold back or not. Myra Jane, who was covered in dirt, shook her head. There seemed to be anger rising from behind her. She pointed at Raphael and shouted, Come and fight with me. I want to let you know what real magic is and what the strongest magician is. If you win, I admit that you are strong. If you lose, you have to call me big sister. What do you think? Do you accept it or not? Everyone was not surprised. After all, they all knew Marajana's temper. As soon as she arrived, she challenged another monster girl. Later, she fought with everyone in the guild. She was a very aggressive and strong girl. She also liked to force others to call her the big sister. Seeing the president praising Raphael so much and everyone's attention to Raphael was already very unhappy. In the end, she got her dirty. She was furious again and again. She decided to teach the boy in front of her a good lesson. Raphael looked at the fierce girl in front of him, and inexplicably thought of Hu Yifei's figure, and couldn't help but have a headache. Why did I cross over to the early stage, and this time was not right, it happened to be Marajana's most fierce and brave and fierce. Should I win or lose? If I win, I have to endure her continuous challenges. If I lose, I have to surrender to a little girl. It's too shameful. Damn system, it would be great if I could cross over to the period of Myra Jane with another personality. Although a little black-bellied, it's so beautiful to be gentle and gentle. Oh, oh, oh. Is this the strongest girl versus the strongest boy? It's worth watching. Opening. Come on, Myra Jane, let this new guy teach you a lesson. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Raphael scratched his head and said helplessly, well, can I not accept it? Urza frowned when she heard Raphael's words, and Myra Jane even shouted directly no. No, you are still not a man, are you afraid? Then just call me sister, I will spare you this time. Raphael sighed and said, you have also seen the current situation. I'm afraid that if I go all out, the guild may really collapse, and I won't have the money to pay for it. Who cares about you? Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body. Myra Jane shouted loudly, and her whole body turned into the posture of Satan and rushed towards Raphael. Raphael had no choice but to take a horse stance, clench his fist, and wave his fist at Myra Jane, who was rushing towards her. At this moment, Myra Jane instantly felt a fist that covered the sky and the sun coming towards her. She panicked and wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately the speed was too fast and she could only rush towards the fist. She closed her eyes in regret. I was wrong, I shouldn't have challenged this monster, Elfman, from now on, you will have to take care of Lysina. Why doesn't it hurt? Myra Jane, who was reminiscing and secretly leaving a last word, opened her eyes and found that she had stopped without knowing when, and the small fist just stopped in front of her. Hallucination. Hallucination? Oh my god! Is this his true strength? Terrible. You are worthy of being the guild president. You actually found this monster. Our guild will have another S-class magician in the future. Myra Jane heard the discussion behind her and turned around to look strangely. The sight left her so stunned that she couldn't speak. She saw that the sky covered with white clouds had abruptly split into two halves, as if it had been cut into pieces. It's like someone got a middle part. Myra Jane turned around and looked at the young man in front of her with complicated eyes. She opened her mouth and was about to speak when she was interrupted by two voices. Elder sister. Are you okay? Elder sister. The two children walked up to her and supported her and asked with concern. Are you okay? I don't think I hit you. Raphael touched his nose. Myra Jane undid her transformation, and except for looking a little embarrassed, she didn't have any scars. I'm fine, that's nothing, but your ability is indeed strong. I was careless this time, but it doesn't matter, I will definitely win back next time. Mirajana's eyes changed when she looked at Raphael. In her eyes, only those who could fight with her were qualified to be her friends. Before, there was only Urza, but now there is Raphael. The difference is that Urza can be evenly matched with her, but Raphael, she feels that this is the rival she will chase in the future. Looking at the arrogant girl in front of him, Raphael smiled knowingly. The arrogant girl is inexplicably cute. At this moment, a pair of huge hands grabbed Raphael and Myra Jane. What are you fighting for? There will be a next time? How many times have I told you? You can't use magic to fight in the guild. You are not allowed to use magic to fight. Can you remember this, you two little brats? Makarov grabbed Raphael and yelled angrily. Snort, dash omega. Myra Jane, being able to admit her mistake is the same as Fire Dragon King Igneel learning dragon slaying magic from Natsu. Although she knows she is in the wrong, she will never admit her mistake. You two, repair the floors and walls. If you don't repair them well, don't come back to eat. Makarov let them go after giving each of them a chestnut. At the same time, he took out the cement, bricks, and shovels from the basement and threw them to them. He invited other adults to go back to the guild to drink together. Raphael and Miraj looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and began to work on repairing the guild. A youth looking at the two little ones outside the door, everyone smiled like an ant. But guild president, isn't it a good idea to ask Raphael to do these things just after he came to the guild? Matteo lit another cigarette and said to Makarov while puffing out smoke. What do you, a chain smoker, know? This is an education for him, because he has just arrived and needs to know some rights and wrongs, and if he is allowed to repair the guild himself, wouldn't it give him a greater sense of belonging to the guild? Makarov also took a puff of dry cigarette, rolled his eyes and said to Matteo. Makarov's words reminded everyone again of Raphael's destructive power, and of Gildart's who also had such powerful destructive power. Nodded in agreement. Another monster, someone in the corner side, but fortunately he is from our guild. It's great. Hey, you are so powerful, you can actually defeat that white-haired witch. My name is Natsu, and we will be partners from now on. Let me help you. The boy with cherry blossom hair and a scarf with a scale pattern came to Raphael to help. Hey, damn Natsu, what is the white-haired witch? Are you itching for trouble? And I didn't lose, it was because I wasn't prepared, humph. Myra Jane was instantly unhappy when she heard what Natsu said, clenched her fist and shouted at Natsu fiercely. Sister, we are also here to help. Hello Raphael, my name is Lysina. Next to me is my brother Elfman. She is my sister Myra Jane. I'm sorry, my sister is like this. See, a strong person must challenge you. It's not because she hates you. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive her. A soft and waxy voice slowly came from the mouth of another white-haired girl. She looked very kind and cute, making people feel like a spring breeze. Raphael smiled and nodded, and a cute smile appeared on Lysina's face. Let me help you too, my name is Gray, and I will become the greatest ice mage in the future. A little boy with blue hair wearing only underwear waist said. Ah! Gray, you pervert, put your clothes on quickly. Miraj punched Gray away. I'll help too. I'm coming too. Children of similar age came to help in the guild battle, and they all introduced themselves to Raphael. Makarov looked at the scene in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, and showed a happy smile. Everyone was powerful and worked quickly. In less than a while, everyone had repaired the guild together and filled all the potholes in the ground. A group of friends walked to the guild for a welcome banquet under the setting sun, arm in arm and laughing happily. Chapter 4. With books, life is long; without books, life is short. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of Magnolia Town, a young man came in, wearing a white cloak with the fairy tale logo printed on the back of the cloak, and a black suit lining. He had black hair, black eyes, and a face as handsome as the reader's. He was very handsome. The young man was holding an oversized horn in his hand. The horn was 4 or 5 times bigger than him. This was Raphael, who had just returned from an S-level mission. In the 3rd year after defeating Myra Jane, he became the 2nd S-level magician, and also the youngest magician in the world. After surviving in the wilderness for so long, I finally returned to the city. I really miss you all. I wonder if you all miss me. Thinking of this, Raphael couldn't help but speed up his pace. He hurriedly said hello to the people he knew along the way and walked towards the fairy tale guild. Bang! The door of the guild was kicked open by Raphael. Everyone, I'm back. I brought specialties for you to eat. Raphael shouted loudly. Raphael, you bastard, knock on the door next time. You kicked the door open. This is Makarov's roar. Oh. You are finally back, Raphael, come and fight with me, I am on fire. This is Natsu's cry. Get away from you droopy eyes. If you want to duel, I should fight first. I am the first one who should fight with him. This is Gray, who took off only his underwear. Ah! Gray, where are your clothes? Okay, this is the little angel Lysina. At this time, an armored fist and a black claw hammered Natsu and Gray away. Get away from me, Raphael, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yes, you really kept me waiting for a long time. I look forward to your coming back every day. Urza and Myra Jane always have an inexplicable tacit understanding on certain things. They can actually repeat such a long paragraph verbatim. Hey, I was here first, what are you trying to steal? Armored woman. Myra Jane said to Urza unhappily. I was the one who came first, and it was you who robbed you bad girl. Urza, not to be outdone, immediately grabbed her and the two began to wrestle. Wow, our Raphael is so charming, the 2 beauties in our guild are fighting for him. Makao blew smoke rings and smiled like an auntie. Confess, this is a confession, youthful youth. As an old friend of Macau, Wakaba naturally kept up with the rhythm. Alas! Shock! 2 beauties from a certain guild actually fought over a man. The people around them didn't mind the fuss, and 1 or 2 began to tease Raphael, Myra Jane, and Urza. Urza and Myra Jane stopped wrestling, looked at each other, and nodded tacitly. One by one, they rushed towards Makao and Wakaba and punched them all away. You bastards, you actually arranged us like this. I think you are itching for trouble, right? Do you want to practice with us? See, the inexplicable tacit understanding is here again. Not only do they speak in unison, but their movements and postures are exactly the same. Raphael looked at the farce in front of him, touched his head, and smiled happily. It seems that everyone is still the same, nothing has changed. Okay, I will accept your challenge, but not now, there will be opportunities later. Opportunity? Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other and looked at Raphael in confusion. Raphael smiled mysteriously and did not intend to answer their doubts. He walked straight to the bar. You're back. It looks like your 10-year mission went smoothly. Makarov, who always sits at the bar, smokes and looks at Raphael. Yes, President, it's not as simple as smooth, but very easy. It's just a low-level demon summoned by the Dark Guild using the Book of Demons. It's a little hard to find except that it's invisible, but I turned on the normal mode. It was solved immediately, and I even brought the horns on its head back as souvenirs. As he spoke, Raphael put the horn he had been holding on the ground and poked a hole in the floor. After 5 years of training, Raphael developed 3 modes. One is the casual mode, which is 100% convergent. Use 90% of your strength to fight with others, and basically maintain this mode at ordinary times. One is the normal mode, which uses 55% of the strength to fight. The third is the serious mode, which has no strength. The upper limit depends on how long you want to resolve the battle, but it may be a characteristic of the magic world. Since the development of the mode, Raphael will have magic circle special effects when he punches. The black and red magic circle looks very special. Handsome, but of no use. The only function is to add points for being handsome. Oh my god, did you actually complete the 10-year mission so easily? Then won't it be a century-long mission next time? So amazing, he is worthy of being called a Titan Wizard. Everyone was stunned. After all, Raphael was indeed the wizard who completed the 10-year mission with the highest efficiency in the shortest time. Because of his powerful strength and his self-proclaimed Titan power, others gave him the title of Titan, which means a powerful existence with the power of a Titan giant. So you just smashed the fields, orchards, and half of the town into powder with your fists. Makarov was so angry that he jumped up and hit Raphael with his pipe. I always told you to hold back and just use your random mode, but you actually used random mode? Do you think that demon is made of diamonds or that town is made of diamonds? You made me go to the council again to listen to those idiots nagging me. So I said I wanted to dismantle the magic council, but you disagreed. Raphael muttered, covering his head. You idiot, tear them down. If it's the Dark Guild, will you deal with it? If there are any documents and actions, will you handle them? Makarov rolled his eyes. Forget it, I'm too lazy and hate these troubles. Raphael waved his hands repeatedly. But the council can let them die, as long as you are fine. Then Makarov smiled. After all, he brought the cub home and watched him grow up, so he could only bully him and not others. Do you know the mission after returning this time? Makarov looked at Raphael and said. Well, yes, we just take this opportunity to take a good rest in the guild and improve the strength of our guild. Raphael nodded and said. Old man, what are you talking about? We don't understand a word you say. Natsu, who was impatient, couldn't stand their charades and asked hastily. Ahem, now that everyone is here, I will say that the S-Class Wizard assessment will begin now, and Raphael will be the examiner of this assessment. Makarov stood up and said loudly. S-Class Magician assessment? Calculating the time, it's indeed this time. Yes, it was Laxus who became an S-Class Mage last year, but who will it be this year? President, please announce who can participate this year. I'm looking forward to it. Everyone was talking about it. Makarov stood at the bar and saw that everyone was in high spirits. He didn't keep anyone in suspense and announced solemnly after a year of investigation and observation, there are 3 people who are eligible to participate in the S-Class Wizard assessment this year. They are Urza Shokolato, Myra Jane Strauss, and Kana Alyapalana. After hearing the president say the names of the 3 people, there was no further news. Many people showed annoyance on their faces. After all, being able to become an S-Class Wizard is also a recognition of strength. However, their strength was indeed insufficient, but they soon let it go. Oh, they are all girls. The previous times were all boys, but this time it is all girls. The girls in our guild are basically better than the boys. The boys in the guild were already very upset when they heard that their names were not on the list, and then they heard the adults teasing, and they instantly became furious. Damn it, I don't accept it, I want to participate too. Natsu was about to make a scene, but was knocked unconscious by Urza before he could finish his words. Gray, who was standing by, was about to speak, but when he saw Natsu's miserable state, he immediately shut his mouth and swallowed his saliva. Urza and Myra Jane were looking at each other at this moment. After all, they had always been competitors and rivals. They were usually evenly matched in their sparring and challenges. If it weren't for Raphael's arrival, the younger generation in the guild would probably have watched them compete. However, this assessment came at the right time, just right for them to compete with each other. Urza dealt with the noisy Natsu and said to Myra Jane finally, "I can compete with you thoroughly. I hope you don't lose so quickly. Let's have one last duel." Myra Jane grinned and said with great enthusiasm, "Haha, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Let's see who is the strongest female wizard in the guild." At present, the outside world generally recognizes that the strongest wizard is Raphael, because his tasks have always been completed with only one strike, which is higher than Guildarts's completion rate. So now they will compete for the strongest female wizard first, and then compete with Raphael for the strongest wizard. Raphael didn't care about this. He looked meaningfully at Kana, who was excitedly drinking several barrels of wine next to him. This wheat-skinned girl wanted to become an S-class wizard for a different reason than them. Guildarts's daughter is really a scumbag, but Kana is really good. She went to recognize her father in the same position. She is very tough. Then should I give her some water when the time comes? Raphael stroked his chin and thought. Makarov continued, "Since some of you are participating for the first time, I will briefly explain. You can choose a partner from the guild members present, except for the S-class wizards. Finally, one will become an S-class wizard. As you all know, Raphael will continue to serve as the examiner this time. Choose me as your partner, Urza. I also want to have a duel with Raphael." Natsu, who was just dead, immediately revived and recommended himself to Urza as soon as the president finished speaking. "No, Natsu, I choose Gray as my partner." Urza rejected Natsu. Gray, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows and gave Natsu a smug smile. "Why? Am I not stronger than that droopy-eyed guy? How am I inferior to him?" Natsu was dumbfounded. "Because Gray's modeling magic can bring me a lot of conveniences. It can not only help me detect traps but also give me assistance. It's very comprehensive. If you have droopy eyes, just admit it, I am actually better than you." Gray proudly exposed his underwear to Natsu. Well, he took off his underwear again. Natsu turned his attention to Mirage without giving up, but was disappointed to find that she had already been with his brother Elfman. A partner was formed, and finally he looked at the final candidate like an abandoned puppy, Kana. Seeing this, Kana said weakly, "I don't have a partner, but if you don't think I'm weak, I can become a partner." Although Kana was surprised and excited that she was also on the list, she really didn't have any confidence against Urza and Myra Jane. Having Natsu as a powerful partner was also a good choice. "It's settled then, I will do my best to make you an S-class wizard, ha 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 ha, I'm so excited." Seeing that they had all chosen their partners, Makarov immediately announced, "Then, get ready, we're about to start the assessment." Chapter 5. On the vast sea, a large ship sailed, with the Fairy Tale logo flag flying on the ship. This is the ship of the Fairy Tale Guild, and it is now heading to Sirius Island for the S-Class Mage assessment. Vomit. Natsu lay on the side of the boat and kept vomiting, his whole body was as exhausted as a noodle. "Love Natsu, are you alive?" Habi kept stroking Natsu and said anxiously, Natsu, why did your soul fly out?" Habi was in a hurry, while Gray kept scolding Natsu beside him, and he took the opportunity to beat up the drowned dog. "I didn't think it was anything when I saw this scene in anime before, but now I see it, it's quite amazing. This vehicle is really a special weapon for dragon slayers. I don't know how they got this problem. A news given to them by the legendary will of Gaia?" Raphael looked at the scene in front of him with great interest, and was not worried about it, because he knew that even though Natsu was half dead right now, he would be alive again as soon as he left the vehicle. At this time, Guild President Makarov secretly came to Raphael's ear and whispered, "You have to be a little slack in this assessment. Don't beat Laxus so hard like last time. It doesn't matter that he is a boy, but these 3 girls beat you up and you will probably have a hard time in the future. Raphael heard the president's words and gave the president a roll of his eyes. Hey, you stinky old man, it's obvious. You said you wanted me to teach Laxus a lesson, okay? It was you who said that the child's rebellious stage was coming and you asked me to get him back on track and let him know that this world is not the boss of the world, but his, but now you are saying that it's me. What's the problem? Makarov immediately pretended to be confused. Yes? How could I do such a thing to my own grandson? Even if you have itchy hands and can't control yourself, don't tell me. The island is here, I'm going to start announcing the rules. Raphael watched Makarov flee from him, smiled helplessly, and then narrowed his eyes. Laxus. I hope you won't go the way of the original work, otherwise. Makarov stood on the bow of the ship and said to the 3 people who were about to start the assessment, this assessment is different from the past. This time survival challenge. Survival challenge. The 3 of Urza looked at each other in confusion, and looked at the president in front of them in confusion. Yes, survival challenge, as the name suggests, you get to the island in your own way from 5 nautical miles away from the island. After landing on the island, you have 1 hour to set traps or attack each other. 1 hour later, Raphael will come to the island to eliminate you. You can dodge or challenge him by some means. The last person who falls will become the S-class mage of the guild. Finally, challenges are challenges, but remember that no matter what, we are all partners in the same guild. Stop when the time is right, understand? Makarov looked at the 3 people and their partners seriously. After getting their nods, he thought for a while and whispered, if you can defeat Raphael, all 3 of you can be promoted to S-class wizards. Makarov smiled at Raphael with a mean smile. Raphael covered his face helplessly. This old naughty boy just teased him a few words, but he really holds a grudge. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the president's words. After all, so far, the guild has only 3 S-level wizards. You can imagine how scarce this position is. Really? Then start now. We're leaving first. As soon as the president finished speaking, Myra Jane and her brother half received the flying monster and grew wings and flew to the island. Ice make floor. Change clothes black feather armor. Gray and Urza also used their magic to rush to the island. Kana threw Natsu into the water and left the boat. Natsu instantly woke up and rushed forward excitedly like a husky. Kana took the opportunity to use card magic to make a surfboard and rushed to the island by pulling Natsu's clothes. After the few people left, Raphael and his friends played mahjong. This was Raphael who taught them to play. Now the people in the guild don't fight or drink anymore. They play mahjong whenever they have time. Dongfeng, President, you have brought me a problem. Several of them attacked me together, and it was difficult for me to maintain the casual mode. After all, they are not weaklings of the Dark Guild, they are super powerful. Raphael complained to Makarov. Yaitong, this is more interesting, this is the only way to show their strength. You can also judge who can really become an S-class wizard. I believe you can control yourself. Makarov waved his hand indifferently. Bang, 30,000, but no matter what, this rule is too unfair to Raphael. After all, there is only 1 hour. If they fight first, they will consume too much magic power and will not be able to pass Raphael. But if they fight together, it will be easy to break the island. Lisana, who followed with worry, said worriedly. Eat, Yaji, yes, it will be difficult for me to rescue him. Lebi, who was brought in to use word magic to act as a first aid, was also worried. Bang, 70,000, it's okay. When facing a powerful enemy, should you choose to unite or fight alone, or whether to avoid or betray? It's not easy to be an S-class magician, and Raphael, you can do it well, control it. If not, your workload will increase in the future. Makarov looked at Raphael with a threatening look. I'll try my best to hold it in, but I'll take a break after this, blank. What else can Raphael say? Our own president, our own pet, and with his current strength, it's difficult for them to hurt him. Okay, what a fool. Ha ha ha. Makarov laughed happily. Playing cards is a quick way to pass the time. An hour passed quickly in a few games of mahjong. There was some movement on the island shortly after they landed, but there was no sound soon. Look, it seems that they have formed an alliance. After all, it is still a good choice whether one person becomes an S-class magician or all of them become S-class magicians. The time has come. I haven't heard any movement for so long. It seems I need to stretch my muscles. They must have been waiting for me for a long time, so I'll say hello to them first. Raphael stood up, stretched, and jumped into the sea. What is Raphael going to do? Listener looked at Raphael and asked in confusion. Take a good look at this. This is why he is called the Titan. After all, he is not called the Titan because of his size, but because of his. Makarov looked at Raphael in the sea with seriousness and relief. Raphael took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands and made them into fists. Normal mode, ordinary boxing cannon. I saw a black and red magic circle appearing under his fist, but the small fist was it hit the sea water quickly like a meteorite. The water that had been calm before suddenly boiled, and then a wave hundreds of meters high formed in front of Raphael's fist and rushed toward the island. Looking at the man-made huge waves in front of them, Lysina and Lebby on the boat opened their mouths in shock. It's because Raphael's power is as powerful as that of an ancient titan. Chapter 6. The people on the island were staring at the huge waves coming from afar, and everyone opened their mouths in amazement. Oh my God, what is going on? How could such a huge wave hit us? Kana was stunned and stood there. Stop talking so much, let's find a place to hide quickly. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu immediately used magic to create a deep hole in the ground, and pulled Kana to jump in. At the same time, Kana also reacted and used card magic to cover the hole for defense. Ice make shield. Gray instantly used ice modeling magic to create an ice shield to block the front, with Urza in front of him. Dress up King Kong armor. Urza instantly changed into a set of armor with a shield and stood behind Gray's ice shield, while protecting Gray who was living behind. Full body reception Satan soul. Myra Jane received the Satan soul and transformed into a demon form, pulling Elfman to fly high quickly. At this moment, the huge wave was like a huge slap. I took pictures of the small island. The overwhelming water was like a natural disaster, destroying everything in its path. A large number of trees were constantly broken under the impact of the water flow, and the rocks were also shattered by the terrifying water flow, just like a world of doomsday. The sight. The embarrassed Kana and the others came out of the ground and looked at each other with Myra Jane and the wet Urza who had just landed. Gray swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, "Is this a masterpiece by Raphael? How to fight this?" Urza nodded seriously. "Yes, this is caused by Raphael, and it is estimated that this is not all his strength." Kana was shocked when she heard Urza's words. "Isn't this his full strength? So how do we win? If he wants, he can smash this island or create a wave thousands of meters high, so, why don't we join forces to challenge him? He will definitely be restricted by the president and can only use a little strength to deal with us. This is our chance." Mirage slowly looked at Urza and Kana and said. "Then let's work together and defeat Raphael first." Natsu also said with a serious face. Looking at the scene in front of him, he would not overestimate his ability to challenge himself. After all, he is a partner now and has to think about Kana a little bit. It looks like the effect is quite good. Raphael used his hands to build a scaffold and looked at the island in the distance that changed from dense vegetation to the Mediterranean Sea. What a ghost! Everyone on the boat complained in unison. "Then I'll go." Raphael slapped the sea with both hands, jumped out of the water, and then ran towards the island on the water. "President, Are you really okay? Levy looked at Raphael's receding back and asked Makarov worriedly. It should be okay, right? Looking at the situation where the small island in the distance was forcibly transformed into a Mediterranean uncle, Makarov replied without confidence. Oh, they are all united. Without the trees, the island was in full view and could not hide anyone, so they simply went to the beach to meet Raphael. Ice make shackles. The moment he saw Raphael, Gray immediately activated his magic, and 2 ice shackles emerged from the water to lock Raphael's feet. Dress up, Tianlun armor. The dazzling sword of family took advantage of Gray to trap Raphael. Urza also changed into a sword armor in an instant, and activated armor magic, summoning dozens of sword shadows to fly towards Raphael. The roar of the fire dragon. Super cruel flash. Natsu took a deep breath, and then a blazing fire spewed out from his mouth towards Raphael. At the same time, there was a black energy cannon in the fire. That was Marajana's magic. The fusion of the two turned into a black and red laser flame energy cannon magic. Card magic amplification. At this time, several red lights fell on Urza and the others' magic. Kana's card magic made them several times stronger than the original ones. Urza's flying sword also increased in size. A dozen of them looked like overwhelming sword shadows. This was their plan to restrain Raphael before he landed. With the presence of seawater, Gray's magic would be a little stronger, and then there would be a few left. Those with long-range attacks focused on attacking Raphael, trying to catch him off guard. Looking at the magic emitting powerful energy in front of him, Raphael smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed the energy cannon, blew out the flames on it, and let it fly. The sword fell on him and was broken and disappeared, gently breaking the shackles on his feet, and then quickly came between them and crushed the energy cannon. The moment the energy cannon was crushed, a powerful energy burst out. Phil was the center and spread out in all directions. Everyone was hit hard by this energy before they had time to react. Ah! Everyone screamed and were beaten back, and Myra Jane in the sky was also hit by this energy and fell from the sky. Listening to the screams from the distant island, Makarov gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard, I told him to hold back, but he still beat them so badly. How is he going to find a girlfriend in the future?" Elfman, who was relatively better injured, helped Myra Jane up and looked at Raphael in front of him with a dull look and said, "Are you serious? Our attacks had no effect on him, and he even used our attacks to counterattack. Is this the strength of the strongest S-class wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild?" Urza stood up with the sword, and pulled Gray, Mina, and Natsu up together, and said, "So we can't fight head-on, we can only attack him roamingly and make him tired of dealing with it, so that we can succeed. Although I don't want to agree with that what Kaome said, but we really can only rely on guerrilla tactics and use speed to deal damage." Mirage took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. "No, can you discuss tactics not in front of me? I heard it clearly. Do you want me to pretend not to hear it?" Raphael said helplessly, "Don't make me look like a boss." Looking at their renewed fighting spirit, Raphael always felt that the BGM would come to mind in the next second. Ice make ice prison. Gray used up all his magic power to release his magic on Raphael, creating a huge ice prison to trap Raphael. "Attack quickly, I can't hold on for long." "You talk too much, Raphael." Soul extinction. Mirage clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and thick black magic particles gathered between his hands, and a thicker energy beam shot towards Raphael. The bombardment of thunder. Kana threw 5 cards, and then a thick black cloud appeared in Raphael's sky, and an arm-thick thunderbolt struck down from the dark cloud towards Raphael. Fire dragons. Roar. Natsu spewed out fire from his mouth again, even more fiercely than before. Whole body reception. Bear man's black wrist. Elfman instantly transformed into a bear man over 2 meters tall, and countless fist shadows struck Raphael crazily. The sword of chaos of family relationship, unite into one. Urza summoned dozens of sword shadows, and then combined them into a huge sword to strike at Raphael. Then let me give you another chance to see what true strength is. Raphael also ignited, opening his hands and using his body to welcome everyone's bombardment. The next second, everyone's attacks hit Raphael without reservation, and a huge explosion sounded instantly, and the position where Raphael stood was become smoky. Did it succeed? Kana asked in surprise. But to answer her question, everyone was gasping and staring at the smoke. Your attack makes me very excited. Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed in the thick smoke and instantly appeared in front of Gray. Varied, before Gray could finish his words, a hand pressed his head into the sand. First. Gray, Elfman, be careful. Mirage stood in front of her brother and shouted loudly when she saw Raphael. You've worked hard, take a good rest. Raphael instantly came in front of Elfman and punched him on the head, causing Elfman to spin and fly away. He cancelled his transformation in midair and passed out. The second. Damn it, the iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu pushed himself against the floor and rushed towards Raphael and stretched out his fists wrapped in flames. Without saying a word, Raphael stretched out his fists to fight Natsu. Click. Natsu covered his deformed arm and flew backward miserably. The third. Elfman, ah! Myra Jane had just called out her brother's name when she saw Raphael appear in front of her. The next second, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and her vision went black in an instant. The fourth. Raphael retracted the foot that kicked Myra Jane away, and turned to look at Kana and Urza who were standing close to each other. Chapter 7. Kana looked at Raphael who had killed 4 people in an instant, collapsed on the ground, and said in despair, no way. How can we win? There is no way we can win. Urza gasped. She changed into a diamond armor, guarded against Raphael's surprise attack, and growled at Kana, can't win? I don't know what it is, I only know that I can't give up, no matter what, I have to persist until the end, give me cheer up, Kana. After saying that, she put on her strongest armor, the clothes of pure heart, and held her sword in hand to prepare for the final blow. Kana looked at the small but extremely tall figure standing in front of her, and couldn't help but think of the reason why she wanted to become an S-class mage in the first place. Wasn't it just to allow herself to face the situation with the strongest posture? How could that bastard father give up right here? Kana stood up hard and stood side by side with Urza. Yes, Urza, you can't win anything, I don't know, and I can't do it, let's go together. Good. Urza and Kana rushed towards Raphael. Raphael looked at their figures and nodded. It seemed that he had passed the test this time, but he still had to fight to the end. He stood on horseback and swung his fist at the moment they rushed over. He was about to hit Urza who was slightly in front. As a result, Urza disappeared all of a sudden and only hit the card who was half a step behind. Beat her away. Just when Raphael couldn't change his posture, Urza, who had disappeared before, appeared behind him and used her last strength to strike the strongest sword from top to bottom. Look at the power of our bond, Raphael. It turned out that in the few short seconds when they rushed over, they completed a plan. Urza fainted, and when Raphael hit her and her body was off balance, Kana activated the card magic to transfer Urza to Raphael's back for the strongest attack. Kana fell behind half a step just now so that she could have time to activate the transfer card attached to Urza's back, so that she could exchange with the sand behind Raphael and realize this highly tacit plan. Raphael felt the sharpness behind him, but he was not nervous. After all, Saitama's physique is not only reflected in strength, but also in defense. However, in order to keep a trump card, he tried his best to show only strength, although he had already shown a little bit of strength when he received their attack before. Maybe Urza knew this, so she chose to use a sharp weapon for close attack. The reason why he used his left fist to hit Urza instead of continuing to attack with magic. In a flash, he turned his forward punch into a left-turning force after knocking Kana away, and then used this rotational force to make a 180-degree turn, and before Urza's knife was about to hit him, he swung his left fist to hit Urza's abdomen and knocked her out. However, since Urza was the last person who had not fallen, Raphael finally changed his fist into a palm and knocked her away, so she could not fight back effectively. The moment Urza landed, Raphael calculated the place where she landed and caught Urza steadily. Raphael gently put Urza down and smiled at Urza. "Congratulations, Urza, you have become the new S-Class Wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild." Then he looked at the people who fainted around him, walked over, carried them back, and laid them on the soft beach, while saying embarrassedly, "But I'm really sorry, I used a little more force to knock you down." Arisa shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's okay. After all, you have been showing mercy all the time, and you have received so many of our magic. We have been attacking you with all our strength. We should be the ones to say sorry. After all, we promised the president before we set out that we would not kill our partners. But you are really amazing. So many of us can't do anything to you." Raphael pulled a flare to let the boat come over. After listening to Urza's words, he shook his head and said seriously, "No, you are not right. It is a respect for me that you should attack me with all your strength. After all, I am the strongest S-Class wizard in the guild. Naturally, I can't be defeated by you so easily." At this time, Makarov fell from the sky and gave Raphael a slap in the face. He twisted Raphael's ear and said angrily, "You little bastard, didn't I tell you to hold back? Why did you beat them all unconscious? Be gentle, President, they are all fine. I have already held back. They are just unconscious, not seriously injured. Natsu may have a broken arm, but he will be fine with Levi here, right, Levi?" Raphael covered his head and ears while winking at Levi. Levi didn't bother to pay attention to him and rolled her eyes at him. "Humph, you've passed the test." Makarov also knows their situation, but he is just a little worried that Raphael can be cruel to girls. After all, it will be difficult to find a girlfriend in the future. Urza hesitated for a while, and then seemed to make up his mind. With the same determination, he looked at Makarov and said, "President, I think I..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Makarov. "I know what you want to say, but in fact you didn't get this S-Class mage by luck. Strength is the foundation, and courage and partners are the foundation. It is the basis for you to pass the S-Class Magician examination, and the purpose of assigning examiners is to enable you to understand the true meaning of companionship and to have the courage to challenge even when facing an enemy you cannot defeat. He is a truly qualified S-Class mage." What Makarov hopes most is that Urza can become an S-Class mage this time. It can be said that Urza is the one he is most optimistic about among the three. Myra Jane is too temperamental and needs to be tempered. Kana has great potential, but her strength is indeed a bit lacking. Only Urza is calm and trustworthy. I know the president, I will carry the reputation of an S-Class magician and work hard to keep moving forward. After listening to the president's words, Urza no longer hesitated and accepted it happily. After Rebi's treatment, everyone who had fainted woke up one by one. After all, they did not do anything serious, and Natsu's injuries were basically healed. After all, they were raised by dragons, so their physiques are different. Myra Jane and Kana found out that Urza became an S-Class mage in the end, and they felt a little regretful, but they still felt a little regretful. I was sincerely happy for Urza. On the way back, everyone gathered around Raphael and asked questions. After all, they only knew how powerful he was, and today they had officially felt the tip of his iceberg. The curious people thought. Knowing a little more about his power, Raphael seemed to have completely forgotten about the previous battle. While answering their questions, Raphael breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that his companions did not alienate him because of this. It was so lively. Yes, that is the real guild, it feels like home, so this is why the super magic Laxus released in the end did not hurt everyone in the guild. He also recognized these family members in his heart. It's just that he's a bit arrogant, but it's okay. He's still in his rebellious stage. Just give him a beating. Makarov looked at the scene in front of him with joy and felt very proud of these children. It's our guild ship. The guild leader and his crew are back. From a distance, I could see the guild members gathered at the dock and waiting. President who has become an S-class wizard. One of them asked from a distance using the amplification magic. Is it Urza? It could be Myra Jane. Kana is also possible. But with the monster Raphael here, it's possible that no one will pass. The people on the shore speculated excitedly. When the ship approached the dock, Makarov stood on the bow and announced solemnly, the one who passed the S-class wizard this time is Urza Shokolato. Oh. I just said it was Urza. She is only 15 years old this year. If it weren't for the existence of the monster Raphael, she would be the youngest S-class mage in fairy tale. Raphael immediately jumped onto the shore and said in a pretended anger, Hey, I've tolerated you for a long time. From the beginning, some people have always said that I am a monster, and I will bite you to death. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed happily. Makarov waved his hand and said, to celebrate Urza becoming an S-wizard, let's have a party tonight. Oh, let's have a party. A group of trustworthy partners surrounded Urza and the president, and walked back to the guild happily. The party lasted for a day and a night. Early the next morning, Urza took the first S-class mission to complete, while Myra Jane worked harder to train and strive to become an S-class wizard as soon as possible. Half a year after Urza became an S-class wizard, Myra Jane also successfully became an S-class wizard. The examiner that time was Urza. Raphael was lucky enough to go with the ship as a guarantee. He saw with his own eyes that Urza and Myra Jane were evenly matched, and even fought for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh that the competition between girls was more terrible than anything else. However, after Myra Jane became an S-class wizard, something would happen that she could never get over, so Raphael stopped taking long-term tasks and kept taking some short-term tasks and waiting for that event to come and change. Soon, the event that Raphael wanted to change and made Myra Jane regret for the rest of her life came. Chapter 8. Kingdom of Fiori, Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest is dark and quiet all year round, but at this time it is raining lightly, making the forest even darker. Deep in the forest, there were bursts of fighting sounds. This is Mirajana's S-level mission, to defeat the Beast King. She originally wanted to use this mission to choose a powerful receiving creature for her brother to effectively improve Elfman's strength, but at the moment of the fight, she found that she had overestimated herself. There was a loud noise, and the demonic Myra Jane was knocked away. She slid on the ground for a distance, panting heavily and looking at the Beast King in front of her. This is a Beast King with huge horns, crimson arms, strong feet like eagle claws, cyan skin on the chest, and a mouth full of fangs. And based on Mirajana's encounter with it just now, this possibility he is also the strongest king among the tribe. Myra Jane underestimated the intelligence of this Beast King. According to Mirajana's strength, even if she was defeated, she would not be beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. This was because the Beast King did not engage in a direct confrontation with her. Instead, they constantly attacked Lysina and Elfman who were behind Myra Jane, leaving Myra Jane to passively accept the Beastmaster's attacks without being able to fight back. The light rain from the sky fell on her head and flowed down. I don't know if it was her sweat, tears, or rain. Myra Jane felt extremely regretful at this moment. She regretted not investigating clearly before challenging this cunning Beast King. She regretted bringing her younger brothers and sisters to challenge together. She regretted not listening to Raphael and calling him to join him if he wanted to do this task. Everything stems from her own arrogance and so-called self-esteem and pride. Elder sister. Mirage was once again hit hard by the Beast King and knocked away. This time it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mirage could no longer maintain her demonic form and exited the demonic form. "Damn Beast King, I won't allow you to bully my sister, whole body reception black bear." Elfman roared with red eyes and rushed forward, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black bear and planning to wrestle with the Beast King. "Don't go over there, brother Elfman, come back soon. Don't want danger, Elfman." However, although Myra Jane has been passively defending, it has also severely exhausted the Beast King. Elfman rushed over and knocked it down. "You bastard, how dare you hurt my sisters, I won't let you hurt them again. Take over." Elfman pounced directly on him, released the whole body reception, and then used the reception magic with all his strength. He actually succeeded in receiving the Beast King. But before Elfman had time to be happy, the violent magic power of the Beast King instantly filled his body. Exploded. Elfman uncontrollably completed the transformation into a beastman. Ah! Elfman completely lost control, his eyes instantly filled with beast-like scarlet, and he roared madly at Myra Jane, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him and unable to get up, and leaned forward slightly, ready to sprint. "Elfman, cheer up! Don't be controlled by the Beast King." Myra Jane could do nothing but shout to Elfman, but it was obvious that Elfman, who had lost consciousness, could not hear him at all. At this moment, Lysina opened her arms and stood between Elfman and Myra Jane, crying loudly, "Brother Elfman, I am Lysina, please stop. Don't want. Lysina, run away, he has lost his mind. Run away." Lysina didn't listen to Mirajana's dissuasion, but just took a step forward, trembling and smiling. "Brother Elfman, what's wrong with you? I am your favorite sister, Lysina, and behind me is Myra Jane, the sister who loves us the most. Even if you forget about us, there are Netsu-san, Raphael-san, and everyone in the guild. Yet, wake up now. We like Brother Elfman the most. Come on, let's go home together, Brother Elfman." Roar. Bang. Elfman, who had lost his mind, was not moved at all, even because Lysina took a step forward and hit a small hole on the floor in front of her with a manic palm. The flying stones knocked Lysina out. "Scars? Don't want. Lysina!" Mirage shouted in panic, telling Lysina to stop moving forward and run away. At some point, the drizzle of rain turned into a heavy rainstorm, and the already dark and heavy environment became even more. "The silence is terrible." Roar. Elfman was roaring crazily. He could no longer control the Beast King. The last trace of reason had been completely wiped out. He raised his palms again, with only bloodlust and murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to destroy the irritated beast in front of him. Slap the noisy little bug to death. "Brother Elfman, don't." Lysina stood firmly in front of Myra Jane and tried to wake up Elfman. "No. Run away." The Beast King's big palm with a scarlet palm wind quickly slapped towards Lysina. "Lysina!" Mirage's pupils dilated, and she tried to stand up and save her sister with a hoarse voice. If she were not so arrogant, if she was not so blind, if she were stronger. Mirage was blaming herself crazily, blaming crazily. She could only helplessly watch her sister die in front of her eyes. At this moment, the Beast King flew backwards uncontrollably while vomiting blood as if he had been hit hard. Knocked down several big trees and fell to the ground unconscious. The power that roared the Beast King away also dispersed all the dark and heavy clouds, and a ray of sunlight fell down, hitting Lysina standing in front of him. The boy, who was still maintaining his punching posture, seemed to be covered with a golden coat. "It's Raphael." Myra Jane saw Raphael's figure and saw that Lysina was finally saved. She relaxed immediately, and then her eyes went dark and she passed out. "Sister!" Lysina heard the voice behind her and rushed over to hug Myra Jane, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Brother Raphael." Raphael waved his hands, sighed and said, "Finally I made it in time." I told your sister to tell me if she accepted this task and come to help. If I hadn't just finished the task and returned to the guild and didn't see you and asked the president, I would have known that you were doing this task. Otherwise, you would have been killed by your arrogant sister. Although Raphael knew that Lysina was just sucked into another world, but with the addition of him, who knew if it would be the same as in the original book? What if she really died this time? So he had been paying attention to this matter, and fortunately he arrived in time. After a brief treatment by Lysina, Myra Jane woke up and heard what Raphael said. She was silent for a long time, then hugged Lysina madly and cried loudly, "I'm sorry, Lysina, I was wrong, I shouldn't be so blindly arrogant, I was wrong, I'm sorry." "It's okay, sister, I know you do it for our own good, I understand." Lysina comforted her sister while stroking her back. Myra Jane cried for a while before she stood up from her sister's arms in embarrassment. The two sisters bowed to Raphael and said, "Thank you. Raphael, thank you for your rescue. If it weren't for you, I would have lost Lysina. If I lost her, I don't know what I would do." Raphael shook his head and said, "You're welcome. We are from the same guild. We are partners and family. If a family member is in trouble, I think everyone will help. In fact, Natsu and Gray know about your situation and want to come and help. It's just that I am more suitable. Come on, go back and say hello to your guild mates, they are worried about you." Raphael carried Elfman, who had withdrawn from the Beast King transformation, and called Myra Jane and Lysina on their way back. "Okay," Lysina said sweetly, "Sister, let's go home." Yet, when they were about to walk to the door of the guild, they were surprised to find that everyone in the guild was waiting for them outside the door. Look, they are back. Are you okay?" Everyone gathered around Myra Jane and the others and chirped with concern. Rebbe even immediately used word magic to give them preliminary treatment. Myra Jane and Lysina looked at the people who cared about them, with tears in their eyes, and they said happily, "It's okay, we're okay. Thank you for your concern. I'm sorry for making you worry. Why are you talking about this? We are a family. Just be fine." Makeo and Wakaba said in unison. "It looks like Elfman has gotten stronger. I will definitely challenge him when he gets better." Natsu showed special concern. "I'm glad you're okay, otherwise there will be no one to fight with me." Urza said with a smile. Okay, everyone should go back to the guild and don't disturb their healing." Raphael said to everyone. "Yes, then let's have a party to celebrate their safe return." Makarov said loudly. "Good." Everyone surrounded Myra Jane and entered the guild happily. Myra Jane looked at everyone's smiles and the care they showed from the bottom of their hearts. She made up her mind to change herself and not let the people around her get hurt because of herself. Then she looked at Raphael in front of her and secretly said in her heart, "Thank you, my great hero, Raphael." Chapter 9. Harjan Town. This seaside city is a bit lively today. A man who claims to be a fire dragon has come to this city, and a group of fangirls are surrounding him. On the street not far away, a handsome boy came. The boy was strolling around with a lot of snacks in his hands, eating as he walked. He saw a group of people gathered in front of him, shouting star-chasing words like "I love you, sir." The boy ate a silk fish cake in one bite, and said magically while chewing, "I didn't expect that star-chasing girls can be found in every world. It's amazing. Is this a unified existence in all dimensions? Raphael? Why are you here?" The boy heard a voice behind him calling him and turned to look over. "Oh, it's you, Natsu, and you, Habi, I just finished the mission, what are you doing here?" This boy is Raphael, who has just returned from a 3-year mission overseas. The one who stopped him was a team of Natsu and Habi, Cat. It's all Natsu's fault. He insisted that Igneel was here, so he came here. "My tuna, I just caught it." "Woohoo, Happy opened his arms and threw himself at Raphael, crying in his arms and constantly accusing Natsu. If Urza and Myra Jane were the big sisters among their younger generation, then Raphael was the image of a big brother. He usually took good care of his younger brothers and sisters, and treated Happy equally. So when Happy was bullied by Natsu, he would go to Raphael to complain. But I really heard that Igneel is here, I believe Makeo will not lie to me. Although Natsu was a little embarrassed, he still insisted on his point of view stubbornly. Raphael gave Natsu a slap on the face. You fool, Igneel is so big, if it was really in this city, you would have discovered it from a long distance, and how could there be such a big creature in the city? Ah! Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Natsu slammed his fist on his palm and said with sudden realization. Happy fell to the ground instantly and couldn't get up again. At this moment, the star-chasing group not far ahead seemed to have expanded a lot, and they were about to squeeze to Raphael and the others. Maybe it was because they saw Raphael and Natsu standing in the middle of the road like a log, neither moving nor kneeling to lick their idols. Immediately, a few brainless fans jumped out, put their hands on their hips, pointed at them and cursed, "Are you blind? Don't you see Lord Fire Dragon is here? How dare you lowly people block Lord Fire Dragon's way? Get out of here! Yes, yes, kneel down and apologize to the great Lord Fire Dragon and get out of here. Apologize, apologize." I originally wanted to chat with Natsu a little more, but I was annoyed by these words that were like flies and mosquitoes. As we all know, Saitama hates mosquitoes the most, so Raphael, who inherited Saitama's physique, does the same. Especially in his previous life, he was harassed by brain-dead fans because he resisted the masculine culture. Endless anger surged into his heart instantly, and Raphael glared at them angrily, gritting his teeth and speaking out one word. Roll. Ah! Monster. The brainless fans who wanted to continue cursing suddenly felt as if they were about to die. The sky that was originally sunny turned into darkness. In the darkness, there was only a huge head and red eyes. The girls were scared and scattered in an instant. The timid ones wet their skirts directly, and the so-called fire dragon flew away in a panic without saying a word, emitting flames from under his feet. A bunch of rubbish. Come on Natsu, long time no see, I'll treat you to something to eat and have a good chat, and Happy, let's go have a fish dinner. Raphael glanced at them with disdain, turned around and hugged Happy, and wanted to find a restaurant with Natsu to have a good get-together. Yeah, you've become stronger again, so awesome, let's duel, but let's wait until we're full. Natsu was about to challenge Raphael as he was showing off his prowess, but his rumbling stomach made him change his mind immediately. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out, if you don't mind, please allow me to treat you. Raphael and Natsu turned around and saw a beautiful girl with golden hair standing in the sun with her hands behind her back. The girl was wearing a white dress with blue trim, a blue folded skirt, a few bunches of keys and a whip hanging around her waist. She was plump and tall, and was a super beauty. Although they didn't know why the girl wanted to treat them to a meal, they knew that if someone invited them, they could have a free meal without paying. Those who didn't accept the invitation were fools. Besides, they were skilled and bold, so they were not afraid of her doing anything weird. Then the three of them and the cat came to a restaurant and ordered a lot of dishes. Natsu and Happy started to eat with relish, while Raphael was more elegant, but he didn't stop eating. After all, he had been eating wild game for so long that his mouth was almost dry. Hey, that's enough. Just eat without worrying about it, don't you even ask me why I invited you. The girl looked at the hungry ghosts in front of her, and she couldn't help but speak out as she was reaching the peak of her desire to complain. Yeah temple oh, spicy off the table sweet, hubby asked inarticulately while crazily stuffing fish into his mouth. You swallow it before talking to me, the girl covered her face helplessly, it's mainly to thank you. Natsu and Happy had question marks on their faces, while Raphael just remembered this plot. Isn't this the beginning of the first episode? It seems that the plot has begun. The ugly monster just used charm magic, which is a kind of magic that can make people obedient and attractive. Because the Dark Guild used this magic to abduct many girls before, it has been banned by the Magic Council. It is a prohibited magic. If you hadn't made him flee and stop using this magic, I would probably. That's why I decided to treat you to a meal and repay you. By the way, my name is Lucy, and I am also a magician. I haven't joined any magic guild yet. Do you know what a guild is? The so-called guild is a guild where a group of like-minded magicians gather together. Although many guilds wanted to invite me to join along the way, I still decided to join that guild. After all, that guild is recognized as the strongest guild. You still don't know what guild that is, right? Raphael listened to the girl in front of him talking non-stop. Natsu and Happy next to him were already talking so much that their eyes were filled with stars. Raphael couldn't bear it anymore, took a bite of the chicken leg and said, "That's enough, you've had enough, it's too long, please shorten it to less than 20 words. Yes. I'm sorry. Lucy then realized that she had said so many words, and she stood up and kept apologizing to them. I'll be leaving first, I still have to go on to attend the guild, I've already paid for your meal, just enjoy your meal. Natsu and Happy, who were like dead fish just now, instantly resurrected and jumped up, and said to the girl with tears in their eyes, "You are such a good person. Don't be like this, I'm so embarrassed and shy, I'm leaving." Looking at Lucy running away, Raphael smiled knowingly. Turned to look at Natsu and Happy and said, "Are you full? Let's go and meet our future partners." Chapter 10. Hey, Raphael, who is the partner we want to welcome? Where is it? Happy asked, lying on Raphael's head. Yes, and why do you have to go to the tavern to greet your partner? Is that partner in the tavern? And Happy, why are you always on top of Raphael? Natsu asked curiously at the same time and condemned Happy. Don't worry, take a good rest first, there will be a battle tonight. Raphael chose to keep it a secret. But when Natsu heard about the battle, he stopped worrying about his partner and looked completely excited. But Raphael was not optimistic about him. He just hoped he wouldn't be a drag. After all, the battle tonight was on a luxury cruise ship docked on the shore. For Natsu, who was allergic to transportation, unless Happy took him flying all the time, he would be a hostage. Unfortunately, Happy couldn't. Time soon came to dusk. Raphael was having a drink, while Natsu was eating a big meal beside him. He didn't know if it was because of his dragon constitution or because there was a dragon in his body. He had just had a big meal before, but he could have another big meal just a few hours later. At this time, Happy, who was wandering outside, flew in a hurry and said loudly to Raphael and Natsu, "Oh no, do you know what I heard?" Raphael drank the wine in one gulp, put down the glass and said, "Although I know roughly what it is, you still tell me what you heard." Happy said with his hands dancing, "Remember the uncle we chased away this morning? I heard from others that he was a wizard from fairy tale, and he was a fire dragon, but I have no impression of him at all." Natsu also stopped eating at this time, and said in confusion, "Fire dragon? Was he also raised by Igneal? Then is he the partner that Raphael mentioned?" Happy and Raphael looked at this thick-skinned and swindling guy with black lines on their heads. Raphael couldn't help it, and gave Natsu a slap on the head. "Idiot, Happy means that the so-called fire dragon is a fake, and our battle tonight is to beat him away, because..." Raphael, Natsu, and Happy said in unison, "The reputation of the guild cannot be smeared by anyone." Natsu nodded seriously. "Let's go, I can't help but teach him a lesson." Then everyone arrived at the pier. There was a luxurious ship docked at the beach. Natsu, who had been so high-spirited before, instantly withered and even retched a few times as a reflex. "Ugh! Ugh, boat! Ugh!" Natsu finally couldn't help but ran to the side and vomited. Raphael covered his face and said, I knew it underscore. Happy flew next to Natsu, and while stroking Natsu's back, he asked, what are we going to do? Can I just pull Natsu and fight in the air? But you have to hurry up, I'm afraid I can't hold on. Raphael shook his head. Don't worry so much, just beat them down. Raphael walked to the side of the boat, put his fist against the boat, and murmured to himself, well, maybe just use 5% of the power. Natsu stopped vomiting at this time. He and Happy stared at Raphael's movements excitedly. It's starting. That titan-like power, every time I see it. It's all shocking. The next second, Raphael's fist moved forward slightly, and the entire bottom of the ship turned into powder, as if someone had deleted it from the layer. Then only the upper half of the boat fell from the air and hit the water hard. The entire boat was instantly smashed into two halves. At this time, in the ship, Lucy, who had been plotted again because of her lack of experience in the world, had just learned about the fire dragon conspiracy and shed tears of hatred. She did not expect that the famous fairy tale was actually such a guild. The ideal was completely shattered. When the fire dragon was about to invade her, the ship suddenly felt a falling feeling, and then it seemed to have hit something heavy, and it cracked directly in the middle, just separating her from the fire dragon. This huge movement woke up all the women who had been cast with sleeping magic, and they ran away with the crew members shouting, causing huge chaos. Lucy took the opportunity to escape during the chaos. Damn it, who did this? Everyone, listen to my orders and get them back. Fire Dragon followed him out of the cabin while giving orders to his men. Lucy, who had just escaped from the ship, saw Raphael and Natsu, happy, what about me, and shouted anxiously, quickly run away. The people inside are from the Fairy Tale Guild. They are doing the same thing as the Dark Guild. If they see you, they will kill you. Go and expose their conspiracy to the Magic Council. Shut up. Catch those guys. Several fierce men escaped from the ship. They seemed to be the subordinates of the so-called Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon saw Lucy shouting and exposing their conspiracy, and gave orders to his subordinates with fierce eyes. The fierce men went towards Raphael and the others, and the Fire Dragon planned to catch Lucy himself. You dare to pretend to be a fairy tale, you are unforgivable. Natsu was furious, and he killed all the fierce men with a roar of a fire dragon. At the same time, Raphael also rescued Lucy. Fire Dragon saw them showing off their power and asked seriously, who are you? Don't you know I'm from the Fairy Tale Guild? How can you prove that something is fake or not? Brush. Natsu pulled off his coat, revealing the fairy tale emblem on his shoulders, and said with his fists on fire, I am Natsu from the Fairy Tale Guild. I have never met you. As for the proof of what I said, I think this coat of arms proves everything. The Fire Dragon saw Natsu's emblem and knew that the real Fairy Tale Guild had arrived. Before Natsu could finish his words, he fired a long charged purple flame at Natsu. Seeing that Natsu was hit without any preparation, he immediately said proudly, is this fairy tale? Not so good, it can't even stop my Bora's small fire attack. Before he finished speaking, Bora looked at Natsu in surprise and couldn't say the rest of the words. Natsu was not hurt at all after being hit, and even ate it in big mouthfuls. Pa, it's so disgusting, your flame is so disgusting, are you practicing well? He actually ate the flame, what a monster. Bora cursed inwardly, and the idea of running away already came to her mind. Take my special move. Flame Vortex. Pola waved her hands, and two purple flames crossed and spun towards Natsu. The roar of the fire dragon. A ball of blazing fire spewed out of Natsu's mouth and directly hit the center of Pola's flame vortex. The collision of the two magics produced a huge explosion, instantly shattering the entire dock and the surrounding buildings. Ha 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 ha, I will spare you this time and I will settle the score with you next time. Pola used this explosion to create purple flames under her feet and flew away into the distance. You have insulted the reputation of the guild, tarnished the image of the guild, and offended the Fairy Tale Guild, and you just want to walk away like this? You wish too much. At this time, Raphael's voice sounded above Pora's head, and before Pora could react, he punched Pora to the ground. In an instant, a big hole appeared on the ground, and Pora fainted in the pit in the posture of Yamcha. Raphael spit at Pora, walked to Lucy, stretched out his hand, and placed her celestial key in his hand. Here, this was found on that fake, it should be yours. As a celestial wizard, losing the key will make the celestials sad. Lucy reached out to take the key, staring blankly at Raphael and Natsu. In the firelight, the figures of the two were so tall. Hurry up, the criminals who are fighting privately on the coast and destroying the surrounding buildings are just ahead. Don't let them get away. Army. Natsu and Raphael's expressions changed. This thing is just like the police in the previous life. They came after they were all dealt with. It's not that they are afraid of them. After all, Raphael can kill them all with one punch, but after all, they were on the order side, and it would be troublesome to get caught, so Raphael and Natsu turned around and ran away. After all, as long as they weren't caught, there would be no evidence to prove that it was them. So is this the real fairy tale guild? What a great experience! Lucy smiled and thanked them behind with tears in her eyes. The next second, the two people who had just escaped appeared in front of her again, and then each of them pulled her with one hand and ran away together. Lucy had not wiped her tears yet. Chien was dragged away by two animals and ran away. No, why are you dragging me away? I am a victim, they won't do anything to me. Aren't you going to join Fairy Tale? Natsu turned to Lucy and said, so we can just take you there. Raphael also turned his head, looked at Lucy, and said in unison with Natsuhabi, welcome to Fairy Tale. Chapter 11. The Magic Council. Round Table is surrounded by 9 of the most powerful people in the world. Pa! An old hand slapped a pile of newspapers, which also recorded the recent coastal explosion. It's those troublemakers from Fairy Tale again. An old voice said angrily. Just because of a criminal named Pola, the entire port and half of the surrounding buildings were destroyed. If there were 2 more criminals, wouldn't the whole town be destroyed? Another old voice echoed. It's okay, it didn't cause any casualties. At worst, we can just deduct their money and use it for reconstruction. A kind old voice chose to excuse Raphael and the others. But they have caused too much trouble. Every time they perform a mission, half of the venue is destroyed. If this continues, the entire kingdom will probably be destroyed. A younger, thicker voice retorted. Yes, just let them disband. A slightly shriller voice made an impossible decision. Okay, actually I quite like those idiots. Although some of them are hopelessly stupid, there are also a large number of talented people. A young voice said, and can any of you withstand a punch from that titan? The people who were discussing fiercely before were unable to utter a word in an instant, as if their necks were pinched. Previously, they had seized the handle because Gildarts accidentally smashed a symbolic fountain square and almost forced Makarov to abdicate and disband the guild. Raphael appeared in front of them like a god and blew the entire council into pieces with just one punch. In the end, Makarov could only symbolically pay compensation, and that was it. After a long silence, a hoarse voice sounded, this matter ends here. Give them the compensation slip and let them pay. The meeting is adjourned. Although I am very grateful to you, I don't want to be chased by the army. I am obviously the victim. Lucy was dragged all the way by Raphael and the others. Her hands were about to get a lot longer. She finally stopped. The first thing she did was to complain crazily about them. She is worthy of being a complainer at Fairy Tale. This after running all the way, he could still make such a big fuss. This must be a conceptual level. Raphael looked at Lucy, who was not blushing and out of breath, and his thoughts went to the sky. Love, why don't you turn around and look, Lucy? Although Habi can fly, he is still young after all and does not have enough magic power to fly for a long time. He was already very tired after following him all the way. Now he has to endure Lucy's nagging, so he can only transfer it abruptly. Topic. What's behind me? Wow! Here is it. Lucy looked at the magnificent guild in front of her and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. It was just like the first time she went to the Forbidden City to see Tiananmen Square in her previous life. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Happy jumped up and said to Lucy. Bang! I'm back. Without waiting for Lucy to say anything, Natsu kicked the guild door open, rushed into the guild, and kicked Wakaba away. That bastard Makao actually lied to me that Harjin had a dragon. Natsu roared with a flame in his mouth. Wakaba braked instantly in the air and then, contrary to common sense, knocked Natsu down in the air. You bastard, Makao lied to you, why did you kick me? Then the two of them spilled all the wine of the audience drinking nearby, and a big melee began. Ah, Natsu seems to be a little confused after his return. Welcome back, Raphael. Miracle gently greeted Raphael. Ever since Lysina was rescued by Raphael, Miracle and Elfman seemed to have changed into different people. Miracle hated his arrogance and conceit, and gradually became mature and gentle after that time, but his essence remained unchanged, except that he changed from being aggressive on the outside to being black-bellied on the inside. Elfman hated his weakness, and changed his cowardice after that time, and kept exercising like a muscular man every day. In the end, they became the same as in the original book, but the good thing was that they no longer waited for Lysina's arrival with pain and regret. Is this a bit of a stretch? It's super confusing, Lucy said as she bent down to avoid a flying plate. Ah la la, this is a newcomer who is joining the guild. Don't worry. Even though they look like this, they are actually very easy to get along with. Before the gentle and smiling Myra Jane finished her words, a wine glass full of wine hit her head directly, and the red wine flowed down from her head. Looking at Marajana's stiff smile, Lucy asked carefully, are you okay? Miss Myra Jane. After all, she was a goddess who had appeared in Time magazine, so Lucy recognized Myra Jane at a glance. Myra Jane opened her eyes with a smile on her face, and instantly turned into a demon and rushed into the chaos. Ah, my hair was just washed, you bastards, who threw it? Get out here, die. Lucy twitched her mouth, and vomited from nowhere. At this time, the other half of the door that was not kicked open by Natsu was kicked open by Gray. He saw that his clothes disappeared inexplicably the moment he entered the door, and shouted loudly, I heard that Natsu is back, and Raphael is back too? I want to duel with them. Ah! Naked man! Lucy screamed with her eyes wide open. Where are my clothes? No matter, Natsu is there, right? I'm on it. Gray pounced directly into the mess. Lucy was wondering why he didn't ask for Raphael's help, but found that Raphael had been knocked unconscious by a bunch of grapes. You were knocked unconscious when I wrote this, and you were knocked unconscious by grapes, etc. It's too shameful. The boys in our guild are so bad. Kana held a wine barrel and filled it with tons of wine. Lucy's whole face was twitching. It seems, you're not much better either. Come to me, I will protect you. A pleasant voice came from behind Lucy. Ah, it's Loki, the handsome guy who ranks in the top 3 of the wizard. I want to be my boyfriend the most. Lucy, who was still obsessed with him, looked at Loki, who was hugged by her left and right, and collapsed to the ground helplessly. What a scumbag. Lucy turned into a loser. Are you new here? A pleasant voice sounded in front of Lucy. Ah! It's the little angel Lysina. Lucy looked at the cute and beautiful girl in front of her and shouted happily. No, you go find someone to stop them. Lucy suddenly remembered that now is not the time to chase stars, and hurriedly pointed to the chaos in front of her. Lysina smiled and shook her head. It's okay, they are used to it. That's it, don't worry about it. Suddenly, a barrel flew out of nowhere and knocked her away. Ah, little angel Lysina. Are you okay? Lucy rushed over in a hurry. Isn't this great? Lysina stood up with blood on her head and said this and then lay down again. No, hey, it's even scarier. Lucy couldn't help but vomit out her old words. Ah, sister. Which bastard did this? A muscular man appeared behind Lucy, looked at Lysina's misery, rushed into the crowd, and was knocked away the next second. No. What are you going to do? Lucy was too exhausted to complain anymore. She felt that if she could absorb the energy of complaining, she could probably destroy the kingdom. Just when things were about to get out of control, a huge, oppressive figure appeared. You bastards! Stop it now! With a roar, everyone in the audience stopped. Only Natsu was still threatening, but he was crushed by this figure. So scary, Lucy was trembling as she looked at the huge figure, and then she saw that the figure suddenly turned into a little old man who was less than 60 centimeters tall. He flew onto the bar with one foot, but flew too high, hit the railing on the second floor and fell down. Lucy, the whole section collapsed. Makarov heard Lucy's complaints and slipped, and almost fell again. He coughed twice, and shook the documents in his hand. You guys are always getting into trouble. Look, the council has sent another batch of criticisms. Gray, you completed the task very well, but why did you walk naked on the street? And finally stole someone else's underwear to wear. Gray, that's because being naked is not good. Lucy, then you shouldn't be naked in the first place. Kana, you drank 15 barrels of wine, so why did you lie about your income? Let the council pay. Kana, I was actually discovered. Lucy, it's hard not to be discovered when you drink so much. Loki, when you were doing your mission, you actually hooked up with Congressman Reggie's granddaughter. Loki, don't blame me, it's because I'm too charming. Lucy, he is indeed a scumbag. Natsu, you destroyed 7 houses, a lighthouse, half of the church, and even the observatory, and this time the Harjan port. Natsu, Raphael also contributed to the destruction of Harjan. Lucy, so you admitted it confidently, right? Raphael said while eating grapes. Lucy, are you a complainer? You can actually accurately grasp every point of criticism. Lucy, you actually pretended to be knocked unconscious by the grapes. Makarov on the stage was still pointing out the losses caused by each member in the mission one by one. The atmosphere was becoming more and more depressed and serious. You guys always make me get scolded. Lucy looked at Makarov in fear, who was trembling with his head down. But, screw those commentators. Makarov burned the criticism sheet in his hand and threw it to Natsu to eat. Magic is the miracle of the soul, all the success that is injected into one's own soul. If we always care about the opinions of people above us, then we will never make progress, so go to hell with them. Follow the path you believe in and stick to, this is fairy tale. Oh! A group of people cheered and laughed. Raphael walked to Lucy while eating grapes and said, how about this guild? It's good, right? Lucy also laughed and said, yeah. Welcome to join our big family. Raphael looked at Makarov on the stage and smiled at Lucy. Chapter 12. Raphael, Natsu, do you think it looks good? Lucy smiled and stretched out her right hand to show them. The back of her hand was printed with the fairy tale emblem. Raphael nodded approvingly. It looks good. Raphael, where is your coat of arms? I've seen Natsu's, but I haven't seen yours yet. Lucy looked at the crest on Natsu's arm and was suddenly curious to know where Raphael's was. Raphael smiled slightly, then clenched his hands into fists and pressed them together, only to see a black and red fairy. The tail emblem appears on the 2 fists, half of each fist, and the 2 are put together to form a completed emblem. Love Raphael's emblem is printed under his skin with special paint. As long as he exerts force, the emblem will appear on his fist. He is the coolest in the whole guild. Harpy said while eating canned tuna. President Grandpa, my dad hasn't come back yet. A childish voice came. Natsu, who was about to get up to find a task to do, turned his head and looked at the bar. It turned out to be Romeo, the son of Makao. I heard his father hasn't been back for a long time. It seems that he has accepted a crusade mission. Shut up, you guys. Kana growled at a few people who were just talking nonsense. Enough, Romeo, you are the son of a wizard, and the son of a fairy tale wizard. You have to trust your father and go home and wait for him to come back. Makarov shook his head and said. But he hasn't been back for more than a week. He said he would be back in 3 days. Romeo continued to beg Makarov with tears in his eyes, please help me find him. He has gone to Hakobi Mountain. He is not far away. Please. Stop messing around, Romeo. Your father is a wizard, a mature wizard, not a wizard who can't take care of himself. There are no wizards in this guild who need others to clean up their messes. Go home and wait for me. Makarov yelled at Romeo sternly. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov, then ran away crying. Why is the president so heartless? Lucy frowned as she looked at the farce in front of her. Don't look at the president like this, he is actually very worried. Maraja came over to clean up the dishes and said to Lucy. The main reason why the president doesn't let people go is because of Makao's self-esteem. Anyone who can become a magician has his own self-esteem. If everyone helps because they think he is not good, then the magician will be destroyed. Raphael also said seriously to Lucy, but his eyes were always looking at Natsu. Natsu should be about to help, otherwise he would have to go there by himself. After all, Makarov just looked at her secretly. Looking at him, he just wanted to take action. He was really an arrogant old man with a tough mouth and a soft heart. But after all, Natsu was Natsu, the most loyal person in the guild. Although Makao had lied to him, it was just a friend. It was just a little joke. Natsu slapped the table into cracks, stood up and said to Happy, let's go. That kid. But let him go, he decides his own path. Makarov shook his head, but still smiled with relief. Natsu, what happened? Lucy asked curiously. Because Natsu's experience is the same as Romeo's. Maraja sighed and said. Yes, his father also left and never came back. Raphael continued, by the way, his father is a dragon. Dragon. His father is a dragon? Lucy was very surprised, how is this possible? Yes, when Natsu was a child, he was picked up by that dragon and raised. The dragon taught him language, culture, and even magic. Raphael took the strawberry milk handed to him by Myra Jane and drank a sip and continued, but one day, the dragon disappeared, and when Natsu woke up, his father was gone, so he is now looking for him all over the world. That's Igneal. No wonder he was so angry when he found out he was deceived. After all, he is my father, even if he is an adoptive father. Lucy murmured to herself after hearing this. Lucy, go help him. Raphael stared at Lucy and said. Can I? Lucy asked, pointing at herself in surprise. Raphael and Myra Jane looked at each other and smiled, feeling very relieved, because Lucy's first consideration was not why she should go, but whether she could help Natsu. Yes, you have great potential. Believe me, you can definitely help him. Raphael affirmed. After all, if Lucy didn't catch Lucy in the original work, Natsu and Makao might have fallen off the snow cliff, not only dying but also being seriously injured. It's a pity that this was deleted in the TV version. So that's why I followed you. Lucy explained her sudden appearance to Natsu and Happy in the carriage. Love, you are so kind, show me. Happy hugged Lucy and cried loudly, and wiped his nose on her body. Don't wipe your snot on others, and my name is Lucy. Lucy's face was covered with black lines and she punched the harpy down. Help! Help! Natsu, who was so majestic before the departure, now looked so embarrassed. He slumped on the bench of the carriage and groaned weakly. Natsu, your curse on transportation is still as severe as ever. I feel like getting carsick just looking at you. Raphael said helplessly, covering his face. I wanted to ask from the beginning, what are you doing here? Don't you just let me come? And they are all squeezed into this small carriage, why not find a bigger one? Lucy, who was squeezed and could only lean against the wall, complained helplessly, if I had known you would come, I would have looked for a house, otherwise I would have no place to live. Love, you can live with Natsu like me. Habi, who was lying on Raphael's shoulder, raised his hands and said, I will bite you and pull out your beard, believe it or not. We arrived soon. If you don't bear with me, I was going to complete another task and happened to be on the way. Isn't this because I was fined and ran out of money for the repair and reconstruction of the Harujun port? So I took a ride. Raphael threw Natsu aside and sat down to explain to Lucy. Raphael couldn't say that Makarov was worried about them forcing him to come, although he was also afraid that his butterfly effect would cause Lucy. They failed to catch Natsu and the others, so they followed them in the end. But after all, this was the first time that Natsu and Lucy teamed up, and it was also because this time the bond between Natsu and Lucy began to take shape, so if they hadn't, even if his life is in danger, he won't take action. Arrive. Chapter 13. It's so cold. Lucy was the last one to get off the carriage. She was wearing very little because it was summer, and she shivered with cold as soon as she got off the carriage. This is too much, it's summer outside, why is it snowing here? It's even a blizzard. Lucy said as she grabbed Raphael's cloak and put it on, and found a blanket in Natsu's backpack. Who told you not to wear more clothes? Raphael said helplessly, you ran so fast that you didn't even listen to what I said. If someone didn't know, they would think you accepted the mission to save Makao. Aren't you worried that Natsu and the others will run away? She said. It's amazing, it opens instantly. Looking at the big clock hololocum that appeared inexplicably in front of him, Raphael sighed. She is indeed a girl who can enter fairy tale and become the main force later. You lead the way, I will stay inside, she said. What are you doing here? Natsu was speechless. Isn't it to save Makao? And what is the purpose of coming here? What kind of mission is Makao doing that takes so long and in such a harsh environment? She said. Hey, thank you for your hard work, Big Clock. You can finish all these words in one breath. It must be hard for you to have such a master. The harpy looked at Hololocum with sympathy. I'll pull your beard, little kitten, don't sow discord here, she said, besides, I think it's right. You came here without knowing anything? Didn't Raphael tell you? Makao's mission is to conquer Balkan. Natsu said to Lucy helplessly and seriously. Balkan? Asshole Raphael, you didn't even tell me that we were going to conquer it. Eh? Where's Raphael? She said. Hey, he left, just when you said to stay inside. Habi is sure to answer all questions. It's terrible, I want to go back. She said. Then Hololocum imitated Lucy's trembling. Then go away, I'll find it myself. Natsu waved his hand, calling Makao's name as he walked away. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from Natsu's head and punched him. Natsu was startled, and he rolled and jumped to avoid the sudden attack. It's Balkan! Happy shouted. Balkan, unable to hit him, rushed towards Natsu. Natsu tried to dodge, but he found that it just jumped over his head and ran behind him. Oh no! Natsu suddenly remembered that Lucy was behind him and turned around quickly. He, it's a woman. Balkan's eyes were full of hearts, and he looked at Lucy in Hololocum with a heavy breath. The next second he picked up the clock and ran away. Ah, come and save me! She said. Hey, this Balkan can talk, Natsu. Ah, yes, it would be easier if they could talk. Natsu chased in the direction Balkan left. And where is Raphael now? If there wasn't such a big snowstorm, they would be able to see him if they looked up, and he was floating in the air, switching his left foot and right foot. Raphael folded his arms, looked at Natsu, and shook his head. Natsu is still a little immature now. He is only concerned with finding his partner whose life or death is unknown, but completely ignores his partners around him. He is loyal but still a bit reckless. It turns out that in addition to asking him to protect Natsu, Makarov's main purpose is to observe whether Natsu is qualified to enter the next S-class wizard assessment. But let's help him solve the minor problem caused by shouting in the snow environment first. Really, I'm not their nanny. I'll definitely ask the president to pay me my salary when I get back. Raphael grumbled as he landed from the sky, looking at the disaster in front of him, the avalanche. Countless snowflakes continued to collapse and then merge, rolling down from the mountain crazily, like a white giant snake pouring down crazily. Under the ground, the snow under his feet was also shaking crazily. Raphael looked at the avalanche that was about to drown him indifferently. He just raised his hand and curled his fingers, as if flicking away a nose, and just flicked it in front of him. In an instant, the giant snake-like avalanche dragon exploded into the sky like water droplets, and the land and mountains under the snow were directly destroyed, leaving only a deep ravine, and then the flying snowflakes instantly filled the ravines. Done, call it a day. Raphael clapped his hands and turned to the direction where Natsu left. Only a miracle of a mountain turning into a plain was left behind. It turns out that this Balkan took over Macau. After a hard fight, Natsu and Lucy finally defeated Balkan. The moment Balkan fell, he turned back into Macau, Habi suddenly realized. Take over. I have to say that Lucy is sometimes blind to magic. No wonder she matches up so well with Natsu. Well, it's a kind of magic that takes over other people's bodies. At this moment, Natsu may have hit Balkan too hard. The ice wall with Makao shattered directly. Seeing that Makao was about to fall into the abyss, Natsu flew over and hit Makao. Oh, hugged Natsu, and Habi used its exclusive magic wings to hug Natsu. However, the little Habi couldn't hold on for long. When he saw that he was about to fall with him when his magic power was exhausted, he grabbed Habi's tail, but the weight of 2 men and a fat cat was obviously not something a girl could bear. Lucy was gradually pulled out of the cave, but Lucy's Taurus star Talos just happened to be there. At this time, Lucy was sent back due to lack of magic power, and she began to close her eyes in despair. At this moment, Lucy suddenly felt someone holding her back, and then grabbed her hand and squeezed it hard. Natsu and the others pulled up easily. Lucy opened her eyes and saw that it was Raphael. You finally showed up, it's almost the end. Hee, sorry, it was a conditioned reflex, thank you, Raphael. Lucy's first reaction to Raphael's appearance was to complain, and Raphael covered his face in silence. Thanks, Raphael, but what about Makao? He's bleeding profusely. Natsu frowned and looked at the huge wound on Makao's abdomen and asked. Use your flame to burn the wound, so that it can stop bleeding. Raphael had no other choice but to use Natsu's method in the original book. After all, nothing happened in the original book, and all the wizards in the fairy tale world are warriors, and their bodies recover faster than one another. You bastard, if you want to go home and sleep, you are not allowed to die. Romeo is still waiting for you to come home, you know? Asshole. Natsu immediately pressed his flaming fist on Makao's wound. The severe pain directly woke Makao up. Ah! Makao screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. I'm so useless, I defeated 19 of them, but was captured by the 20th. I'm just a useless drunkard, how can I go back to see Romeo? Lucy was stunned, she thought he was captured because he just couldn't defeat this one, but she didn't expect he had defeated so many monsters before that, and was even defeated by a sneak attack in the end. It was so difficult to deal with just one monster. But he could keep dealing with all 19 of them. Pa! Natsu slapped Makao directly and said, anyone can say you are useless, but you can't, because you are Romeo's father, you are his role model, he is proud of you, he just hopes you can go home safely. But, Makao wanted to say something, but Raphael blocked his mouth and shook his head. It's okay, you have succeeded, you have completed Romeo's commission for you, haven't you? That's enough. Raphael said to Makao with a smile. Let's go back and tell Romeo in person how great his father is. Under the dusk of sunset, in the empty park, only Romeo sat on the bench sadly and dejectedly. He was worried about his father, and also worried about Natsu who helped him find his father. He regretted it immensely. When Makao said that, he was angry because of the teasing of his friends, so he asked his father to do a difficult task. However, because of his anger, his father has not come back until now. A black shadow appeared in front of him, he looked up and saw that it was Makao. He happily threw himself into Makao's arms and cried loudly, Dad, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have asked you like that. Sorry. Makao held Romeo's head and choked with sobs and said, No, I am the one who wants to say I'm sorry. I have made you worry for so long and made you look down upon by your friends. But now. Makao pulled Romeo out of his arms, looked into his eyes and said, We'll talk to them later. You can tell them directly, your father, I will kill 19 ferocious monsters by myself, and ask them whose father it is. Can do. Let's go. Go home. Under the setting sun, the figures, one large and one small, gradually drifted away. Chapter 14. Many days have passed since they rescued Makao. During this period, Natsu and Lucy also performed several small missions together. At the same time, Lucy also rented an apartment and settled down. But whether it was intentional or unintentional, the room Lucy rented happened to be opposite Raphael. As for how he knew this, he had to ask Natsu. Raphael, who had just had dinner that day and was lying down in Gu, suddenly heard lively and familiar voices coming from the house opposite, which seemed to belong to Lucy and Natsu. Curious, he decided to take a walk after dinner. After knocking on the door for a long time but no one responded, Raphael could only jump up to the second floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Natsu inviting Lucy to join the team. Hey! You guys have done so many missions, but you're not a member of the team yet. Raphael asked curiously while sitting on the edge of the windowsill. The sudden voice scared Lucy so much that she quickly hid behind Natsu and then quietly showed her head. Oh yo, you guys have a leg, tongue curling and tongue flicking, ... Raphael looked at it with great emotion. Don't enter someone else's house quietly, bastard, stick your tongue out and say it. Seeing that it was Raphael, Lucy just breathed a sigh of relief, and then complained angrily. Raphael jumped down from the windowsill, stretched and said, I knocked on the door, but you ignored me. Lucy was stunned for a moment, thinking that she might have been too surprised by the amount of the task list that Natsu brought out, so she didn't hear it. She was about to apologize, but she immediately ran into rage when she heard Raphael's next words. Although I was knocking on the door in my heart, I also knocked for a long time. Ah, you bastard, who can hear you knocking on the door in your heart? Boom. Ah. Lucy punched Raphael hard and hurt herself. After all, it was the skin under Saitama's physique. Raphael didn't know how strong he was now. Anyway, he should be able to take on the elf's magic power without any damage. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I apologize to you, but what are you doing here, Natsu? Raphael smiled unscrupulously and asked Natsu. I accepted a mission, and it was just a bit demanding, so I thought it would be most suitable to team up with Lucy. Natsu said to Lucy with a smile, showing his big white teeth and giving a thumbs up. So this is the blonde maid. You guys are using me as bait, right? You're plotting against me, so mean. Lucy rubbed her hands and condemned Natsu and the others. No matter what, the contract of the celestial mage cannot be violated, so first call the harpy master to listen. Hey! Don't call a kitten your master, you bastard! Looking at the quarrel in front of him, Raphael remembered that the story behind this mission was quite touching. It seemed that he could participate and have material for his future biography. Yes, the invincible and boring Raphael is waiting now. I was so busy with the main story that I didn't even do tasks anymore. I just stayed at home every day. When I ran out of money, I went out to do a few quick tasks. In the end, I really had nothing to do. I remembered that Lucy was a novelist, and Raphael also. Suddenly I came up with the idea of creating a biography so that future generations can pass the reading comprehension test through his biography. GGG. Hey, so perverted. Hey, I think so too. Raphael, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Thinking that his future child would also experience his pain, Raphael unconsciously revealed a twisted smile, which resulted in crazy complaints from Lucy and the other three. Ahem, so what, you invited me to join you, right? I agreed, left, went back to get some beauty sleep. Raphael dropped these words and ran away. Early the next morning, they hired a carriage and set off. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild. I hate it, Natsu took away the mission I wanted to do. The Levy trio immediately started muttering when they heard Myra Jane say that Natsu had done the task of taking out a book from Duke Abar's house first. After all, in their impression, Natsu should have done some stronger tasks instead of these low-level tasks. It may not be a bad thing, Levi, maybe it was right for you not to go. Makarov whispered. President. Levy looked at President Makarov in confusion. The client of this task has increased the bounty from 200,000 to 2 million, which seems a bit tricky. I heard that several small guilds took it before us, but they were unable to complete it. Makarov said, using his staff to touch his hat. 10 times? That's as much as the monsters we have to fight. It's true that I'm right not to take it, but won't Natsu and the others be in danger? Rebecca nodded and said. Your drink, President, don't worry. If it was just Natsu and Lucy, they might be a little worried, but Raphael is also there. With him here, there is no need to worry about the top 1,000-year mission. Miraj handed Makarov a glass of wine and said to Rebbe with a smile. Raphael? Hasn't he been staying at home lately? Why did he suddenly want to go on a mission? Or with Natsu? Gray asked, stripping off his clothes in an instant. I think it would be better to nail your clothes. Myra Jane smiled and said the most terrifying words to Gray. I heard Raphael say that he wanted to write a biography, and then he said that there might be a story behind this task, so he went with it. I see, it seems like I should find something to do for him. Makarov smiled, thinking about how to squeeze Raphael. Hachu. Raphael sneezed in the carriage and sprayed all his saliva on Lucy's face opposite him. Pull. Fiji. You. Lucy's roar almost knocked over the roof of the carriage. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Someone was saying bad things about me and I couldn't help it. Raphael kept nodding and smiling, begging for forgiveness. Everything is fine. How long will it take? I feel like I'm going to die, Natsu asked weakly from the puddle next to Raphael. Hey, here it is. Habi said, flying in from outside the carriage. We're there. I need to eat. Natsu thought the carriage had stopped and was instantly revived, but he didn't expect the carriage to move forward and vomited instantly. Don't vomit here, we'll need it later. Lucy hurriedly kicked Natsu out. Raphael suddenly regretted coming with him. Helitsmen Town, a small town full of birds and flowers. 2 men, a woman, and a cat walked into the town, and it turned out to be Raphael. Phil and the others. I will never ride in a carriage again. Natsu panted. It seems like you always say this. Raphael shook his head. Let's go and eat, we're all hungry. Natsu decided to skip this topic. Can't you eat fire? Why don't you make fire and eat it yourself? Lucy asked doubtfully. You're asking, how can you eat what you produce yourself? It's like you can't eat the cows and dogs you summoned yourself. Natsu said to Lucy with an idiotic look on his face. They have names. Okay, then I probably understand. You go and eat first, and I'll come back later. Lucy sighed and parted ways with Raphael and the others for the time being. In the restaurant, Natsu and Happy were eating. Raphael sat aside in disgust and was also eating. Hey Natsu, I don't want to eat fat and bad food, it's not delicious. Happy spat out a mouthful of fat meat, which made it feel disgusted. Then leave it for Lucy, she likes it. Natsu thought about it and came up with a good idea. You are so mean, but I agree. Raphael muttered while eating. You three bastards, that's enough, I don't like eating fat, don't give me the unpalatable ones. Lucy's voice came from in front of them. Raphael and the others looked up and were stunned. Lucy was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with 2 ponytails on her head, a pair of white lace stockings over the knees on her slender white thighs, and a pair of black high heels, which made her look particularly beautiful and pretty. Master, eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll bring it to you. Lucy blew them a kiss. It's over, Lucy really put on a maid outfit, she really believed our joke, what should we do? Happy whispered loudly in Natsu's ear in a panic. No. It's okay. We pretended not to know. It can't be called a joke now, so let's leave it at that. Natsu also nervously whispered loudly to Happy. Raphael looked up, clicked his tongue, lowered his head and continued to eat his delicious food. What? I heard it. And you, Raphael, what's that expression on your face? Am I ugly? Lucy was instantly mad. Knock knock knock. In front of a luxurious villa, Natsu knocked on the door, and Lucy sighed. Seeing Lucy's inexperienced look, Raphael covered his face helplessly. Lucy, if you can't act, don't force it, it's too fake, you can only deceive Natsu. Then Natsu and the others walked in from the back door with a puzzled look, while Raphael waited outside the door. After all, he already knew the situation. I have good news for you. The mission has been increased to 2 million. We are rich now. Lucy jumped out to tell Raphael the good news. And the task is super simple, just burn it, and then it's up to me. Lucy strode confidently towards the Duke of Abar's mansion. Ha 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 ha, it's burning, it's burning. Hey, 2 million can buy a lot of dried fish. Natsu and Happy also strode away in the direction of Duke Abar's mansion in the same excitement. Raphael shook his head, turned his head and took a meaningful look at the villa, seeming to see through the wall and see the 2 people inside, and also they left together. These 2 seemed a little pitiful, so let's think of it as a good deed. Chapter 15. Duke Abar's Palace. Lucy came from outside in a maid's uniform, reached out to knock on the door, and gestured vaguely towards the woods behind. Come on, Lucy. Natsu and Happy hid behind the tree to cheer for Lucy. Raphael took out a handheld camera from somewhere, intending to capture this classic moment. After all, this is the first time that Virgo has appeared in such a scary image. It is estimated that we will never see it again in the future. We must hurry up and record it, hee. Lucy turned her head to look at the weird Raphael, covered her face and shook her head. There was no hope. At this moment, a big hole suddenly appeared in the floor next to Lucy, and a more than 500-pound blonde female tank in a maid outfit emerged from the hole. Lucy looked at the behemoth in front of her, swallowed uneasily, and said cautiously, "Hello. Hello, I'm here to apply for a maid." The female tank squinted at Lucy and shouted into the hole, "Master, she is here to apply for a maid." Lucy was wondering why she had to shout into the cave when suddenly a short and fat man came out of the cave, shocking her so much that her jaw dropped. Duke Abar looked Lucy up and down carefully, turned around and said, "Your hair is suitable, but you are too ugly. Not to mention you have to be as beautiful as her." The Duke pointed at Tank and motioned Lucy to look at the horse-faced maid on the other side. "At least you have to be as cute as her, Baelyuch, show you a way." After hearing the Duke's words, Lucy was petrified and was ruthlessly thrown aside by Tank. She turned around and walked back to the Duke's mansion. While walking, they were still discussing how Lucy had the courage to participate in this recruitment when she was so ugly. Lucy seemed to have suffered a major blow. She walked silently to Natsu's side, hugged her legs and didn't say a word. "Hey, Lucy is really useless." Happy immediately threw salt on Lucy, while Natsu beside her was nodding in agreement. "Nat. That bastard's aesthetics are too weird. Who would have thought that he would like that? I want revenge." Lucy responded with anger to Habib, and planned to rush in and kill everyone. "I've been wanting to do this for a long time." Natsu was so excited that he wanted to rush up. "No, Natsu, I'll just say it. After all, he is a duke. If something goes wrong, he may have less hair." Lucy quickly stopped Natsu's move. "Then we sneak in, find the mission items without anyone noticing, and then burn them to complete the mission." Raphael thought for a while and came up with a plan to infiltrate. "Okay." Natsu turned off the engine helplessly. "But I don't guarantee that I won't burn his shoes and clothes when I burn the books, hee." Lucy stuck out her tongue playfully, but saw Raphael, Natsu, and Happy taking a few steps back. "Ah, so scary. Hey, Lucy is too petty. So saying you can't mess with women is very scary." Boom. 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 A big bump suddenly appeared on the heads of 2 people and 1 cat. Lucy gritted her teeth with smoking fists and said, "I heard it, let's go, you bastards." Sir Abar, who was in the Duke's palace at this time, was watching Raphael and the others sneaking into the Duke's palace in the crystal ball, and said to himself, "I really don't understand why there are magicians coming to my Duke's palace again, and look at the symbol on that ugly girl's hand. It's the Fairy Tale Guild. Could it be that my nemesis came for it?" 2 tall black figures appeared behind him. "What about the Fairy Tale Guild? They are all going to be killed by us brothers anyway. What we want to think about now is how to kill them. Oh yo yo oh ha ha ha." As soon as they came in, Raphael and his group were discovered by the maids and hurried to a study. Raphael asked them to come and find them while he stood guard at the door. In fact, he was just being lazy. "Found it!" Lucy shouted happily. Just when she was about to let Natsu burn it, she discovered that this book was written by her favorite author. She immediately decided to read it before burning it. "So your target is this crappy book." A big hole suddenly appeared in the floor of the study on the 2nd floor, and Aber jumped out of it. "Can you send us off then?" Happy asked innocently. "You wishful thinking, it doesn't matter if it's just a broken book, it's ours and no one can take it away." Aber was angry. He had never seen such a shameless person, actually robbing other people's property. "Come out, Brother Pawnee Joe, tear them to pieces for me." The mechanism was activated, and the heavy bookshelf slowly opened to the sides, and 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, walked out. From the Mercenary Guild. Raphael looked at the 2 people in front of him seriously and said, "You are quite knowledgeable." The short one nodded. At this moment, Lucy seemed to have found something in the book, and ran away quickly, saying as she ran, "Natsu, Raphael, I seem to have found something in the book, you stop them, I want to crack it." Could it be treasure? I'll take care of her, you guys hurry up and take care of them." Aber dived into the floor to chase Lucy. "Hobby, you go help, we got this done." AI. The Panasu brothers waited for Habib to leave and waved to Raphael and the others. "Come on, you two, but I suggest that the fire magician next to you not take action, otherwise he will lose miserably." "Natsu, he underestimated you, Do you want to go first? Raphael heard the words of the Panasu brothers and knew that he had no chance to be the first in this battle. They are looked down upon. Let me defeat them all. Raphael, just watch from the side. Natsu clenched his fists in displeasure, lit up flames, and said with a grin. Humph, it seems that the wizards of fairy tale are quite arrogant. They always think that they are very strong, right? Going there alone? I hope you won't regret it later. The short Panaxiu said disdainfully. Without further ado, let's get going, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu couldn't help but rushed forward, igniting flames with his hands and hitting the two of them. The Panasu brothers instantly left the spot and avoided Natsu's Iron Fist attack. The short Panaxiu took out a long-handled pot and directly it hit Natsu, and Natsu jumped to avoid it. As a result, the tall Panasha grabbed his clothes and threw him directly against the wall. The wall cracked instantly, and Natsu passed through the wall and was about to fall down the floor. He reached out and grabbed the guardrail, turned around and struck the two brothers with an axe, but was blocked by the short Panaxiu holding a pot with a long handle. The tall Panaxiu seized the opportunity and hit Natsu on the railing with a fist and a hammer. Seeing that the situation was not good, Natsu kicked off the pot and used the force to do a backflip and jump downstairs to avoid the attack from the tall Panaxiu. The Panasha brothers looked at Natsu condescendingly. Said, "Do you know what the magician's weakness is?" Natsu was confused for a moment. Will you faint and vomit when you encounter transportation? Raphael also went down to the first floor at some point and found a sofa to sit and watch the show. When he heard Natsu's words, he immediately covered his face. That's your personal weakness, Natsu. Really? The Panazio brothers on the second floor ignored them and continued, it's the flesh. Flesh. That's right, the so-called magic requires you to exercise your mental and intellectual strength every day to be able to use it skillfully. In other words, all your daily exercise time is used for meditation and neglects physical exercise. The Panasu brothers also jumped in front of Natsu. While attacking Natsu, they said, and we mercenaries are exercising our bodies every day. Our strength and speed are beyond your understanding. Natsu kept dodging, but Natsu didn't notice that he was about to approach a huge figure. The Panasu brothers saw this figure, looked at each other, and continued to push Natsu towards the dark shadow. I once took a mission to kill a magician. This magician had trained his magic to the extreme. But in front of us, he was killed by us with one punch before he could even use his magic. So the so-called magician, sir, without magic power, he is no better than an ordinary person. The next second, Natsu was directly tied up by a pair of huge arms. He looked up and saw that it was the 500-pound tank, and the Panasu brothers took this opportunity to hit Natsu hard. Suddenly, Natsu disappeared together with the tank, and the Panasu brothers punched nothing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Raphael shook his head and sighed. What's going on? You still want me to come in the end? If only I had known and dealt with it from the beginning. The Panasu brothers turned to look at Raphael and snorted angrily, as expected of the magicians of fairy tale. Each one is more arrogant than the other. We decided not to play anymore and use our special kill to get rid of you. I saw that they were in a strange posture. The short Panasha was holding a long-handled pot, while the tall Panasha was standing in the pot. Go ahead, use the killing technique to destroy heaven and earth. The short Panasha threw the tall Panasha into the sky with all his strength, while Raphael stood still and watched. You thought you were in heaven. The short Panaxiu came to Raphael in an instant and hit Raphael with a pot. It's actually on the ground. You thought it was on the ground. The tall Panijo dropped from the sky and punched Raphael. Actually, it's in the sky. No one can survive our attack. The two brothers' attacks hit Raphael, causing a layer of smoke. The Panijo brothers finished their work and were about to leave. This special move should be called a combination move, right? And it's so rubbish. They said no one could survive, but I managed to survive, didn't I? How is it possible? A voice came from the smoke. The Panazio brothers looked back in surprise. The smoke dissipated and Raphael's figure appeared. Not only was he unharmed, he was even picking his nose. You said that the wizard has a weak body. Raphael flicked away the booger and dodged to the tall Panijo and punched him to the ground. It is undeniable that some magicians are like this, but... Then he dodged and kicked the short Panicu's long-handled pot into pieces, then kicked him into the wall. That doesn't include me, or rather the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, there was an explosion from the underground of the Duke's palace. Raphael smiled knowingly. It seems they are over too. Didn't I say I was going to burn it? Why did you take it back? Mr. Kirby, the client, said angrily. I know why you want to burn it. You are the son of the author of this book, right? Lucy stared at him and said. So what? This kind of rubbish work, this kind of inferior work, shouldn't exist in the first place. What's more, it was completed by my father, who lost his dignity as a writer. He used his dignity and his family to abandon it. What's the point of existing? Significance? I hate him and this book all the time. Client Kirby roared with tears in his eyes. But do you really know what your father has paid? You only know that he threw away his dignity for money to write a book for that bastard Aber, but you don't know that if he didn't write it, your life and your mother's life would be in danger. You only know that he left you for 3 years to write this book, but you don't know that he was imprisoned for 3 years, imprisoned for 3 years without food or water. You don't know anything. As his son, you are not even willing to find the truth, but only blame your father. Lucy slapped Kirby and cursed. Kirby knelt on the ground powerlessly, holding the last work left by his father and crying. At this moment, the book in his arms emitted light. This is a great magic. The author poured all his magic and energy into it, and it will only appear when his relatives come into contact with it. The name of the book changed from Sunrise to A Letter to Mr. Kirby, and the content inside was all replaced with expectations and praise for his son. The reason why he stopped being a writer is that he wrote the worst works, but he also wrote the best works. You are his greatest pride. I don't seem to have truly understood my father until now. Kirby shed tears and muttered to himself while reading the contents of the book. Let's go, Raphael, Lucy, and Habi. We haven't completed our mission yet, so we don't want your reward. Natsu laughed and turned around, holding his head and walking away. Yes, the requirement is to burn it down, but we failed to do it, so it can only be considered a failure. Raphael smiled, shook his head, and turned around to leave. But, okay. Lucy was puzzled, but she could only turn around and leave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Natsu, why don't you want any reward? Although it wasn't burned, the mission has been completed. After walking a long way, Lucy finally couldn't help but speak. Let Raphael tell you, you already knew that, right? Natsu waved his hand. Because he rented the house from a friend, even the suit he was wearing was rented, he must have spent all his money to post this task. Raphael smiled and said. Ah, so but how did you find out? Lucy asked curiously. I smelled a different smell from the 2 people in the room, and Raphael must have found that they were unfamiliar with everything there and were even a little afraid to touch anything. Natsu held his head and said. However, we also received rewards. Raphael said with a smile, that is witnessing a great father. Yes, great fatherly love, Natsu murmured to himself and looked into the distance. Chapter 16. Well, looking for a magic puppy, looking for a love fortune teller, removing a cursed ring, all kinds of tasks. Lucy looked at the commission list on the taskbar in amazement. Half a month had passed since the last time she did a task. In order to pay the rent, Lucy and Natsu formed a team many times, and they were chased madly because Natsu's destructive power was too strong, and the little they earned was not enough to pay for it. Lucy had no choice but to look for a task that was suitable for her. As a result, when she saw the task list on the task bar, Lucy was instantly surprised, because before, it was always Natsu who took the task, and Lucy just followed as a teammate. Yes, after all, we are the Fairy Tale Guild. If you want to do anything, just ask me. The president is not here now. Myra Jane stood behind the bar, supporting her face with her hands and smiled. Not here? Yes, I didn't see the president early in the morning. Where was he? Lucy asked curiously. The old man has gone to the regular meeting. Myra Jane, bring me a strawberry milkshake. Raphael came in yawning and rubbing his hair. Regular meeting. Good, your strawberry milkshake. Myra Jane made a cup of pink strawberry milkshake for Raphael, and then borrowed Lydis's light pen to draw while explaining to Lucy, the so-called meeting is that the guild leaders of various places gather together to hold a meeting and make regular reports. It is different from the Council of Directors, which is the management body that controls these guilds, while the regular meetings between guilds are for mutual cooperation or exchange of information. I always feel that they are all working so hard. Lucy felt dizzy after listening to this, as if a lot of things were stuffed into her head. Raphael looked at Lucy with amusement while drinking a milkshake. This rich girl who ran away secretly lacked common sense about the magic world. At this moment, Raphael saw Natsu quietly walking behind Lucy, and he immediately showed a sly smile, pretending to be serious, and said to Lucy, "Lucy, you know, the cooperation between these guilds is very important. If you ignore this point, it will. What will happen?" Lucy was listening intently. "Those dark guys will pop out." Natsu suddenly shouted darkly behind Lucy. Ah. Lucy shuddered and flipped over the bar and hid behind Milaja. "Lucy is a coward." Harpy laughed. "You bastards are actually scaring me. Stop giving others random nicknames." Lucy stuck her head out from behind Myra Jane and yelled at Natsu and Happy. "Ha ha ha, Natsu is really bad, but what he said is right." Raphael also laughed unscrupulously. Don't worry, Milage said with a smile while comforting Lucy, "those dark guys do exist, they are the dark guilds that don't belong to the righteous side, they will do anything to achieve their goals." "Natsu, what are you doing here?" Lucy said to Natsu unhappily. "I didn't see you when I went to your room, so I came to the guild. I received the task before, but now it's your turn." Natsu said heartlessly. "Didn't I say I was going to my room?" Lucy came out from the bar and punched them, and we disbanded the team. "Why? Wasn't it great that we formed a team before?" Natsu asked in confusion, covering his head. "What a ghost! I almost have no money to pay the rent after joining your team." Lucy covered her face helplessly. "You don't have to force yourself to form a team with them. You can also join our team." Gray and Loki's voices came from the side. "You took care of the two mercenary guilds and the gorilla-like woman by yourself, you are so powerful, come and team up with me." Gray opened his arms towards Lucy. "Your clothes," Gray. Myra Jane smiled and nodded at Gray. "Ah, what's going on? Did you get rid of those droopy eyes?" Gray grabbed Natsu's clothes and said viciously. "You took it off by yourself, do you want to fight? Go ahead." Natsu responded unyieldingly. Then the two of them wrestled together, while Raphael was taking pictures crazily. "Raphael, remember to share one with me," they said in unison. "You are so powerful, come and team up with me, and form a team of love." Loki pulled his collar and walked towards Lucy. But I didn't do that. It was Raphael who defeated those two people, and it was Natsu who defeated that woman. I'll tell you a secret, Loki. She's a celestial mage. If you don't believe me, look to see if she has a key hanging around her waist." Raphael whispered in Loki's ear, and at the same time prepared to take a picture of Loki's escape. Spirit mage. You are a star spirit mage. Loki looked at Lucy in horror. He had just discovered the key on Lucy's waist. Yes, is there any problem? Lucy looked puzzled. So what, we're done, don't pester me anymore. Loki fled, accompanied by a click sound. We didn't start, okay, Lucy covered her face helplessly. What's up with him? I heard that he can't deal with the celestial mage. Maybe he was hurt by a girl. In a way, Myra Jane, you are right. Raphael listened to Marajana's answer and thought while fiddling with the camera. Suddenly, Loki, who had run far away, ran in again in a hurry, shouting as he ran, "Everyone pay attention, Urza is back! Urza is back!" A group of people were surprised in unison, and quickly sat down. Gray and Natsu didn't even fight. Is it so scary? Lucy was infected by this atmosphere and trembled instantly. She's back. Looks like she won't have any free time. Raphael sighed after taking the last sip of his strawberry milkshake. A lady with crimson hair and Chinese night-style armor and a skirt walked in from the door. She was carrying a huge horn on her shoulder. Urza, you've collected some weird things again. Is this the horn of a monster? Raphael said as he looked at Urza with a twitch in his mouth. I didn't expect Urza to be a collector. She always had to collect something when she went on a mission. But it seemed normal that she had so many sets of armor. Yes, but this was given to me by a local. I thought it was pretty, so I took it back. By the way, where is the president? Urza put the horn on the ground, and the weight instantly made everyone jump on the spot. The president has gone to hold a regular meeting. Would you like to sit down and have a drink? Mirage looked at Urza with a smile. No, compared to this, I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble. Even if the president forgives you, I will not forgive you. Urza pointed at them with one hand on her hips and said with great momentum. What's going on with her? Her aura is so terrifying. Lucy shivered even more. Hey! Urza is super powerful and scary. Happy didn't dare to speak loudly, and just whispered to himself. Kana, you are a girl, how can you drink in that position? Kana quickly put down the barrel, put her legs straight and sat down obediently. Birgitta, if you want to dance, go outside, don't stand on the table. Birgitta sat down immediately. Wakaba, your cigarette ash has fallen to the ground. Wakaba quickly squatted down and swept up the ash. Macau, are you still drinking? Have you forgotten what Romeo said about you? Macao poured the wine directly and drank some boiled water. Knob, why are you still hanging around in front of the taskbar? Can't you find a suitable job? Urza sighed and shook her head. You guys are really a worry. Forget it, I don't want to talk so much today. Lucy, no. You've said enough. By the way, Natsu and Gray, did you get along well today? Urza glanced at Natsu and Gray. Of course, it's good. We are best friends. Hey. Natsu has become a harpy. And when did Gray put on those clothes? Lucy looked at Natsu and Gray, who were as close as brothers, and finally couldn't help but complain. Suddenly Urza looked over, and Lucy froze instantly. Lucy, no. No way, is she coming for me? Help, Natsu. Natsu, hey. Lucy, what the hell are you saying? Lucy looked at Natsu for help, but she didn't expect that he had become the second generation of Harpy. Are you a new member? Urza looked at Lucy with sharp eyes and asked. Yes, me. Lucy was sweating profusely. You did a great job, and you completed several missions brilliantly. You worked really hard to keep an eye on Natsu and prevent him from causing any damage. Suddenly Urza quickly stepped forward and praised Lucy. No. It's okay. This is what I should do. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Urza walk towards Raphael, she quietly asked Myra Jane, why are they so afraid of Urza? I think Urza is a very nice person. Myra Jane explained to Lucy while drawing because they have all been beaten by Urza. Natsu challenged Urza without knowing the consequences and was beaten half to death. Gray walked around naked outside and was beaten half to death. Loki wanted to seduce Urza and was beaten half to death. In short, except for me and Raphael, everyone else in the guild has been beaten half to death by Urza. Okay. The corner of Lucy's mouth twitched. It turns out that most of them have been beaten before. No wonder they are so afraid of Urza. This force is too strong, right? So in our guild, she is like a disciplinary committee member, controlling every move of the members, with the purpose of not embarrassing the guild. That's really a good girl who thinks about the guild. Lucy looked at Urza's back and thought with admiration. Chapter 17. Raphael, you don't have anything to do recently, do you? Raphael looked at Urza walking towards him and asking about his schedule, and raised his eyebrows. It seems that it must be the lullaby incident, right? But shouldn't Natsu and Gray be invited? Why did they invite me directly? After thinking about it, Raphael understood the reason. After all, there were only a few S-class wizards in the guild before, Laxus was not in the guild, and Myra Jane was basically useless because of the Lysina incident. If they had to pick the tallest among the short ones, they could only choose Natsu and Gray. But now he, the strongest S-class wizard, happened to be in the guild, so Urza invited him directly. Yes. Oh, what's wrong? That's good. By the way, Natsu and Gray, come over here, I need your help with something. Urza nodded, then seemed to remember something, and then called Natsu and Gray over. When Natsu and Gray walked to Urza, Urza said seriously, actually, there is something I need your help. I originally wanted the president to make the decision, but I think it would be better to resolve it as soon as possible. And with Raphael and you here, I think this matter should be resolved quickly. What? Gray and Natsu were shocked. Everyone was also shocked when they heard Urza's words. After all, it was the first time they heard that Urza needed help, and it was the strongest people. It has been happily decided. We will set off tomorrow. Please prepare yourself. Urza left after she finished speaking. She was really swift and decisive. Raphael shook his head and said with a smile, then tomorrow it will depend on your power. As usual, I will take action only if you can't solve the problem. After all, I am just a war correspondent. Then Raphael also left. Natsu and Gray instantly felt that they were in great danger. After all, they were going on a mission with Urza. They could not be sure how badly they would be beaten. Besides, they did not want to go on a mission with this droopy-eyed guy. They both thought to themselves. Correct. Natsu seemed to have a good idea. He took off all his clothes and put them on happy. From now on, you are Natsu and I am happy, This is totally impossible. Lucy's ruthless complaints broke Natsu's fantasy. Urza, Raphael, Natsu and Gray, oh my god. Myra Jane muttered to herself, and suddenly she cried out. What happened? Lucy felt like she had been scared all day. First she was scared by Natsu, then by Urza, and now she was scared by Myra Jane. This may be the strongest team in the Fairy Tale Guild. Mirage was shocked. It seems to be true. Oh my god, this is the strongest team, the strongest S-Class and Fairy Queen plus Fire Dragon and Ice Man. I can't imagine anyone else in this team can defeat them. Everyone had just recalled this combination, and they started discussing each other. At this time, Myra Jane grabbed Lucy's hand. You should also go along, watch them, and don't let them destroy the city. Miss Myra Jane, why do I feel like you're asking me to die? Lucy was completely unmoved and even rolled her eyes at her. Allah, it's okay, at most you'll just break your arms and legs, I can heal you. Myra Jane gave Lucy an extremely bright smile. It's even scarier. Hey! Lucy slapped the table and yelled. There is a reward of 15 million for this task. Myra Jane utters the final demonic whisper. I think it's still necessary to help appropriately. Lucy changed her mind instantly. On the other hand, the Dark Guild Iron Forest, which formed the strongest team of Fairy Tale, was punishing the member who leaked the news. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It was that armored woman who was too strong. We couldn't stand it. A bloody member was kneeling in the hall of the Iron Forest. Hey, so you escaped and leaked the information. A white-haired man carrying a sickle and with tattoos on his face and body snorted coldly. Please pay more attention in your next life. A blue-black sword flashed past, and the member's head instantly fell to the ground. I don't know which guild the armored girl belongs to yet, but she is so powerful, she must be from some well-known guild, said a tall, thin man sticking out his tongue. It's okay, don't worry about her, if she comes, I will make sure she never returns. The sickle man held up the sickle and said with a smile on his face, after all, your boss is the famous god of death, Allegory. Let's start preparing for action first. All those old men are running to hold regular meetings now. This is our perfect opportunity. When Kageyama comes back, we will start attacking immediately. Elijah licked the sickle and smiled gloomily. Magnolia Station. You too. No wonder Myra Jane asked me to look at you. Lucy knew that Natsu and Gray would pinch each other when they were together, but she didn't expect that they would be pinching each other from the moment they met in the guild to the station. Lucy covered her face speechlessly. She felt so embarrassed now. Watching the show from the side, Raphael rolled his eyes and said something in Lucy's ear. Lucy's eyes instantly lit up, and then he shouted to them, Urza, you're here. Natsu and Gray, who were tugging at each other, jumped away instantly, and said arm in arm, we are also getting along well today. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious, Raphael, your plan worked. Lucy laughed while holding her stomach. You lied to me. The two of them looked at Lucy in unison. Or was it your idea? And pointed at Raphael in unison. Hey, isn't this feeling very good? Raphael smiled unscrupulously, and Natsu realized that they actually said the same thing at the same time. You copy me. Are you still learning from me? Humph. Lucy was almost laughing like a madman. It was Raphael and Happy's turn to step back silently. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, Urza really showed up in time to ease the embarrassing situation. However, oh my god, Urza, are you moving? Do you need to take so many things? Raphael was shocked by the car full of Urza's belongings. There were more than what it looked like in the anime, and they were almost piled to the ceiling. So no matter which world a girl is in, will she bring so many things when she goes on a long trip? Raphael silently glanced at Lucy's 3 big suitcases, and thought with a twitch of his mouth. We're not going on a trip. It's a pity that no one paid attention to Raphael. Because at this moment, Natsu, who had always been afraid of Urza, suddenly seriously challenged Urza, which shocked Gray. That's right, you have indeed improved a lot, then I accept it, and when this mission is over, I will start challenging you. Urza said with a serious face. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 18. Help, I can't help anymore. It didn't take much thinking to figure out that Natsu's transportation allergy had come back again. That's so bad, Natsu, it makes me want to vomit. You went to another location. Gray said with a look of disgust. Natsu, you are still helpless with transportation as usual. I really can't do anything with you. Come to my side and I will help you. Urza patted the seat next to her and said. Urza, can you cure Natsu's problem? That's amazing. Lucy asked in surprise. Lucy, I suggest you read it before leaving a comment. Raphael thought of something and instantly fiddled with the camera. It's very simple. Urza hugged Natsu's shoulder with one hand, and then hit Natsu with a heavy punch in the stomach. Natsu, who was already uncomfortable, fainted instantly, let him fall asleep and he will be fine. Click. Raphael faithfully recorded this another classic. I understand what you mean, Raphael. Lucy said with a twitch of her mouth, and how many ugly photos have you taken? You can open a photo studio. Hey, Lucy's complaints are as good as always. Happy said while eating canned fish. Grab your can, little kitty. Lucy said fiercely to Happy, by the way, until now, I haven't seen anyone in the guild except Natsu and Happy use magic, and I haven't even seen Raphael's magic. Pass. Lucy looked at Urza and the others expectantly. Miss Urza, what kind of magic do you use? Hey, Urza's magic is very beautiful, a lot of blood appears all of a sudden, the opponent's blood. Happy said to Lucy innocently. That's not beautiful, it's scary. Lucy made the harpy shut up with a knife. I don't think my magic is that great, but if I were to say beauty, Gray's is the most beautiful. Yet. Gray made a fist with one hand and placed it on his palm. With a small flash of light, an ice sculpture of fairy tale appeared in his palm. It's really beautiful, an ice wizard. Lucy was very surprised, and suddenly she seemed to have discovered something blind, and looked at Gray with an ant's smile. Ice and fire, no wonder you and Natsu don't get along, it's because of this it's a bit cute. I want you to take care of it, What is your magic, Raphael? I have been on several missions with you, but I have never seen your magic. Lucy cast a curious look at Raphael. Ami, it's not a powerful magic, it's just an infinitely powerful magic. It's not worth mentioning, but Happy is right about one thing. Urza's magic is really beautiful. If you have a chance to see it in the future, you'll know when you get there. Raphael waved his hand and continued to play with his camera. Infinite? Isn't that the strongest? Lucy was amazed today. Yes, he is the strongest in the guild. Urza said with a smile. Okay, stop bragging me and tell me about your situation, Urza. If you need me to take action, it's probably not an easy thing. There is an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment called listening to others praise oneself. Raphael quickly changed the topic. Then let me tell you the specific situation. I heard this in a tavern in Onibus after completing the last commission. I found that group of people suspicious because they were discussing the topic of lifting some seals. At this time, when I heard them saying that they were going to unlock Lullaby Seal and dedicate it to Elijah, I remembered that it was a guild that specialized in taking on assassination missions. Urza said seriously about the news she knew. This kind of commission has long been banned by the council, but the Iron Forest where Elijah is located is not moved at all and only accepts assassination commissions, so Elijah is also called the God of Death. Raphael introduced Lucy and others seriously. Therefore, 6 years ago, the Iron Forest Guild was completely expelled from the Magic Council Alliance and included in the category of Dark Guilds. The Dark Guild. Lucy was instantly sweating with fear. She thought she could just make a cameo appearance with Natsu and the others around, but she didn't expect the Dark Guild to be involved. Is it too late for me to leave now? Stop talking nonsense, we've arrived, let's get off the bus. Gray got off the bus first. After all, he felt very uncomfortable sitting next to Urza. Don't pull me, Happy. Lucy was dragged out of the car by Happy. Only Raphael was helping Urza push her tall suitcase. It's a pity that I didn't realize the name Eli Gore at that time, otherwise I would have killed them all at that time. Urza clenched her fists, fiercely. So it seems that this so-called Lullaby is probably some bad black magic. After all, it is common sense that all sealed things are black magic. Raphael looked at the train leaving, and couldn't remember what he had forgotten. So I can't just sit there and watch. We have to break into the Iron Forest Guild. That's why I want you to join me. It's a bit difficult for me to fight against the entire Dark Guild alone. With you, I think it will be easy. Hey Lucy, you're so juicy. You stupid cat, what a shame. Lucy looked at the train leaving and could only helplessly follow them step by step. Let's go, first investigate the location of the Iron Forest Guild, and then we'll start taking action. Well, I think we have something more important than investigating the Iron Forest. Raphael heard Habibi's voice and then remembered what he had forgotten. Natsu is gone. So I still prefer Lucy and Natsu. With Raphael's simple reminder, Lucy reacted immediately. Urza and Gray were sweating profusely as they looked at the train leaving them. Splitting words. Natsu quickly woke up from his coma, only to find that he was still on the train, and he suddenly felt that he might as well not be awake. Just when he wanted to find his partner, he found that there was no one around. Natsu could only hold his hands in discomfort, lower his head and tremble continuously. Is there anyone sitting here? If not, can I sit down? A young voice sounded in front of Natsu, and then he sat down regardless of Natsu's answer. You look uncomfortable, are you okay? He looked at the fairy tale logo on Natsu's arm and said with a smile, Fairy tale, the strongest guild, and a formal guild. I'm really envious. Natsu didn't hear what he was saying at all, he just kept breathing in and out. If Urza was here, she would find that he was the member of the Iron Forest who discussed the unsealing and took on the unsealing task. Natsu, danger. Chapter 19. Wonba Station. Oh my god, it's all my fault. I was so busy talking that I forgot about Natsu in the car. He gets carsick easily. Anyway, it's all my fault. Beat me up, please. Urza cried out in repentance. So this is the situation, please stop the car quickly, let it reverse, put Natsu down, and then move forward. Gray said to the train conductor with his hands clasped together. I always feel like I've come to a guild of idiots and unlucky people. Lucy looked at the dramatic scene in front of her and complained mercilessly, and planned to stay away from them. What the hell are you talking about? What a mess. Anyway, I can't stop the train just for a passenger who missed his stop. The train manager said angrily with a confused look on his face. So pulling this down should be enough. Raphael didn't know when he came behind the train conductor and pulled the emergency stop brake. In an instant, all the horns sounded the emergency stop siren, and one train after another stopped. What have you done? Let's go quickly. Just find someone to take our luggage to the hotel. It's important to catch up with Natsu and rescue him. Urza didn't know when she conjured up a small car and invited everyone to get on the train and chase them. On the other side of the train, the man opposite Natsu was still chattering and noisy, constantly testing Natsu. You, is the Fairy Tale Guild so arrogant? Others have been talking for so long, but they ignored them. It's really infuriating. He smiled with narrowed eyes, stood up and kicked Natsu on the head. Although I'm from the Dark Guild, it's really rude of you to do this. He stepped hard on Natsu's face while leaning closer to him and grinning viciously, so I'm going to teach you a lesson so that you know we in the Iron Forest are not easy to mess with. Remember, the one who defeats you is Lord Kageyama of the Iron Forest, ha 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 ha. Natsu, who was originally sleeping and feeling uncomfortable, couldn't bear it anymore. He opened his eyes and slapped Kageyama's foot away, staring at him with a heavy breath. You guy, have been talking to yourself here since the beginning. What are you going to do? Natsu had to work very hard for a long time to finish a complete sentence. You guy, stop looking down on others. Do you know what our guild says about you, Fairy Tale? Kageyama slapped Natsu's head again and again, the slaps getting heavier and heavier. Flies, they are all flies, muahahaha. That's enough, you bastard, you want to fight. Natsu stood up angrily, his hands ignited with flames, but he was only handsome for a second, and Natsu almost vomited, and the magic was naturally extinguished. Kageyama sat on the stool, looked at the embarrassing Natsu, and grinned. Haha, what kind of magic is this? Vomiting fire? So scary, look carefully, this is real magic. The next second, a fist suddenly appeared in Natsu's shadow and knocked him to the ground. At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded, and the moving train suddenly braked and stopped. Kageyama fell to the ground without paying attention, and the things in the backpack next to him fell to the ground. Oh no! We've been seen! Kageyama immediately put away everything. Stopped the car. Natsu stood up and looked at the bastard in front of him who was humiliating his guild. From the corner of his eye, he saw what seemed to be a suspicious skull flute in his backpack. You guy, you were very happy just now, right? Natsu started to burst into flames all over his body. He looked up at Kageyama and punched him hard, sending him flying away. Try my fly punch! You bastard! How dare you attack Taizizan, I won't let you go! Kageyama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to rush forward to fight Natsu. It has been confirmed that the emergency stop just now was a mistake, and we will start the journey immediately. Ugh! You guy, I will remember you. Let's show off next time we meet outside. Ugh! Natsu said harsh words while vomiting. He knew he had to leave the train quickly, otherwise he would I'm going to vomit to death. Crash! Natsu used all his strength to jump through the glass and jumped out. Kageyama looked at him with an uncertain expression, but he did not try to stop him. He knew that there was something more important than killing Natsu. I won't give up just like this, just wait for me. Look, it's Natsu, but how did he fly out of the car? Lucy saw Natsu from a distance and quickly asked Raphael, who was driving below, to speed up and catch Natsu. Boom! Gray, who was trying to catch Natsu on the roof of the car, was knocked to the ground by Natsu's headbutt. Gah! Raphael braked suddenly and stopped. Lucy and Urza got out of the car and ran towards Natsu and the others. Are you okay? It hurts so much, you bastard, did you do it on purpose? Gray shouted, covering his swollen head. I just got hit and my memory was knocked out, so I don't know what happened just now. Natsu looked at Gray expressionlessly. Natsu, are you okay? Sorry, I left you in the car. Happy stretched out his wings and rushed to Natsu first. Urza, you are going too far, and you, Lucy, Happy, Raphael, you actually forgot me in the car. Natsu said fiercely. You guys, you selectively forget, right? Gray's face was full of black lines. It's all my fault, but the most important thing is that you're okay. Boom! Raphael, who had just gotten out of the car and came over, saw Natsu being held tightly in Urza's arms and hitting the thick armor. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Just in case Natsu was knocked unconscious, Raphael quickly stepped forward to rescue him. Why did you jump out of the car window? What happened? Ah, it hurts. When I talk about this, I get angry. A little guy from a guild called Taishizan or something who comes from nowhere dares to mock our guild. If it hadn't been for the train, I would have beaten him down long ago. Natsu said angrily, covering his head that had been knocked out of 2 bags. The next second, he was punched out by Urza. You idiot, the one we are chasing is the Iron Forest, why did you just don't listen to me? Lucy, it's not that he didn't listen, it was because you knocked him unconscious. It's okay, we can still catch up with him now. What are his characteristics? Raphael asked. The characteristics are nothing special, except that he wears a skull flute with 3 eyes. Natsu recalled it carefully and only thought of this. Are you sure it's the 3-eyed skull flute? Raphael asked seriously, and Lucy beside him also looked a little strange. Sure, I looked at him before hitting him. Natsu asked doubtfully. If it was true, it would be over. What's wrong? What's wrong with that flute? Raphael. Let Lucy tell you, I only know a rough idea. Everyone looked at Lucy. If that's the case, according to legend, the flute is lullaby, which can play a curse song that brings death. Everyone was shocked. It is a forbidden magic that can cause instant death. Anyone who hears it will die. Raphael added. Damn it, what is the terminal station this train is going to? Gray couldn't imagine. The center of the country, where the trumpets can be heard throughout the country, if they blow a tune there, Urza said seriously. What else can we say? Let's go and stop them before they do. Natsu finally realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted. Get in the car, hold on to the armrests, I'm going to drive with all my strength. Raphael also quickly got into the car, pouring all the magic power in his body into the car, and the car flew out like lightning in an instant. Chapter 20. Kuraki Station, a prosperous station in the past, is now in chaos. All members of the Iron Forest Guild surrounded and occupied the station. However, contrary to the norm, the Dark Guild did not kill all of them, but just drove them away. At this time, the train that Natsu and his friends had taken arrived at the station. All of you scum, if you don't want to die, get off the train, we in the Iron Forest have booked this train. As soon as he entered the carriage, Eliguri drove away all the passengers. Then he walked straight to Kageyama and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm almost impatient. Have you finished that thing? Kageyama nodded and handed the skull flute to Eliguri. I have already opened the seal. This is the one. It's that forbidden magic curse song. Eliguri took the flute and looked at the terrifying flute carefully. This was originally just an ordinary flute, which could only be used to kill with fixed-point curses. But after the great black magician, Ziref's transformation allowed him to evolve into a top-notch magic item. Collective curse-killing magic curse song. Eliguri holds up his flute. Oh, oh, oh. It's really scary. Little Kaga is really capable. Boss, next we can, everyone cheers. Start executing the plan now. Damn, those guys, what on earth are they going to do with that magic? Urza said, gritting her teeth. On the way, everyone analyzed it carefully and felt that they would not choose to curse all the residents of the country, because even if they succeeded, they would not be able to survive. After Natsu and Urza's brief contact with them, they felt that they were not the kind of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives. After all, the darker the guild, the more selfish and afraid of death. So everyone finally came to the conclusion that there must be a bigger conspiracy behind them. Raphael, are you okay? If you keep going like this, your magic will be sucked away by this magic four-wheeler. Lucy looked at Raphael who was driving in front of her worriedly. Yes, how about I switch and you drive? Urza also said worriedly. Everyone who had just passed by Kuraki Station heard that the train they took before was robbed by a group of people. They instantly realized that it was done by people from the Iron Forest. After all, that the flute was in the car, so Raphael chased them with full force. Just look at Habib and Gray to see how fierce the fire was, because they all fell to the side due to motion sickness. Natsu, don't mention it. It's okay, this is nothing. Who am I? I'm the strongest. Raphael turned around and smiled. Just kidding, Saitama's physique is very powerful. He can reach the strongest level according to the different energies in different worlds. So his magic power can be said to be infinite. The magic power he uses at this distance is not even as much as the magic power he uses with a random punch. This is why he can be infinitely powerful in serious mode. Well, if you can't hold on any longer, tell me. I'm still in top form. Urza heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Raphael didn't look like he was in trouble, but she still mentioned the matter of replacing him. Raphael stopped talking. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to have the wind and sand blowing into his mouth. He just waved his hand back. Asaban Station, the most lively and prosperous station in the kingdom, was now surrounded by people. Raphael and his group had no choice but to find a place to park and go in. Looking at the crowded crowd in front of her, Lucy asked anxiously, what should I do? I can't get in at all. Can't get in? It doesn't exist. Raphael turned around and gave Lucy a smile, and then the people in front were thrown to the back one by one. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in front. Raphael clapped his hands. Look, isn't there anyone here? Lucy, there is indeed no one, but you threw them all out. Ignoring Lucy's complaints, Urza quickly looked for the platform staff to inquire about the situation. Perhaps they were shocked by Raphael's actions just now, and none of the people Urza asked could explain clearly what happened. Urza could only kindly ask him to take a nap. Of course, let's ignore the big lumps on their heads for now. I heard about it. Gray's timely appearance saved the innocent staff. The members of Iron Forest are inside and have occupied it. Troops have already entered, but no news has come out. Hey, then let's go into the depths. Habby raised his hand and took the lead, and flew behind everyone. You are so shameless, you shouted so loudly. Lucy looked at it with disdain. Everyone walked to the steps of the platform and found that the previous army had been wiped out. After all, they were members of an entire dark guild. It was normal for the army stationed nearby to be defeated and destroyed. They are in there, please. A dying soldier fainted after saying this sentence with all his strength. Damn, these bastards! Let's go, let's go! Urza clenched her fists and walked in front angrily. In the station waiting hall, the members of the Iron Forest Guild were waiting for their arrival. After all, they had heard from Kagami Asia that the Fairy Tale Guild was going to meddle in other people's business. So many people. Lucy looked at the crowd in front of her and was surprised and started to get scared. After all, even a large guild like Fairy Tale was not as large as the crowd in front of her. Lucy made a rough calculation and found that there were nearly 300 to 400 people. She was so frightened that she hid behind everyone with Natsu on her back. Sure enough, it was her, the armor lady. Our plan must have been exposed by her. The members of the Iron Forest whom Urza met that day recognized him. You flies, it's all your fault, Kageyama looked at them with gnashing teeth. As expected, you are here, Fairy Tale. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The ace of the Iron Forest Guild, Eliguri, said with a scythe and a grin. You are Iligor, right? What conspiracy do you have? Urza looked at Eligor seriously and asked. Who knows, you can't stop us anyway, there are only 5 of you, there are hundreds of us here, you are dead. Eligor looked at them with disdain. Hey. GGG, a group of Iron Forest Guild members looked at them with ferocious smiles, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Natsu! Wake up! Lucy quickly shook Natsu desperately, trying to wake him up. It's impossible. He received 3 consecutive hits from the train, the magic wagon and Lucy, and he won't be able to wake up. Habby spread his hands, shook his head and sighed. You bastard cat, am I a means of transportation? Lucy chose to let Harpy do the shaking, vowing to die with it. But if you ask us what we are going to do, ha ha ha. Eligor smiled ferociously as he activated his magic and flew in front of a loudspeaker. Urza's expression changed instantly. Are you going to play the curse song? Unexpectedly, the most unexpected thing happened. Don't worry, I just want to kill the people in this station or this town. At my current point, what I want is not rights, but power. Eliguri stretched out his hands and floated in the air as if hugging something. This is not power at all, it's a complete massacre. Urza said, gritting her teeth. No, I am just carrying out a punishment called death. In the name of my god of death, I will bring heavenly punishment to those trash people. Eligor looked at the 5 people below and laughed crazily. Chapter 21. In the waiting hall of Asabana Station, the 5 members of Fairy Tale and the Iron Forest Guild are facing each other. You bastards! Let's go and catch all these bastards in one fell swoop. Gray pointed at them angrily and challenged them. Natsu, Gray, you deal with those people, I will deal with Eligal. Raphael, you protect Lucy and provide support, with only one goal, to stop and destroy. Urza arranged the tasks in an instant. Natsu, who heard Kageyama's voice, had already woken up from his coma, and his whole body was on fire. Yeah, I'm already on fire, that one over there, now let's start the land battle. Come on, let me freeze you all to death by myself. Just go with peace of mind, I promise you won't get hurt at all before I fall. Then, let's go. Urza took the lead and directly transformed into a magic sword and was about to rush forward. At this moment, Eligari turned and flew out of the second floor window. Humph, I won't waste time with you here, and then I will. It's up to you. I'm going to play the flute and let these flies taste the dark power of the Iron Forest. Don't run away. The plan has changed. Natsu and Gray, you go chase him, and I'll take care of the rest. Urza hastily changed the battle plan and turned to look at Natsu and Gray. I believe that if you two work together, you can definitely defeat Eligari. Natsu and Gray looked at each other unhappily and were about to refute. Urza's eyes seemed to have a bit of murderous intent. AI. We must defeat him. Natsu and Gray quickly caught up hand in hand. They ran away. Do you want to chase them? The people in Iron Forest looked at each other. Don't worry, I'll go. One of the members stretched out the black rope with his hand and grabbed the railing and floated towards Natsu and Gray. I'll go too, I won't let that red-haired brat go. Kageyama used his shadow to escape. Then let Ryur and Kageyama take care of it. Really, they are too belligerent. Let's get rid of the two remaining chicks and the useless man who looks like salted fish as soon as possible, so that we can help the boss. The remaining members of the Iron Forest looked at Urza and the others with a ferocious smile. Ah! How rude! I was actually called a useless man. Raphael was lying on the ground, holding his head up, and said angrily. Hey! Taizizan and Lucy were instantly unable to complain. If you continue to insult Fairy Tale like this, I guarantee you will never see the sun tomorrow. Urza rushed forward with a magic sword in hand. Are you really not going to help? Raphael, there are hundreds of people there. Lucy looked at Urza worriedly and said to Raphael. Don't underestimate Urza, she is a fighting genius. Raphael was indifferent and even changed to a comfortable position to watch. Would you like to lie down and watch together? You see, Habibi is even lying down. Don't want. Make me nervous too. Lucy's mouth twitched and she was speechless as she looked at the person and the cat that had turned into salted fish. Urza, so familiar. Before the people in the Iron Forest could recall Urza's name, Urza slashed several people with a long sword. Damn, you are good at close combat, right? Then I will attack you from a distance. One of the members of the Iron Forest was about to launch a long-range attack on Urza. Urza keenly saw the sneak attack, and directly changed from the magic sword to the spear and shot the attacker to death. Then she changed to the double swords to mow the grass without a pair. All the members of the Iron Forest surrounding her were chopped down. As if it was not enough, Urza changed to an axe, and a long-handled giant axe. A big windmill spun around her and directly turned the area into a vacuum zone. How can this woman change clothes so quickly? The members of the Iron Forest began to fear. Dress up. Lucy looked at Urza in confusion as she showed off her power. The principle is actually the same as your star spirit magic. First store the weapon in another space, and then summon it when needed. Harpy acted as the commentator. Wow, that's amazing! Lucy exclaimed. Remember what I said? Her dress-up magic is not only powerful, but also very beautiful. Raphael fiddled with the camera again, preparing to capture this beautiful moment. Ah yes, Urza's dress-up is different from others. Her dress-up is different. This is too slow, speed up a bit. Urza finally used her real magic. It is to fight by changing the magic armor that can enhance its own ability. This is Urza's magic. Change to the armor of heaven. Urza's armor instantly disintegrated, and at the same time a puff of smoke filled the air, which made the old pervert of the Iron Forest feel very regretful. Then the smoke dissipated, and Urza changed into a beautiful armor. 10 swords were suspended around the armor, and Urza also held 2 long swords in her hands. Night. Wow! Lucy's eyes were filled with stars, and she looked at Urza with admiration. Fairy tale. Urza. Dress up magic. Night. I know. She is. Fly, my sword. The sword of cycle. Urza yelled, and the 10 night swords surrounding her were like a ring, harvesting the surrounding enemies. In an instant, the guild of hundreds of people was beaten by Urza, and only a dozen people were left. Fairy tale's strongest woman, Urza, known as the Fairy Queen. One of the remaining members finally recognized her, and suddenly no one dared to approach her. Damn it, this woman is so scary. Let's attack the people on the other side instead. They look so weak. Let's use them as hostages for this horrible person. The woman surrendered. PHYSIQUE of the Iron Forest jumped up instantly and led the remaining members to rush towards Raphael and Lucy. Urza was relieved when she saw them rushing towards Raphael, and she lifted the magic of changing clothes and changed back to her original knight armor. The remaining member who did not rush over saw Urza so relaxed and immediately had a bad premonition. Ah! Raphael, get up quickly, let's run to Urza's side, they are coming to catch us. Lucy was horrified and hurriedly shook Raphael. It's okay, Lucy, with Raphael here, no one can hurt us, because he is. The old god Happy is watching the show with his hands folded. You guys, calling me useless and the weakest is really rude. Raphael looked at them rushing over. Not only was he not panicked at all, he even stretched himself. Stop looking down on others. PHYSIQUE saw that Raphael didn't pay attention to their attack at all, and he was instantly furious. He vowed to tear Raphael into pieces. Suddenly, he only saw a huge fist appearing in front of his eyes. The next second, the dozen or so members who rushed over, including PHYSIQUE, were all hit and flew backwards, smashing through the glass and flying into the sky. He is the strongest wizard in our guild, Raphael, also known as the Titan. Habib finished speaking at this time. Good, so awesome. Lucy looked at the big hole in front of her and opened her mouth in shock. Titan. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. Raphael's nickname is more effective than his own name. The remaining member fainted in an instant out of fear. Let's go support them, I don't know how they are doing. Raphael clapped his hands and walked towards Urza and said. It's okay, I believe them, the most important thing now is. Outside Asabana station, a group of people were still gathering to get a result. Urza grabbed the loudspeaker from the staff and walked to the steps, saying to the crowd, if you don't want to die, leave now. The station has been occupied by the Dark Guild. They are going to cast a collective killing magic to kill everyone present. Stay as far away as possible. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then panicked and fled, even the staff were no exception. Okay, let's go. Chapter 23. Calculating the time, it should be almost time. Since you want to know the reason so much, it's okay for me to tell you now. I can also look at your despair, ha 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 ha. Pro stood up slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled crazily, as if he already had a chance to win. But actually, it doesn't matter if you said it before. After all, you must not be able to get out. The boss's magic has surrounded everything here. Surrounded. Gray was shocked. He didn't expect that Eligary, the god of death, had such powerful magic. This is a type of spell magic. By arranging the spell in advance and then using it by a key person, this magic can set conditions in advance so that people cannot go out. Urza saw Eligary in the sky, and when she wanted to fly up and catch him, she was surrounded by a barrier formed by a gust of wind. Unwilling to give up, Urza tried to break out, but was injured. It reached the arm. Raphael stopped Urza in time, took a look at the magic, and seriously explained the principle of this magic to Urza, Lucy and others. "Does that mean his goal is to stop us?" Lucy asked as she bandaged Urza. "No, I think his setting is that no one who enters the platform waiting hall can leave." Raphael shook his head. "No way. There are people from their guild here." Lucy couldn't believe it. "Hey, this is what the Dark Guild does. If necessary, they can even abandon their partners mercilessly." Raphael looked at Allegory in the sky coldly. "I have to say that the magical world is unreasonable. Magic like this seems to communicate with the power of the rules of the magical world. If the strength is not enough or there is no loophole, there is no way. There is no way to solve it. Although Raphael can break this barrier, after all, SAITAMAS' power is completely unreasonable, but Raphael cannot control himself from breaking the city into pieces. When the barrier is broken, the city will be destroyed. At that time, it would not be the Magic Council that wants Fairy Tail to disband. It is estimated that the whole world wants Fairy Tail to disband." Elijah laughed at them with a sinister smile and flew away. "Come on, let's go back now and find that Kageyama, he may have a way to get out." Urza thought that since Kageyama could lift Larabi's seal, then this wind barrier could also be lifted. "You bastard, are you trying to hold us back?" Gray also learned the news from Pro and kicked him out. "Ha ha ha ha, be furious, but it's useless. This magic called the birdcage is not something that ordinary people can solve. And don't you want to know what you are using that thing for?" Gray's fist stopped in front of Pro. He, let me name a place, Kobo. Kobo? There is. Pro took advantage of Gray's distracted thinking and attacked him directly, piercing his limbs. "Could it be, how could it be, that your purpose is those presidents?" Gray's face became ugly, completely ignoring his own injuries. "Wow, ha 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 ha. You have finally figured it out. With the power of Boss Allegory, we can definitely make those stinky old men who know nothing die after hearing the curse song. But you will be stopped by us here and you can even accompany them. Death makes you happy just thinking about it. This is revenge for the harm we suffered in the past. You bastards, please disappear, ha 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 ha." Pro was laughing wildly with a ferocious expression. Gray lowered his head, clenched his fists, and withdrew Pro's magic and rushed in front of him, knocking him to the ground with a punch. "Activate the magic and freeze Pro. We will definitely stop you. If you dare to touch our boss, we will let you know what regret is. In this world, there are guilds that are more terrifying than the Dark Guild." Gray looked at Pro's ice sculpture coldly. "Gray, are you okay?" At this moment, Raphael and his group found Gray. Looking at Gray dripping with blood, Lucy asked worriedly. "I'm fine, but now I have to hurry up and get out." Gray used his freezing magic to freeze the wound. "The purpose of those bastards is the old man." "What?" Urza was shocked, then find Natsu quickly, "We need Kageyama's ability to get out." At this moment, a vibration came from not far ahead. "Natsu should be over there." Urza ran over first. "Haha, Elijah? He's long gone." Kageyama grinned miserably. "What?" Natsu looked confused. "Natsu, stop it. Thanks to you. You idiot, you did a great job for the first time." Urza and Gray shouted to Natsu at the same time. Natsu, who didn't know whether he was being praised or scolded, looked at the two of them in confusion. Urza rushed directly to Kageyama and took out a sword was pressed against Kageyama's throat and he demanded, "Stop talking nonsense and remove the barrier for me now, or I will cut off your flesh one by one." Natsu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. I said he is already in such a miserable condition. Isn't this going too far?" At this time, Raphael, who was still watching the show, suddenly dodged and came to Kageyama's side, then punched the wall to pieces, and caught out the fat man who had fainted from fear. What? Urza was startled, and then she suddenly felt the Kageyama in her hand sinking. It turned out that the fat man had inserted a knife into Kageyama's vest. You damn bastard, even though I know that people in your dark guild never take your friends seriously, you still get very angry every time you see them. Raphael punched the fat man into pieces with an angry punch. So scary. Lucy was so frightened by the scene in front of her that she couldn't stand still and sat down. Hey, don't worry, Raphael will only be cruel to his enemies and take good care of his own people. Happy comforted Lucy uncharacteristically. After all, she had been scared like this before. Damn it, our only hope, cheer up. Help us remove the magic wall. Urza shook Kaguya madly. Give up, Urza, he can't use magic in this state. Grey was desperate. Everyone who came to the wind magic wall was helpless. On the way, he learned that Eliguri's purpose was the guild president's. Natsu, who hit the barrier again and again, was defeated again and again. It bounced back once, leaving bruises all over my body. Raphael, can't you just break this barrier? Lucy asked Raphael while looking at Natsu worriedly. No, unless this city doesn't want it anymore, I can't take action. Raphael shook his head. Natsu was once again bounced to Lucy's side, and there was no good piece of meat in his body. Enough. Natsu. Lucy quickly hugged Natsu to prevent him from colliding with her again. Correct. Use Protoss. Turning around to see Lucy, Natsu suddenly thought of his previous experience with Duke Abar, and felt that he could understand traveling through the world of stars. No, Natsu, Abar was able to travel back and forth because he and the celestial spirits were in two places. But here we only have Lucy, who is a celestial spirit mage, and there are no celestial spirit mage outside to support us. Even if there is one, it must be exactly the same as Lucy's key. Raphael broke Natsu's fantasy. Lucy then added, but each star spirit key is unique, so this is simply impossible. Ah! Speaking of star spirits, I finally remembered something. Habi turned over his small backpack and said, I wanted to tell you before we set off. This is it. Harpy took out a golden key. Is this the key to the Virgo Ballo? Lucy was surprised, and the next second she ran over and grabbed Happy's beard. How can you take other people's things? No, Subaluj entrusted me to give it to you. Habib handed the key to Lucy in a slurred voice. Bulusong? That orangutan made. Natsu recalled carefully for a long time before he remembered who Baluch was. Lucy, who had been happy after getting a key to the zodiac, froze instantly. Ah yes, she said that because Abel was arrested, the contract between them was terminated, so she came to me specifically to tell me that she would hand herself over to our Lucy. Ah, thank you, Habi, but our top priority now is to find a way out of here first, right? Lucy instinctively resisted the star spirit, who was more terrifying than the orangutan. But as a little kitten, you talk a bit too much. Lucy grabbed Happy's face. But Baelyuj can dig holes. I think we can drill through this magic barrier from underground. Habi insisted. Yes. Lucy said in surprise, then I'll start the contract now. In order to be able to go out, she didn't care whether it was a gorilla or not. She immediately recited the incantation to open the door and summoned the Virgo Baruch. A flash of light flashed, and a tall and lovely beauty in a maid outfit appeared in front of her. Natsu looked silent. After a while, I suddenly realized it turns out you went to lose weight. Why lose weight? It's like a completely different person. Lucy's precise complaint came. After Barag's explanation, everyone realized that the specific image of the star spirit was based on the most desired appearance of its owner. Oh? What about Taurus? Raphael suddenly thought of Taurus's huge mouth, and couldn't help but glance at Lucy. Yes, it was indeed. Lucy was confused when she saw Raphael's admiring eyes and his face of approval. Well, we can talk about the rest later, let's get out of here first. Feeling guilty, Raphael quickly changed the subject. Then, with a diving move, Barag created a tunnel leading directly to the outside in the blink of an eye, and everyone finally got out of the magic barrier. At this moment, a strong wind blew, blowing Barag and Lucy's skirts up, which made Gray's eyes go straight, while Raphael watched Natsu and Happy fly away. Chapter 24. Natsu and Happy are chasing Elijah. Get in the car quickly and let's go after them. Raphael drove the magic four-wheeler over at some point. Only then did everyone realize that Natsu and Happy were gone. Without hesitation, everyone got in the car and Raphael headed towards Kroba at full speed. At this time, Elijah was heading towards Krobana at full speed. Thinking that the so-called presidents of the Justice Guild were about to die in his own hands, he felt as if his life had reached its peak. Elijah, who was feeling proud, saw that the city was right in front of him, and immediately accelerated his speed. At this moment, he seemed to hear something behind him and turned his head quickly. At this moment, a pair of size 42 feet accurately hit his face, as if he had deliberately used his face to catch it. Elijah, who was hit, could not control his wind magic for an instant, and fell from the sky to the railroad tracks like a comet falling. As for Natsu, the moment Happy ran out of magic power, he landed smoothly on the rails. I fly, cannot move, Happy fell down slowly like a fallen leaf. Natsu gently caught Happy and said to him softly, "Thank you, Happy, thanks to you I was able to catch up with him, now it's up to me." Elijah climbed up from the ruins, stared at Natsu fiercely and asked, "Smelly boy, you came so fast, it seems that those rubbish can't do anything at all, but your greatest luck is to escape from there, now I will make you live a life worse than death. You guy, what do you think of the people in your own guild?" Natsu's hands lit up with blazing flames, and he looked at Elijah angrily. "You are actually going to attack those old men now? Don't worry, I will definitely stop you here." Elijah covered his face and looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha, if you think you can do it, then come. By the way, I will spare your life and let you watch what those old men do. Die in front of your eyes, ha 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 ha." However, it was a bit uncomfortable for him to just fall from the sky. Elijah was only confronting Natsu, trying to recover better before taking action, and Natsu, who had just experienced a big battle and kept hitting the magic wall, also after taking this opportunity to recover, the battle was about to break out, and it was about who could respond faster. On the other side, Kageyama was on the way to Kabalo's magic vehicle. He was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Zhu raised his question, "Why? Why save me? Do you want to take me as a hostage? Don't think about it, Elijah is called the god of death not only because his assassination missions have never failed, but also because he is particularly cold-blooded. He will not change his decision because of anyone except himself." Kageyama, who had been talking on the phone for a long time, closed his eyes and leaned against the car wall. He felt like he wanted to kill or be chopped into pieces. "If you really want to die, I will kill you right now." Gray, who was looking out the window, turned his head and looked at Kageyama coldly, "But can death end everything?" "Not really. Maybe you did do a lot of bad things, but you should all work hard to move forward." Kageyama opened his eyes instantly and looked at Gray, something seemed to be flowing in his eyes. Then he sighed, turned his head and looked at the sky and the sunset outside the window. "How can I not want that? I also want to bathe in the sun, and I also want to be a justice wizard respected and loved by everyone, but..." Gray looked at the man in front of him and felt something similar to himself from him, a helplessness towards something and a powerlessness towards some kind of change. At this moment, the magic vehicle that was supposed to be running smoothly suddenly experienced a bump, and the people in the vehicle instantly fell into a ball. Urza quickly shouted outside, "Raphael, are you okay? What's going on? Raphael stretched out a hand and waved. It's okay, it's just that the railway in front suddenly turned into pits one after another. It should be caused by that bastard Elijah. Urza stretched her head and looked at the railway outside the window. Sure enough, it was filled with potholes one after another. Her support for Natsu could only be slowed down, and she tightened her grip. Fist, looking into the distance worriedly. You must hold on, Natsu, you must try your best to stop him. You can only rely on yourself before we arrive. If you can't stop him, the elders will be in danger. What's wrong? Not going? What are you hesitating about? Aragorn gradually revealed a ferocious smile, and his injuries seemed to have recovered to some extent. However, Natsu's dragon physique was almost gone, and the corners of his mouth raised. Then as you wish, I will take you and that burn the stinky flute together. At this moment, Elijah stretched out 2 fingers and formed a sword finger, and waved it at Natsu. Natsu's eyes changed, and he quickly stretched out his hands and crossed his chest and ignited the flame. Next in seconds, several invisible wind blades cut towards Natsu. Natsu was hit by the invisible attack and retreated repeatedly. Before he could take a few steps back, he stepped on the air and fell off the edge of the railway track. This was Elijah. The plan was to use the low-cost wind blade to continuously attack and force Natsu to retreat from the rails and fall. The moment Natsu fell, he immediately thought of a solution. He transformed the flame into a rope hook, and then waved his fist to let the flame rope. The hook hooked the railwood on the other side, and then used the inertia to swing directly up from the other side. It's my turn next. Natsu smiled ferociously. Look at how little you wear, let me warm you up. Natsu's feet instantly ignited flames, and he used the flames to perform a jet push. As soon as Natsu finished speaking, he instantly arrived in front of Elijah. So fast! Aragorn's pupils dilated instantly, and before he could react to dodge, he was knocked away by Natsu's collision. Fire Dragon's Hook. Natsu then pushed up and threw an inverted hook at Elijah, kicking him and rolling him around. Then he used the power of rotation to give Elijah a Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom! There was a loud noise. Natsu's last punch did not hit Elijah, but only hit the floor, making a small crater in the floor. Natsu stood up and looked up at Elijah. You this guy, get down here. Aragorn looked at Natsu on the ground, feeling angry and scared. If he had reacted badly just now, he would have been killed with that punch. Don't be too proud. Storm Wave. Elijah made a few gestures in the air, stirring the airflow to form a rotation, and then waved his sword downwards, and a huge and fierce tornado directly hit Natsu. Natsu was carried by the tornado and spun dozens of times. At the moment when the tornado dissipated, Elijah's figure appeared in front of Natsu, and he swung the huge sickle in his hand towards Natsu. Just die from this move. Natsu immediately landed on the ground and stood firm, raised his arm to catch Elijah's scythe, and then Natsu's mouth bulged. Elijah suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Natsu's mouth instantly spurted out a large amount of fire, sweeping towards Elijah. Elijah had no choice but to abandon his sickle, and when the flames hit him, he jumped up and flew into the air. You are such a scoundrel, flying up to the sky again, get down here right now. Looking at Natsu jumping up and down below, Elijah shed a few drops of cold sweat. What's wrong with this monster? It can catch the sickle with its hands and release magic from its mouth. Is this the wizard of fairy tale? It seems that I have indeed underestimated you, so let's start getting serious. Aragorn said with a ferocious smile. Ah, I'm on fire. Natsu looked up at Elijah with a smile on his face. Elijah stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of his chest, lowered his head and growled storm. Wind. Clothes. The wind from all around gathered towards him, slowly sweeping from his feet to the top of his head. With a loud bang, Elijah appeared in front of Natsu with the wind wrapped around him. The wind on his body was constantly spinning. Next, let's move on to round 2. Chapter 25. The one you are trying to stop allegory is the guy who plays with fire. Kageyama suddenly spoke. Is there a problem? Gray looked at him doubtfully. Then he is doomed. Fire magic cannot break through allegory's trump card magic, Storm Coat. It can be said that even fire cannot exist in front of Storm Coat. A smile gradually appeared on Kageyama's face. Storm Drill. Elijah in the sky took advantage of his descent and quickly stirred the whirlwind around him, forming a drill-like drill that quickly drilled towards Natsu. Natsu dodged Eligor's attack with a jump back, and took the opportunity when Eligor came down from the sky, punched Eligor with a flaming fist. Eligor did not dodge, but directly stretched out his palm to accept Natsu's fist. When the palm and fist met, something happened that startled Natsu. The flame was blown out. What? Natsu looked incredulous. Oh, as expected, without the assistance of fire, your fist is limp. Elijah's grim smile was faintly visible. No. Impossible, the flame actually disappeared. Natsu jumped back and left Allegory's attack range, looking at his smoking fist with a grim expression. My storm jacket blows strong wind from the inside out. In the headwind, the flames cannot burn at all. Aragorn didn't pursue the victory, but looked at Natsu like an ant. So, fire can't defeat wind, that is to say, you can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wave of wind swept towards Natsu. Natsu was hit by this strong wind and could only passively defend himself, unable to do any effective dodge. Don't you understand? Your flames can't touch me at all. Allegory laughed wildly, adding wind blades to the strong wind blowing towards Natsu to cut Natsu. The originally tiny and invisible wind blades were enhanced by the strong wind and turned into a 1-meter-long wind blade. Accelerated by the strong wind, it cut towards Natsu like a bullet. Natsu gave up defense and used the power of the wind to dodge with difficulty. He finally avoided the wind blades that cut towards his limbs, but a bigger wind blade suddenly appeared in front of his chest, and it seemed that he would be cut in half. Natsu exerted force with his feet, squatted down, and rushed straight. Then he did a bridge of iron planks and barely dodged the wind blade. Natsu was furious at the continuous attacks. Thinking that his punches would be ineffective by Allegory's magic, he changed his tactics. Flames ignited on Natsu's feet, and he rushed towards Allegory with the help of the flames, trying to use this speed to get close to Allegory again and hit him with a combination of punches. Allegory still did not dodge, and looked at Natsu with disdain as he rushed towards him. The next second, Natsu was blown away and could not even get close. Humph, do you think the same move will work on me? Elijah taunted Natsu. This next move will take care of you. Aragorn raised his hands high, stretched out his sword fingers, crossed them on his chest, and a light wave formed by a large number of wind blades shot straight towards Natsu. Just die here. Wind magic that tears everything apart, Emerald Swift. In an instant, a large number of wind blades hit Natsu directly. The railways and floors where the wind blades passed were cut into cracks, and even the air was cut into cracks. After a long time, it slowed down. Slowly gathering. There was a loud noise, the smoke cleared, and Natsu fell down. There was no good piece of flesh on his body, only the dragon scale pattern scarf was still intact. Habi, who had woken up at some point, looked at the scene in front of him with sadness. The cry Natsu. Stand up, Natsu. Natsu. Your body is really good. You are the only one whose body can be preserved intact by this move of mine. Everything else was torn to pieces. Elijah looked at the severely wounded young man in front of him. Although he was an enemy, he still sighed. Then he turned around and wanted to leave, but you were still defeated in my hands. Don't worry, you won't die so quickly. Because I also want you to see how I used curse songs to send those old men to heaven. What do you mean by curse song, Natsu slowly stood up while panting. If you really want to kill them, defeat them fair and square. What? What? How can there still be strength? Elijah was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. If you don't even have the courage to challenge me squarely, then go back and hide in your sewer. Natsu's whole body was on fire as he rushed towards Elijah. Humph, don't overestimate your abilities. Elijah waved his hand and Natsu was blown away again. Damn it! I don't believe it, how could I not be able to get close to it? Natsu's flames became more vigorous, and the sharp-eyed Happy found that Elijah's wind was gradually attracted by Natsu's flames. How is this possible? Is this magic that directly transforms emotions into flames? Impossible, how could a little kid like him be able to master this kind of ancient magic? Elijah muttered to himself in disbelief. Emotional flames. Happy heard Elijah talking to himself, rolled his eyes, and instantly thought of a good idea. Natsu, give up, you can't do it, you should let Gray help you solve it. What did you say? What? My wind. The moment Natsu's flames intensified, the wind that had been entangled with Elijah was instantly sucked away by Natsu. My storm coat was cracked. Elijah shouted in horror. Watch me beat you up. Natsu's head shrouded in flames roared, looking like a demon in fire. Fire dragon. No, it's impossible. How can the long-lost dragon-slaying magic still exist? Elijah finally listened seriously to Natsu's magic cry, and was even more horrified, shouting. Sword horn. As the voice sounded, Natsu's headbutt hit Elijah at the same time. Elijah was hit and flew directly into the air. The raging flames directly ignited Elijah. After a while, Elijah fell heavily to the ground, and his whole body was burned. Harpy, what did you just say? Naz was not happy after defeating Elijah, but turned to discuss what he had just said with Harpy. AI cats have bad memories, what did I just say? Happy looked at Natsu innocently. You actually said I can't beat this guy and I need Urza to help me. Natsu mentioned Elijah and said to Happy unhappily. This memory is worse than a cat's. Habib looked at Natsu with a frown on his face. How did I hit this guy just now? Natsu suddenly remembered that he had been blown away and actually hit this untouchable enemy. No matter what, you won in the end, you are the best, Natsu. Happy gave Natsu a thumbs up. Natsu looked at Happy and laughed heartily. On the other side of the ground, the lullaby flute forgotten by Natsu and Happy was also secretly mocking. Chapter 26. Great, Natsu, are you okay? You guys are too slow, I already dealt with him. Looking at the people who came late, Natsu said proudly. It's not my fault, it's all because of that bastard Elijah who just flew away and destroyed the road. Raphael helplessly spread his hands and smiled bitterly at Natsu. How is it possible that Elijah actually lost? The Kaguya horse thief on the side couldn't believe it. After all, Elijah was the god of death who was known for having no enemy he couldn't defeat. At this moment, he felt something at his feet. He looked down and found it was the flute. It turned out that after Elijah was defeated by Natsu, the flute also fell to the side, but the careless Natsu didn't notice it at all and thought the flute was still on Elijah. Well done, Natsu, you don't have to worry about the guild master and the others this time. The next step is to go to Kobo and ask the guild master how to deal with this flute. Urza jumped out of the car and praised Natsu extremely. You guy, you are naked but wearing a scarf, you look like a pervert. As soon as Gray saw Natsu, he rushed forward and complained to Natsu face to face. By the way, if he kicked them at this time, would they kiss each other? Raphael looked at their posture and suddenly felt a little itchy on his feet. You actually have the nerve to talk to me? Natsu replied to Gray and turned to look at Lucy. Lucy, lend me your clothes. You pervert, why did you borrow my clothes? Lucy was shocked and stepped back repeatedly with her arms around her chest. Kageyama watched them playing and no one was paying attention to him. He quietly used shadow magic to pick up the flute, and then quietly approached the cab of the magic car. Raphael sensed his little movement when he cast the magic, but just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and let him do it. After all, in order to blow the flute, the person who plays the flute must be sacrificed, but people like Kageyama who still have a ray of sunshine in their hearts will never sacrifice themselves. Besides, those old men are not vegetarians. If they really want to kill them with a spell, it would be better for Jalal himself to do it. With Raphael's indulgence, Kageyama easily grabbed the magic car and drove away. That bastard, thanks to us we saved his life, hurry up and catch up. Gray was instantly furious. It's okay, I did some tricks on that car. If someone other than me wants to drive it, he must output double the magic power. In this way, even if he arrives, he will have to find a place to restore the magic power before he can play the flute. Raphael stopped Gray, Natsu, and Urza from chasing after them. So let's take a break and recover before we go, because there will be a tough battle later. Raphael kept it a secret. Then how will we get there later? It's still a long way from Kruba. Lucy looked at the desolation around her and asked doubtfully. Don't worry, I have a plan. Raphael winked at Lucy. Kageyama. The regular meeting place of Kruba City, observed in the woods outside the meeting place and found that the people inside were still sitting peacefully discussing, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he successfully grabbed the magic car and drove it to the woods next to the venue, all his magic power was consumed. He collapsed on the seat on the spot and continued to meditate. After recovering some magic power after sunset, Kageyama thought that the flow of magic power caused by meditation would attract the attention of the presidents in the venue, but he didn't see anyone until he regained his mobility. Come and check. He thought that all the presidents were gone, so he immediately went to the hillside opposite the window of the venue to observe. Unexpectedly, it was already dark, and they were still discussing. Ha, you can become the guild leader like this? You didn't even know the enemy was approaching you, you are really lame. Kageyama sneered disdainfully, as if to cover up his embarrassment just now. Such a close distance should be enough, just blow this flute. Suddenly, an old hand patted his shoulder, which frightened him. He quickly turned around, only to find that there was a little old man less than 50 centimeters tall standing behind him. He is the leader of the fairy tale guild. Makarov? Kageyama was stunned. He didn't expect to see one of the leaders he wanted to eliminate here. Ha 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 ha, I've teased you. Ah. No, now is not the time to do this. If I don't find them earlier, I will probably be nagged to death. Makarov, who was still laughing for scaring Kageyama, suddenly thought of what he should do most now. Thinking of the consequences if he didn't find the Destruction Kings in his guild, he instantly became covered in cold sweat. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You are covered with injuries. Go to the hospital and see a doctor. Makarov waved his hand to him, turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, there was a loud noise not far from the hillside where they were, and a big stone fell next to the venue. But strangely Kageyama seemed not to hear or see. Hey Raphael, you are so awesome. Yes, yeah, that's amazing, such a big stone. It was so exciting, I want to do it again, Raphael. A few voices came from the top of the big stone. It turned out that Raphael and his team had finally arrived. Lucy jumped down from the stone in shock. She originally thought that the method Raphael said was to find a car. Or they could use flying magic to fly over, but they didn't expect Raphael to lift a huge stone for them to sit on and then threw it in the direction of Bakro, which frightened Lucy all the way and her legs were broken when she came down. Soft. Natsu, Happy, and Gray just looked at Raphael with admiration. As for Urza, they were not surprised. After all, someone who could even create a tsunami could do this. It's a simple matter. They hurriedly ran towards Makarov, but were stopped halfway by Bob, the president of the Cyan Pegasus. "Don't worry, let's continue watching, it'll be fine. It turns out that this place has been enchanted, blocking Kageyama's perception, so that he can only hear and see what the presidents want him to hear and see. After all, they are the presidents of the guild. He had discovered him while meditating, and originally wanted to capture him directly, but Makarov felt that Kageyama could still be saved, so he cooperated with the play. Listen to President Bob. Don't you know the strength of our president? And there are so many presidents here, so let's just watch the show in peace." Raphael comforted the anxious people. He knew that Makarov's purpose was to win over this young man who still had sunshine in his heart. Moreover, this young man would not disappoint in the end and could save a person who longed for sunshine. Escape from the darkness, why not? Ah la la, little Raphael is still reliable, little Urza has grown up. And you, little Natsu and little Gray, are so cute. Bob blew a few passionate kisses at them, and Raphael and the others shuddered instantly. Who is he? For the first time, Lucy saw the person whom Raphael and the others avoided. Ah, he is Mr. Bob, the president of the Cyan Pegasus Guild, and that one over there is Ms. Goldman, the president of the Four-Headed Hound Guild. Habby explained to Lucy. So are all members of the Justice Guild a little abnormal? The one who looks like a girl is a boy, and the one who looks like a boy is actually a girl. Lucy complained with a twitching mouth. Raphael heard Lucy's complaint and nodded involuntarily, but Raphael remembered that they were not like this when he had just met Bob and Goodman. Bob was a handsome man with elegant manners when he was young, and Goodman was one of the most beautiful women, but now, I have to say that time is really a butcher's knife. Raphael looked at the two of them sympathetically. Bob and Goodman felt Raphael's gaze, and immediately narrowed their eyes and said to Raphael with murderous intent, "I feel like you are thinking about something very rude." Raphael turned his head guiltily, and observed whether there were any enemies around him. Anyway, he looked very busy. "Well, I like playing the flute very much, but the hospital doesn't allow me to play it, so I can only come here to practice. Do you want to listen to me play a song?" Kageyama would not give up this rare opportunity. After all, it would be easier to make breakthroughs one by one, so he quickly stopped Makarov. Makarov saw Raphael and the others, turned his back to Kageyama, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and nodded to him. "Also, then I'll listen to you play a song." Old people who have been tired all day sometimes want to listen to pleasant music to relieve themselves. Seeing that Makarov agreed so easily, Kageyama looked at Makarov with disdain, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In case of any changes, he quickly put the flute to his lips and prepared to start the spell to kill the old man of the strongest guild in front of him. However, the moment he put his lips to his lips and prepared to blow, he hesitated. He remembered Gray's words, remembered Raphael's anger because he was backstabbed by his companions, and remembered Urza shouting to him that she needed his help. "Don't want." Urza was about to rush forward when she saw this, but Goldman stretched out his hand to stop her. "It's okay, just keep watching. Blow it." Makarov kept urging. "Yes, blow, as long as you blow, as long as you blow, everything will. No, nothing will change." Makarov looked at Kageyama calmly. Kageyama was startled and looked at Makarov. He knew that he had seen through everything, but, why didn't he just subdue him? Kageyama looked at Makarov in confusion. Some things don't have to be done, but some things must be done. Weak people will always be weak, but it doesn't mean that being weak is necessarily bad. People are born weak. Makarov looked at Kageyama calmly with his hands behind his back. Because a person is always lonely and restless, that's why there is a guild, and that's why we need partners. Kageyama slowly put down the flute and looked at Makarov, trembling all over. In order to survive strongly, you need partners and support each other. You may fall many times and fail many times, but, Makarov stood on the stone and touched Kageyama's head. As long as you firmly believe, you will always take a step towards tomorrow. Even if you are in deep darkness, as long as you yearn for light and tomorrow's sun, then strength will continue to surge out to support you to keep going, and you will be able to live strong with a smile. These things. Makarov grinned at Kageyama. You don't need to blow this flute to get it. Snapped. Kageyama knelt down weakly, and the flute in his hand fell aside. I lost. I'm sorry. President. You're awesome. Everyone cheered. Urza picked up the president and slammed him into her arms, causing Makarov to grimace in pain and try to escape from Urza's arms. Raphael walked up to Kageyama, stretched out his hand and said to him, I believe you can change and be saved. In the days to come, make up for the mistakes you made before. Kageyama looked up at Raphael, and the tears that he had been holding back for a long time finally flowed out. Can I still bask in the sun? Do I still have a chance? Natsu also walked to Raphael's side at this time, smiled and nodded to Kageyama. As long as you want. At this moment, purple smoke came out of the flute next to him that no one cared about, and a disgusting and unpleasant voice came from the smoke. What a bunch of useless trash, you can't even be lazy and pick up ready-made ones, so let me do it myself. The black smoke slowly expanded, and a monster-like figure appeared in front of everyone. It was nearly 100 meters tall, with lines like a dead tree all over its body, but also like thick and entangled tree roots. Strong and huge. On the head, 2 thick tree roots extend from the forehead as horns. The face is like a skull with 3 eyes, just like it was in the flute state. This monster-like demon exudes an ominous magic power, which makes people feel depressed and heavy. Those 3 black hole-like eyes make people feel as if they will be sucked in if they look at it one more time. Come and eat your souls. The devil stretched out his hands and shouted to everyone. Is this the monster that Daisa transformed into? So terrible. Lucy and Habi hugged each other and shouted in horror. All the presidents present and Urza suddenly. This guy, is the devil in Ziref's book. Goldman looked at the monster in front of him seriously. Ziref? Demon. Urza looked at Goldman doubtfully. Jalal was a vicious black wizard from a long time ago. He created a lot of evil magic and monsters, and these monsters are demons. Goodman is really a qualified commentator. Can souls be eaten? Is it tasty? Don't look at me, you bastard, how would I know? In such a serious occasion, only Natsu, who is so rough, missed the point. Don't think about it, just eat it all at once. The demon opened his mouth and was about to start a curse song. Change your outfit and use the heavenly armor. Urza cut the demon's feet madly in an instant, and the demon instantly lost his balance and the magic in his mouth was cancelled. Fire Dragon's Hook. Natsu took the opportunity to quickly climb up to the demon's shoulder from the other side, and kicked the demon's face to the side. The demon angrily turned around and sprayed light balls at Natsu continuously, but Natsu dodged them one by one. Got it. Ice Make Shield. Some light balls flying towards the presidents were instantly blocked by the Ice Lotus shield created by Grey. Then Grey changed his gesture and released countless ice guns, poking several big holes in the demon's body. Damn it, you ants actually dare to stop me from eating, then I will eat you first. The demon was furious with this series of blows. In order to prevent being interrupted again, the demon forcibly launched the curse song quickly. Puff. Everyone who had been prepared fell down instantly. This is fart, it's definitely fart, it's definitely fart. Lucy launched a 3-hit combo of complaints against the devil. No. Impossible. Where has my beautiful singing voice gone? The devil went crazy. Bob thought for a while, then punched his fist and suddenly said, I understand. Originally, his flute holes were in the right position, but the holes that Little Grey gave him just now destroyed his overall structure. He is now like a toothless tiger, unable to play the curse song anymore. What? Unforgivable. The demon is so angry that he wants to beat them all to death. Come on, everyone, let's finish him off with the final blow. Raphael raised his arms and shouted. Combine the flame in your left hand with the flame in your right hand. Natsu clasped his hands together and smashed the demon's face hard. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Urza below also transformed into a black feather armor that could multiply her power, and she could kill him with just one sword. One of the devil's legs was cut off. Ice make Binkianquin. Gray's freezing shape magic froze the devil's other leg, and then it was cut off by Urza. The devil, who was severely hit on the head and had his legs cut off, instantly fell towards the guild presidents. Pull! Phil ducked under the demon who was about to fall, and punched him seriously. Ordinary, one punch. The demon was instantly blown to pieces. The seemingly powerful demon just made an anticlimactic exit. Looking at Raphael and the others showing off their power, Makarov smiled and showed off to everyone. Fairy Tale Guild, the strongest team, join us. But he stopped laughing the next second, turned around and ran away. Raphael, Gray, Urza, and others also ran directly with the president. Even Lucy and Natsu were covered in cold sweat. On the way, even Lucy was the first to run. The other presidents looked at everyone in Fairy Tale with puzzled faces. The president opposite Makarov suddenly thought of something, his expression changed, and he turned around to look back. When he arrived at the venue, he froze with his mouth wide open. He saw that a large villa that looked like a medieval castle had been reduced to ashes with the wind of Raphael's fist, and a large section of the hillside behind it was cut off. Cut! Chase me! Chapter 27. Magic Council. A group of people who had nothing to do all day gathered together again to discuss. These dark guilds are becoming more and more arrogant. Eliminating the Iron Forest will not solve the fundamental problem. There are countless dark guilds. How about we make a strategic plan and kill them all one by one? The people in the Magic Council had a heated and useless discussion about the Iron Forest incident. Ogre, the second seat of the Magic Council, held the damaged and sealed lullaby in his hand and said seriously, if someone uses Zeref's magic again in the future, we will not be able to bear it. But now it's better to think carefully about why this contraband that should have been stored under the seal of the council was scattered outside and was just obtained by a minion of the Dark Guild. The chief of the Magic Council stared at the people present. His sharp eyes seemed to see through someone with ulterior motives. Everyone was silent. After all, this was indeed a mistake by the management, and no one could get away from it. Kike Klein on the side crossing his hands and lowering his eyebrows, he said anyway, fortunately, this matter did not cause a major disaster and was solved in time, thanks to the Fairy Tale Gang. He raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile. Although you don't want to admit it, this is a fact. If the curse succeeds this time, all the presidents of the guild will be wiped out, and even some of us will lose our lives. Yuryudiya on the side covered her mouth and smiled. Although they caused some devastating losses, their actions also protected each of us very well, but they are really powerful, there are only 5 or 6 of them. And destroyed the entire guild. Snapped. What do you mean? Are you saying we are responsible? Are you saying we caused this? Aren't the damage done by those guys bad enough? How much trouble those wanton guys caused. The trouble we caused this time even made us very anxious. Some members of the parliament couldn't sit still. They slammed the table and stood up to look at Kaikarian and asked. Kaikarian lowered his head and laughed sarcastically, and said slowly, that's not what I said. I just want everyone to put it down. Prejudice, how about complimenting them? After listening to his words, several members of the parliament looked at each other with ugly faces for a while, and then sat down in silence. No one noticed that a hidden light flashed in Kaikarian's eyes. Lucy's house. What? I just experienced Lucy, who had written everything and put it away, was stretching and getting ready to take a rest. The house you bought with the 70,000 is really nice. A male voice came from behind Lucy. Lucy turned her head stiffly and saw Gray and Raphael. Gray took off his shirt and sat on Lucy's sofa calmly. As for Raphael, he was looking for snacks in the refrigerator. Snapped. Boom. Ah. Lucy kicked Gray away with a high whip kick, and then knocked Raphael down with a flying punch. You two bastards who illegally invaded a beautiful girl's room. Gray, you even took off your clothes in other people's rooms. Lucy was so angry that she kicked Gray again. You misunderstood, I came in after taking off my clothes. Gray explained with a size 38 shoe print on his face. Go back to your house. Lucy pointed to the door with her hands on her hips, then looked at Raphael who was lying on the ground and still eating Lucy's cake. Don't come to other people's houses and look for food in the refrigerator. Chew, chew. Isn't that just waiting for you to get greedy, chew? Raphael said incoherently while eating the cake. Wait for me. Lucy asked doubtfully. We knew you definitely didn't remember, but remember, Natsu is going to challenge Urza. Gray rubbed his face and said. Chew. Just today. Raphael had finished eating, he got up from the ground and clapped his hands and said. Let's go, I'll show you a real fight between wizards. Fairy Tale Guild. A group of people gathered in front of the door, and in the middle of the crowd were Natsu and Urza. Lucy pushed through the crowd and got in. She was surprised when she saw Natsu and Urza in front of her. Are they serious about this? Elfman on the side shouted, of course they are serious, otherwise they wouldn't be men. Myra turned to look at her silly brother and said Urza is a girl. Girls who are more manly than men, Raphael on the side complained. This is not good. Two of the strongest teams are going to duel or something. Lucy looked at the two of them worriedly and said. The strongest team? Who said that? So tasteless. Raphael continued to complain mercilessly. Turning around, he saw Myra crying sadly. Raphael hurriedly ran over to comfort Myra. Although he knew she was pretending, as a woman, just coax her. The strongest squad? I don't agree with that. Elfman completely ignored his sister and retorted on his own. Myra Jane cried even louder. Raphael, who was still busy comforting Myra Jane, suddenly felt like Elfman wanted to the idea of fighting. Yes, if Urza is the strongest woman, I admit that Raphael is indeed the strongest monster, but that is a monster, not a human being. The crowd raised questions one after another. Raphael, forget it, give up. Whoever has the ability can do it. When it comes to the strongest team, I think Laxus's Thunder Gods can also compete, and of course our team should be able to compete as well. Lebby and her followers said in unison. Ahem, we'll discuss who's the strongest later, let's watch the duel between Natsu and Urza first. Raphael looked at Myra Jane who had fainted from crying and quickly changed the subject. Yeah. Come on, Natsu. Come on, Natsu. Everyone immediately recalled the business, and Myra Jane, who had fainted on the ground just now, was instantly resurrected with full health and stood in the best position to watch the battle. It seems like the last time I faced you was a long time ago, Urza lowered her eyebrows and recalled. I was still young then, but now it's different. I've experienced the baptism of battle and I must defeat you today. Natsu declared war on Urza with great vigor. Then I have to take action. It's been a long time since I've been able to move my muscles properly. Urza opened her eyes, full of fighting spirit. The next second, she changed into a black patterned armor. The pattern resembled a ball of burning flames, and her hairstyle became a double ponytail. Urza seems to be really serious. Raphael looked at Urza seriously and said. Why do you say that? Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. Because Urza's armor is the Entei armor, her only ability is fire resistance, and Natsu's ability happens to be fire, which means. This means that the effect of Natsu's fire has been weakened by at least half. Gray took over Raphael's words and looked at Urza and the others seriously. Happy looked at Natsu seriously as well. Lucy thought it was worried about Natsu and was about to comfort him, but the next second Happy took out a banknote and said to Kana, who opened the odds, "I'd better bet on Urza to win." "What a heartless cat!" Lucy complained to Habib, and then changed her tone, "I'm different. I can't bear to see either of them lose." Gray looked at Lucy speechlessly. "Unexpectedly pure love. Emperor Yan's armor, it just suits my taste." Natsu looked at Urza, and blazing fire erupted from his fists in excitement. "This way I can use my full strength without any worries." "Begin." Makarov appeared between the two of them at some point and announced the start of the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu kicked the ground, and his fist with fire instantly reached Urza. Urza dodged Natsu's attack with a jump, and then swept the sword in her right hand towards Natsu. Natsu ducked to avoid Urza's sweep, then stretched out his legs and kicked Urza from bottom to top. Urza turned her head to avoid Natsu's kick, and her left hand went from the lower left corner to the upper right corner of Natsu. Natsu quickly rolled backwards to avoid Urza's attack. Urza took the opportunity to slide Natsu when he was using his hands to support himself, and kicked him to the ground. However, Natsu was not a pushover, and the moment he fell to the ground, he released the roar of a fire dragon towards Urza, and the fierce flames shot towards Urza. Urza's reaction was even more sensitive, and she did a backwards extreme roll, and the flames flew past her body, burning the innocent people watching nearby and making them scream. So awesome! Lucy looked at the rapid close combat in front of her. She didn't even react when she saw Urza and Natsu separated from each other again stand up. "How wonderful!" Raphael bumped into Gray and teased. "Tisk, no way!" Gray responded to Raphael unhappily. Natsu took a breath and immediately rushed forward again, intending to use the fire dragon's iron fist to attack Urza, and Urza was also ready to chop Natsu away. At this moment, a voice sounded and stopped the two who wanted to continue fighting. "Let's stop here." Everyone turned their heads and saw a frogman standing in front of them. It was wearing a purple robe and a tall and thin hat on its head. It stretched out its hands and pointed at everyone and said, "That's it, stay there and don't move. I am a messenger sent by the Magic Council." Everyone was shocked. It was sent by the council. Makarov stood up and asked with a grim face, "So, what are you doing here, Mr. Messenger? You should also know that in the Iron Forest incident some time ago, Urza was suspected of obstructing the normal movement of the train, damaging the train track, and destroying the ocean hall where the president's regular meetings were held. Now charged with 11 counts of damaging items, etc. Arrest Urza Shukareto immediately." Chapter 28. "What are you talking about, you bastard? Why do you want to arrest Urza?" Natsu, who had a hot temper, couldn't help it, and rushed forward to beat the frogman down with flames all over his body. As a result, the giant Makarov slapped him and pinned him to the ground. "Gray, Elfman." Makarov called out the two's names and signaled them with his eyes. Gray and Elfman nodded, stepped forward to hold Natsu, and prevented him from doing anything out of line. Natsu struggled madly among them unwillingly, and Urza stepped forward with a brisk step, knocked Natsu unconscious with a knife. Then Urza calmly stepped forward to accept the detention of the council army, and quietly put on the anti-magic handcuffs. Although everyone's faces were very ugly, no one stepped forward to stop them. After all, they all knew that this was just a formality. They were arrested in the morning and released in the afternoon. After all, except for Natsu, everyone in the guild had been in there several times. Natsu had not been there because Makarov was worried that with his stubborn mind, something might happen, and then the formality would really become an arrest. However, although they understood it, they were still very unhappy that their guild members were handcuffed and taken away in public, especially when the duel between Urza and Natsu was interrupted. "No. Why are you all like this? Is Urza going to be captured? Isn't she our friend? Why don't you go and save her?" Little newbie Lucy didn't understand why everyone could watch Urza being arrested and taken away so quietly, and even the real culprit Raphael was still watching the show. Feeling Lucy's pitiful, pleading and resentful eyes, Raphael couldn't help but touch his nose and smiled helplessly. He knew with his toes that this moth was made by the little calf pronounced as Zakrane and written as Jalal. He just wanted to see Urza and then plant the navigation seed in Urza. Otherwise, how could those people in the Tower of Paradise Ark not find Urza before, but find her accurately after Urza met Zakrane once? But even if you want to see Urza, you don't need to use this method, or even impose charges on her. It's really unpleasant to think about it. Raphael, who originally wanted Urza to come back earlier and planned to keep an eye on Natsu, sighed helplessly, stepped forward and said to the frog man, "I'll go with you. After all, strictly speaking, most of those crimes were committed by me. You won't just watch me, the real criminal, get away with it, right?" The frogman looked at Raphael, his face changed. "Raphael, it's you." He recalled the scene when Raphael went to the council review site for the first and last time but destroyed more than half of the council, and he shuddered. But he didn't dare to refuse and could only agree reluctantly. After all, Raphael's eyes looking at him became more and more dangerous, and he heard that Raphael's enemies had no corpses left recently, and all turned into fragments. He didn't want to be a part of it, anyway. It wasn't him who had a headache. "Raphael, actually," Urza was moved and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Raphael. "It's okay. I haven't been to the council for a long time. I'll go see if it has become stronger." Raphael's words made the frogman sweat even more. He turned to Makarov and said meaningfully, "President, you must keep an eye on Natsu, otherwise you won't be able to have dinner tonight." Then he turned around and stepped onto the magic circle with Urza. A flash of light flashed, and they went directly from Magnolia to the Fiori branch of the council. Led by the council's messenger, the frogman, they walked all the way to the review venue. Suddenly, Urza, who was walking in front, tensed up and became alert. Raphael, who was strolling behind, understood that she had met a man who had given her nightmares. Not far ahead, a young man with blue hair and red tattoos on his face leaned on the railing, looking at Urza playfully. "Zikaline," Urza frowned and stared at the young man in front of her. The frogman envoy knelt down and greeted him. "Allah, relax, I'm not your enemy." Zakrane looked at Urza with a smile, "This is just my thought body, don't be nervous. The old men behind the door are also thought bodies. You know, this is just a small form, there is no need to come in person." Urza looked at him angrily. "So you are the one who did it? This is such a boring trick." "Alala, how can you think so? I've been arguing with those old guys for a long time for you, and I've said a lot of good things for you, but you know, someone has to be the scapegoat." Kaikarian spread his hands helplessly and looked at it with a fake smile. "Urza! Shut up!" Urza growled. "Forget it, it's not a big deal to find you before the review." Zakilin approached Urza, lifted her chin and looked at her. "Don't tell the old men about that." Click. "What?" Zikaline was startled and quickly separated from Urza. He turned around and saw Raphael had just put down his camera. "Raphael," Zakrane looked at Raphael with an unpleasant expression. "What are you doing here? Are you going to destroy another branch of the council?" Zikaline had heard about the incident that caused the council to suffer heavy losses and lose all face. Although he came in after that incident, Altair had restored 3/4 of the scene at that time. Even he was very afraid of such an attack. "Me? Those of you who are traveling here, you know, I haven't come here for a long time. You continue, I will leave now." Raphael squinted at Cheekleen, and said he wanted to leave but had no intention of leaving. Although he knew that Jalal was brainwashed, similar to Beria's experience. Jalal still let him go after all. Urza was injured, and the wounds in her heart were more painful than the wounds on her body. Regardless of whether she had a hard time with her friends in the guild, she had to give him a beating first. It was a pity that Cheekleen was a missing person, and he didn't know how to hide. Where? Maybe in the Tower of Paradise, but that place is in the vast sea after all. Raphael is too lazy, so he can only wait to beat him up when he meets him later. Anyway, his plan will be implemented soon. When the time comes, he will have the opportunity to seek justice for Urza. Perhaps feeling Raphael's murderous intent, the fearful Cheekleen left first, leaving a message before leaving. Wait, we will meet again. See you there, Urza. Raphael pursed his lips in disdain. He was not a devil, so why did he run so fast? He kicked the frogman who was still kneeling with his head down. Let's go, finish it early and go back early. Okay, okay. You actually know such a powerful person, the frogman said tremblingly as he led the way. People? That's the devil, Urza said with gritted teeth. Raphael looked at Urza in front of him and touched his beardless chin. Urza might know something, but maybe she is not sure? Forget it, I am invincible anyway. With me here, I am the anchor of the sea. No one can go back alive. Raphael thought narcissistically. In the court, the 10 senators including Cheekleen who were sitting high above were looking at Urza and the other person below. To be more precise, they were looking at Raphael. They looked at Raphael in shock, tears streaming down the face of the thought body, and they communicated with each other with their eyes. Let me go, why is this thing here? I don't know, don't look at me. Why did that frog bastard bring this guy here? What should we do? Just end it. They looked at Raphael with ugly faces and were silent for a long time. Raphael just smiled at them without saying a word. Ahem, let the trial begin. The speaker felt that if this continued, it would really end in an anticlimax, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and announce the start. Snapped. Next, the magic judge will begin the trial, and the suspect Urza Chocolatto will be invited to the witness stand. The accused Urza. The judging was carried out in an orderly manner. Although Raphael was the one who did most of the detailed work, they did not dare to anger him too much. After all, there were only 3 or 4 capable people among the 10 people present, and the rest were all fools. They were only the so-called dignitaries who could become senators. So they could only bring Urza here as a warning, but who knew that Raphael would follow. Now, even if they had some tricks up their sleeves, they could only hold their noses and completely become a formality. The sad thing is that 2 of the 3 or 4 capable people are undercover agents. Raphael looked at them with sympathy. At this moment, Raphael's face changed, and he looked at Urza helplessly. Urza looked at Raphael with a puzzled look. Suddenly, a big hole appeared in the wall behind her, and Natsu rushed into the judging scene disguised as Urza. I am Urza. You have arrested the wrong person. Come and catch me. Natsu said as he breathed out flames in all directions. Yes, I'm sorry. Urza bent down and apologized sincerely to the speaker, her face turned red. It's over. I can't eat Myra's cooking tonight. Raphael covered his face and shook his head helplessly. Put them in jail. The corner of the council president's mouth twitched, sighed, and handed down the final verdict. Raphael could only follow helplessly into the prison. If he had known, he would not have followed. If he had known, he would have stayed with the guild to watch. He was obsessed with Natsu. If he had known it, he wouldn't have come to the show in such a bad way. If he had known it. Seeing Natsu still whining next to him, Raphael and Urza were instantly angry and rushed. He started punching and kicking Natsu for several hours, until his whole body was swollen before he stopped. What are you guys doing? I worked so hard to get you. Natsu asked with a swollen pig face, confused. Raphael, who had already calmed down, kicked Natsu's butt again after hearing what Natsu said. You idiot, we are here just for a formality. We are almost done and can go back to the guild. Natsu was surprised, then lowered his head and apologized weakly. Yes. I'm sorry. Urza shook her head and smiled to Raphael and Natsu, saying, but I am very happy. Thank you. Raphael sighed as he looked at the girl who was protecting him with her cold armor. Perhaps, to resolve Urza's knot, he could only wait until the Tower of Paradise. Chapter 29. Oh, I'm finally out. Fresh air. Natsu returned to the guild the next day after being released from prison, running around like a husky, holding a wine glass and jumping for joy. Raphael looked at Natsu with a frown on his face. I should have let him stay in prison for a few more days. Lucy collapsed on the table, breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, it turned out to be just a formal arrest. I was scared to death. She looked like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Gray on the side suddenly clapped his hands as if he suddenly realized something, so the frog was asked to come because he will be back soon. In Japanese, frog and home are homophones, the explanation in the original book. Elfman shuddered instantly and looked at Gray speechlessly, as expected of a wizard who uses ice. Even his jokes are colder than those of ordinary people. Then Elfman seemed to remember something and turned to Natsu and asked, Natsu, what about your manly battle with Urza? What's the result? Natsu, who was still spinning around in place, suddenly remembered that his battle with Urza had not yet been decided, and said directly to Urza, hey! Urza, our battle is not over yet. Urza, who was quietly eating a small cake on the side, directly refused, forget it, I don't want to compete, I'm tired. Raphael knew that she had not completely come out of the Zakrane who looked like Jalal before, and was still secretly worried. The stubborn Natsu didn't care whether you agreed or not, and rushed up directly. Urza shook her head helplessly, and then her hands suddenly transformed into a big hammer and hit Natsu with it. Really, since you insist, let's start. Natsu was hit by the hammer and flew out, breaking 4 or 5 tables, then rolled on the floor for several times, and finally hit the wall of the guild directly, and fainted. Gray, Lucy and Elfman were so frightened that their mouths opened wide, and Raphael silently prayed for Natsu in his heart. Cold sweat as big as stones flowed down their heads. AI. Urza wins. The happy jumped up happily. After all, he used all his wealth to buy Urza to win. Ha 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 ha. Natsu, you are so lame. Thunderous laughter broke out in the guild, turning into a sea of joy. Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed. She turned around and saw the president sitting unsteadily. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong, President?" The president nodded his head up and down like a chicken eating rice. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'm a little sleepy. It seems that guy is here." Yes, before Myra finished her words, she collapsed instantly. Raphael quickly hugged Myra and slowly laid her flat on the table. After all, if Myra was in a position where she fell because she fell asleep, she would probably be overwhelmed by all kinds of plates and cups. As Myra fell, as if some debuff had been triggered, people in the entire guild fell one after another, like dominoes. Even the famous fairy queen Urza is not immune. In the end, only Makarov and Raphael were left awake in the entire guild. Compared to the sleepy Makarov, Raphael was not affected at all and was as energetic as if he had taken Suanmei. When most of the people in the guild fell asleep, a man wearing a black windbreaker walked in from outside the guild door. His head was wrapped in a black turban, and his face was wrapped in a patterned square scarf. He wrapped himself so tightly that only a pair of eyes could be seen. "Missed gun," Makarov called him with his head hanging down. "You let them all fall asleep, and you wrapped yourself up so tightly, aren't you hot?" Raphael tapped the table with his fingers and complained. "It's not hot, and you complain about this every time. I'm a little tired of it. Besides, you know why I'm like this." Mr. Gang answered Raphael's question while walking to the taskbar to take over the task and report to the president. "Ah, that's right, who told you to look exactly like that guy? It's so unfair to you." Raphael couldn't help but sigh. After all, for Mistgun, looking exactly like Jalal meant that he could never appear in front of the guild, or strictly speaking, he couldn't appear in front of Urza. After all, they were partners in the same guild, and he didn't want to hurt his partners, so he would rather wrap himself up tightly and become the most mysterious S-class wizard in everyone's mouth. Forget it, I can't say anything. When you leave, remember to remove the hypnosis magic, otherwise the old man will roll down from the bar. Looking at Makarov, who was about to collapse, Raphael wanted to see him roll down, but thinking of the president's narrow-mindedness in the future, Raphael still reminded Mistgang. Don't worry, the moment I walk out of the door is the time limit for unlocking the magic. Mr. Gang walked out of the door without looking back, and the people in the guild also woke up one after another. Ah, this feeling, Mistgun is back. Myra Jane sat up, rubbed her head and said helplessly, but she secretly glanced at Raphael from the corner of her eyes, with a trace of blush on her face. That bastard! Makeo said angrily, rubbing his head, because his head fell directly on the table and is still hurting. His hypnotic magic is still as powerful as ever. Elfman said with a sigh. Mr. Gang? Lucy asked in confusion. Her mind was still not clear. The harpy in front of her seemed to have turned into 2 or 3. He is one of the strongest male candidates in fairy tale. Loki didn't know when he was standing beside her. Loki, who had just answered Lucy's question, suddenly felt that the voice was a little familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Lucy. He was so scared that he quickly stepped back a distance. I don't know why, but he seems to mind that others see his face, so he makes everyone fall asleep every time he comes to the guild to receive a task. This is why he is called the most mysterious man. Gray rubbed his temples to explain Lucy's confusion. This is too weird and strange. Lucy was surprised. After all, they were all from the same guild, and no one would laugh at him, so why couldn't they let everyone know his true face? Therefore, only the president and Raphael in the entire guild have seen his true appearance. Gray simply lay on the table, as if this would make him more comfortable. Snort. Not necessarily, I know it too. A voice came from the second floor. Everyone looked up to the second floor. A burly figure walked to the railing on the second floor, held up his face, smoked a cigar, and looked at the people downstairs with an unruly look. The figure looks young, and seems to be about the same age as Urza and others. He has short golden hair, wears earphones with sharp corners, and has a lightning-like scar on his right eye. He looks like a bad boy. Laxus! You're here! Everyone exclaimed. After all, Laxus didn't come back to the guild for many years. And it was harder to see him than to see Mistgun. This is another one of the strongest candidates. Gray changed his posture, supported his face and explained to Lucy consciously. Mr. Gang is a very shy person. He has his own reasons. Don't delve into it any further. Laxus looked at everyone with disdain, his tone was very arrogant, but when his eyes saw Raphael, his expression turned ugly for a moment. Raphael squinted and smiled, raising the strawberry milk to Laxus. Sass gestured. Laxus snorted and looked away. Laxus, fight with me. Natsu didn't know which muscle was wrong, and suddenly he became angry again. He raised his head and pointed at Laxus and launched a challenge. Humph, forget it, you can't even beat Urza, and you still want to fight me. Laxus looked at Natsu with a disdainful sneer. What are you saying? Urza clenched her fists in displeasure and stared at Laxus with an ugly expression, as if she was going to rush up and fight Laxus in the next second. Be cold, calm down, don't be impulsive. The guild members next to her quickly stopped Urza. If they really wanted to fight, the guild would probably be dismantled. What am I talking about? I said I am the strongest in the guild. Laxus opened his hands, pointed at Raphael and said, even if it's you. Raphael, I can beat him too. Raphael put down the milk, looked at Laxus, turned his back to Makarov and asked, Can I beat him now? After not beating him for a long time, he felt like he was okay again. Makarov sighed and advised, hey, forget it, beating him in front of so many people will make him lose face, and he will be even more rebellious by then. Let him go, he will suffer in the future. You will know that you have repented. Raphael turned to look at Makarov. Are you sure? If you continue to let him go like this, I think it will be you, President, who will regret it in the end. After all, he started a civil war and even forced the people in the guild to kill each other. Makarov was silent and didn't say a word. Raphael shook his head and then turned to watch the show. I don't care, you have to fight me today. Natsu rushed up to the second floor to fight Laxus regardless of it. The next second, Natsu was slammed to the ground by Makarov's huge fist. You can't go up, you are still here. Can't. Hey, come up quickly, I'm waiting for you, but it seems that someone has made the old man angry. Laxus lay on the railing and mocked Natsu. Laxus. That's enough. Raphael's smile also completely disappeared, staring at Laxus and speaking calmly. That look seemed to pierce Laxus. Snort. Although Laxus is not afraid of Raphael, the experience of being beaten before still makes him a little scared. Never mind. It's boring. Laxus turned and walked towards the interior of the second floor. When he was about to walk in, he turned and sneered at everyone. I am the strongest person in fairy tale, and I will not give up this throne to anyone, not even Mr. Ergen. Urza is still the same man, even Raphael. I'm the strongest. Chapter 30. In the evening, Lucy, who was reluctant to go home, was helping Myra clean up the dishes. She remembered the scene in the morning and couldn't help but ask Myra suspiciously. Myra-chan, what the president just said, you can't go to the second floor. What does that mean? When Myra heard Lucy's question, she stopped what she was doing and said to Lucy with a smile, well, it's too early for you, but I can tell you in advance. Do you remember Makao's mission? Myra did not explain it directly, but asked Lucy a small question first. Makao. Is it the mission to conquer Balkan? Lucy recalled and asked Myra. Yes, what do you think of that mission? Looking back now, it was quite dangerous, if Natsu hadn't saved Makao at that time. But does this have anything to do with the mission on the second floor? Makao's mission is on the first floor, and the mission on the second floor is 100 times more difficult than the mission on the first floor. Mirage smiled and pointed to the upper floor. 100 times. Doesn't that mean that we have to kill thousands of Balkans? Lucy was shocked. If you only deal with a few thousand, it is still simple, and it is not 100 times more powerful. To be considered 100 times more powerful, it would have to be 10 times more powerful than a few thousand. Mila's words shocked Lucy so much that she was speechless. She didn't expect that the mission on the second floor would be so dangerous. Therefore, the tasks on the second floor are all S-level tasks. If you misjudge a detail, the whole army will be wiped out. Therefore, these tasks must be approved by the president. There are only a few people in our guild who are approved by the president, including Laxus, Raphael, Urza, and Mistgun, so this is why the president does not allow Natsu to go to the second floor. Reason. Then Myra came closer to Lucy, smiled at Lucy and asked, you must not worry about the commission above. Although the reward for the task is very high, it is easy to lose your life. Lucy was so frightened that she nodded repeatedly. Early the next morning, Myra hurriedly ran down the stairs on the second floor, shouting anxiously as she ran. Oh no, President, there is one power of attorney missing on the second floor. Puff. Guild President Makarov, who was drinking, immediately spit out the wine in his mouth, and other people in the guild also turned to look at Myra in surprise. Raphael drank milk quietly. I remember this plot. In order to prove himself, Natsu asked Happy to steal a commission on the second floor. This plot is nothing, but the next ghost incident is the real priority, Raphael's. He looked at the milk in the cup with solemn eyes. It seemed that he would be sitting in the guild all the time recently, so that the ghosts would never come back. What idiot would take that kind of thing away? That is, a mission that is so dangerous and can only be solved by an S-class magician. Who would be stupid enough to secretly take it away and complete it? After the brief surprise, people in the guild began to talk about it. I saw a cat with wings sneaking it away last night. Laxus said calmly, holding his hands, sitting on the second floor leisurely drinking wine and smoking a cigar. A cat with wings. Hubby. Doesn't that mean Natsu and Lucy are involved too? These idiots. They've made a killing. Everyone was shocked, and then they started to worry. After all, S-level missions can really kill people. This is a serious violation of the rules. They will be kicked out of the guild when they come back, right, old man? Laxus squinted at Makarov and let out a few mocking chuckles, but I hope they can come back. After all, with their three-legged cat skills, he. Laxus, you knew why you didn't stop them. Myra stared at Laxus seriously, her eyes showing a terrifying light. Your expression scares me. Besides, how do I know it's not a stray cat that just came up and took away something it thought was food? Laxus looked at Myra Jane with contempt and arrogance as he continued to mock them. Laxus. Raphael's voice came from behind Laxus. Laxus was startled. In an instant, he felt an irresistible force pressing his head and punching through from the second floor to the first floor. I don't care what you want to do, and I don't care who you want to provoke, but you shouldn't put your friends in danger. Raphael said angrily to Laxus. Raphael. Laxus felt extremely ashamed that he was being pressed on the head in front of a group of people he thought were weak. He instantly became furious, shouting Raphael's name and charging towards him like lightning. Since the old man can't control you, I will teach you a lesson in my own way. Raphael punched him hard, and everyone in the guild seemed to see a fist that covered the sky and the sun, which kept growing in front of them. Bang! With a loud bang, Laxus was knocked unconscious by Raphael. Don't worry, he's fine. I just knocked him out and he'll wake up after a while. Raphael looked at Makarov's concerned eyes, clapped his hands angrily and said. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas. Makarov shook his head, sighed helplessly, turned to look at Myra and asked, have you found out which order sheet is missing? It's the cursed island, Karna Island. What? That devil's island? Makarov shouted in surprise, and then said to Raphael anxiously, Raphael, go and bring them back to me. Raphael was stunned. Why did he have something to do here? But when he turned around and saw Laxus who was knocked down by him and Urza who was not in the guild for the time being, he covered his head helplessly. It seemed that he was the only one who was suitable. All right, then in that case I'll take this mission, Natsu and the others will be in the same team with me, let's go explore the way first, is that okay, President? Seeing Makarov nodded in agreement, he turned to Gray and said, let's go, you can't be without this mission, there will be something you are interested in over there. Gray was puzzled when he heard what Raphael said, but he still agreed. After all, he actually wanted to see how terrible the S-level mission was. Halfway through the walk, Raphael remembered something, turned to Makarov and said, by the way, President, if Urza comes back, remember to tell Urza not to take any missions in the near future. Something big may happen. Wait until I come back to continue taking missions. Makarov looked up at Raphael. What did you find? No, this is just my intuition. I hope it won't happen. But it's okay if Urza doesn't come back. We still have Myra. Raphael waved his hand and turned around and walked out of the guild with Gray, leaving Raphael's last words in the air. Please. You must protect the guild. Chapter 31. At Haruzian Port, Natsu, Lucy, and the Habes, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared here. Why did I agree to come over? Is it okay if I regret it now? Lucy, who was originally full of interest, finally started to get scared after asking several boatmen who didn't dare to go there because they were afraid of the cursed island. Lucy is so shameful, it's obvious that she was the one who wanted it because of the money. The harpy flew around her and kept complaining. So I say we should just swim over there. Natsu excitedly suggested again. Snapped. Don't even think about it, this may be something that only you can do. Lucy chopped Natsu's head with a knife and rejected Natsu's idea with a frown on her face. Gray looked at Raphael beside him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Seeing Gray's dead look, Raphael hit Gray on the head with a slap. If you have anything to say, just say it, don't be so mother-in-law. Gray covered his head and jumped around for a while, and said angrily, you guys are too harsh. I just want to ask what kind of existence you just mentioned that I am interested in? Raphael rolled his eyes and smiled maliciously. There, your significant other exists. To a certain extent, Leon is indeed his other half. Gray's mouth twitched and he said, forget it if you don't say it, why bother saying disgusting things about your other half? Gray, who pretended to retch a few times, was silent for a while, and then continued to ask, this mission, why is the president so nervous? And it's so urgent that you go get them back? Natsu, will they really be expelled from the guild? Before I answer these questions, let me first ask you, do you understand why S-level missions are called S-level missions? Raphael turned back and looked at Gray seriously. Aren't they called S-class missions because they are difficult or have a high mortality rate? Gray pondered for a while and answered what he knew. Raphael shook his head. These are only a small part. The real reason is that these missions were obtained at the cost of the lives of countless wizards, some of whom were even S-class wizards. Only then did we get the real information about the missions. Gray's pupil shrank. He couldn't believe that so many people had to be sacrificed just to get the mission information. Behind every S-level mission there is a demon or monster hidden by at least 2 or 3 people, and there must be at least one magician among them to solve it. And there is a demon behind this cursed island. Although this demon is actually dead, Raphael secretly added this sentence in his heart. Demon. Gray instantly remembered the weak devil from the previous lullaby incident. Do you think it's the demon from the previous time with Backrow? That was just a small fry at best. You should be familiar with the real demon. Raphael looked at him meaningfully. When Gray heard Raphael's words, his pupils shrank. He remembered the great terror that destroyed everything for him. As for Natsu and the others, don't worry, everything will be fine. Do you remember what I said before? Raphael turned around and continued walking towards the port. He seemed to see Natsu and Lucy. What you said before, are you talking about the one that counts as the mission you accepted? Yes, the nature of me accepting the mission and inviting Natsu and the others to be my team members is different from Natsu violating the rules and stealing the mission himself, so, look, they are in front, let's scare them secretly. Raphael confirmed that the backs in front were indeed Natsu and Lucy, and he quickly slowed down and secretly called Gray over to scare them. Gray was relieved after hearing what Raphael said, and then he also smiled wickedly and quietly approached behind them. Natsu and Lucy were looking at the sea in the distance helplessly, and they couldn't think of any way to go out to sea. So I'd better swim over there. Lucy, sit on my head and I'll take you over there. Natsu still wanted to swim over there, after all, the means of transportation were too scary for him. Wow, you two are so close. Found you. Raphael and Gray quietly walked behind them, grinned at each other, and suddenly reached out and patted their shoulders. Natsu and Lucy were so scared that they almost fell into the sea. Snapped. Don't suddenly appear behind others. After Lucy came to her senses, one of them punched her to cover up the embarrassment of being frightened. Gray. Raphael. What are you here for? Natsu was actually so arrogant that he didn't know what Gray and the others were doing. Raphael covered his face helplessly. Your affairs have come to light. The old man entrusted us to bring you back. Have you discovered me? Natsu opened his mouth in surprise. Even Lucy covered her face helplessly. So you didn't hear a word Raphael said just now, right? Come back with us. It's too late to go back now, otherwise you will be expelled from the guild. Gray rolled his eyes and said to Natsu, pretending to be serious. No. I just want to do an S-level mission. Natsu shook his head stubbornly, determined not to go back. I want to prove to the president that I am capable of completing the mission on the second floor. Expel from the guild. Lucy, who was standing by, only focused on these words, and her eyes went dark. Raphael, they forced me to come. I have been trying to persuade them not to come. Smart guy. Cat has decided to distance himself from the matter and protect himself. Strictly speaking, it was you, Harpy, who was exposed first. After all, you are the only cat that can fly and grow wings. Gray's ruthless words instantly dealt a heavy blow to Harpy. Harpy out. Ha ha ha, you stupid cat. Lucy took the opportunity to mock Harpy mercilessly. No, I don't care, I will definitely complete this mission, now is not the time to back down. Natsu clenched his fists, looking at Raphael with fire in his eyes and said. In this case, let's follow along. Raphael turned around and looked for Bobo, the only boatman willing to take them to Karna Island. I know Raphael, you can't, Natsu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Raphael didn't pull him back. Raphael took over the mission himself, and then invited you to complete this mission with me as a member of his team. Thank you Raphael, he allowed you not only to not be punished this time, but also to gain experience. Gray held his hands, a faint smile flashed across his face, then turned his head and looked at Raphael's figure and said to Natsu. Natsu was silent. You must be Bobo. Raphael looked around and finally found the boatman with a beard that looked like a circle. It must be said that the devil's aesthetics are a bit weird. Not only did he transform into an angular face, but he also made his beard into a circle. With the mouth in the middle, he looked like a target no matter how you looked at him. I am, what's wrong? Didn't I say I wouldn't go to that cursed island? Bobo looked up at the man in front of him who was smiling and squinting at him. He felt intuitively that this man was scary, very, very scary. We are wizards from the Fairy Tale Guild. We have been commissioned to go to Karna Island to help lift the curse. Are you sure you don't want to take us there? Raphael looked at Popo with a hollow look. In that case, I'll take you there. Bobo felt that if he didn't agree to Raphael's request, he would suffocate. Sure enough, after he agreed, the suffocating feeling disappeared instantly. He gasped for air as if in the spring breeze. When he came to his senses, Raphael had already called Natsu and the others to get on the boat. Natsu walked to Raphael in silence, looked up and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Raphael. Although I accepted the mission, I will not take action unless you call me. I know what you want to prove, so you can do it boldly, I will take care of it. Raphael patted Natsu's shoulder and turned to walk onto the boat. Okay. I will definitely prove it to you. Natsu was instantly excited and got on the boat with great enthusiasm, but the next second he turned into a dead salted fish that was about to ascend to heaven. Not handsome for a second. Lucy's complaints are fast and accurate. Uncle, do you know what the curse on the island is? Lucy turned around and asked Popo after she finished complaining, and why were you willing to send us there after knowing that we were wizards? Popo was silent for a while, looking at the surging sea in front of him, and said, that curse is terrible. Everyone on our island is cursed. I was the only one who escaped from that place with great difficulty. I have asked many people to help, but everyone who lands on the island will be beset by this curse and cannot be eradicated. Even so, are you sure you want to go? Lucy was frightened and trembling, while Gray frowned and looked ahead seriously. Go. Fairy tale will never give up a mission unless it dies in battle. Popo unexpectedly turned his head to look at Gray, and when he saw the dozing Raphael in his peripheral vision, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Yes, with the existence of such a strong man, this time maybe, it can really succeed. Popo retracted his gaze and looked at the looming island in front of him. A strong sea breeze lifted his cloak, revealing his devil-like arm in front of everyone. Gray, Lucy, and Happy were stunned for a moment. So, I beg you, please lift this curse that has caused us pain for so long. Chapter 32. Looking at Bobo's terrifying arms, Lucy and Gray wanted to say something, but they couldn't. I can see Karna Island. Bobo suddenly shouted, attracting all the eyes of Gray and Lucy to the small island in front of them. The island of Garna is ahead. I can't go any further, or I'll be cursed again. Perhaps because of Raphael's presence, Bobo didn't disappear directly like in the original book and used the huge waves to push everyone to the island. Okay, we are magicians. Don't worry, Uncle, we will definitely solve this terrible curse. Gray and Lucy clenched their fists and made a solemn promise to their uncle. Well, then it's up to you, Gray. Raphael stood up, carried the dizzy Natsu, and nodded to him with a half-smile as he passed by Bobo. Bobo instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and was instantly glad that he didn't treat them roughly as planned. Go ashore. Well. Watch me. Ice make floor. Gray nodded, walked to the bow, and a burst of white smoke flashed across his hands, and he activated the ice-shaping magic. The sea surface began to freeze rapidly, and a runway made of ice emerged directly, connecting to the island. Gray, your magic is particularly pleasing to the eye every time I see it. This magic is very free. While skating on the ice after bidding farewell to Bobo, Raphael said to Gray with admiration. Raphael would not admit that he was envious. After all, it doesn't matter whether he is strong or not. Being handsome is a lifelong matter. It's a pity. He only has ultimate strength and defense. No, I think your magic is the best, Raphael, because there is no enemy you can't defeat. If I had your power, then... Gray shook his head, as if he remembered something, with a trace of pain and regret in his eyes. Raphael looked up at him, shook his head and continued to slide forward in silence. Soon, everyone finally stepped onto the island. Finally, we are here. Lucy, whose legs were a little weak from gliding, cried with joy as she stepped on the soft sand. God knows how she got here just now. The harpy, who had been flying in the sky and teasing Lucy, said that he didn't know either. Ah! I'm back to full health. As soon as he landed, Raphael threw Natsu to the ground. The next second, Natsu stood up like a carp, full of energy and ready to fight. The environment here feels so primitive. Lucy looked around and found that the plants here were surprisingly large. Even a leaf was twice as big as hers. It was almost as big as the Baraga of Duke Abar's time. Let's go, I see a village ahead, our client should be there. Raphael called everyone to move forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a village. The village was surrounded by thick wooden stakes nearly 20 meters high, and the tops of the stakes were all sharpened. On the gate of the village, there was a sign with the words "No entry" nailed on it. No entry allowed. What should I do? Why don't you ask Natsu to just break it and rush in? Ah! I agree. No. Lucy directly stopped Raphael's plan, stopped Natsu's imminent move, and glared at Gray. Gray? At this moment, two figures appeared on the wall, and shouted at them, "You guys, who is he?" Lucy, who had seen Raphael and the others being unreliable, quickly stood up, raised her head with a smile, spread her hands and said sweetly to them, "We are the magicians of fairy tale. We accepted your commission to solve your problem. The question comes. So this is the mission you accepted, but just in case, please show us your seals." Perhaps because Raphael accepted the mission, the two people on the city wall did not have the doubts in the original book, but still carried out the confirmation check as usual. After checking everyone's seals, the two people waved directly inside, and the heavy and huge door began to rise slowly. Behind the door stood a group of people in robes, and the one standing in the front was a little old man holding a scepter. He walked forward and lifted his robe directly to the crowd, and the villagers behind him took off their robes one by one. Seeing that they all had more or less demonic symbols, Gray and others were stunned for a moment. "I am Mocha, the leader of this village. You have seen, too, the painful curse we have been subjected to, and not only us, but even animals such as cats and dogs have become demonized." Village Chief Mocha raised his demonized hands and confided his pain to everyone in fairy tale. At the end of the sentence, the children behind him couldn't help but cry. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became gloomy. Gray fell silent. After a while, he continued to ask in a low voice, "Have you never thought about finding a doctor? Is it possible that this is just a disease? What is your basis for the curse?" Mocha shook his head and sighed, "It's useless. We have gone to more than a dozen doctors, and they all diagnosed us with no disease. As for the reason for thinking it's a curse," Mocha looked up at the sky, "that's because we think it's very likely related to the moon magic." "The magic of the moon?" Lucy asked puzzledly. "Our island is illuminated by the moon at night, and the ancients used the moonlight to develop and store it, so that the whole island would be as bright and beautiful as the moon." Mocha recalled the beauty of the past, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and the next second, it turned directly into fear. "But a few years ago, the moon turned purple. We are affected by the purple moon. When it appears, we will become another person." As they were talking, the moon appeared on time, and everyone looked up and found that it was indeed a purple moon. Suddenly, Mocha and the people in the village began to wail, and everyone turned around and saw that they were undergoing inhuman changes, one by one, as if fading from human appearance to the appearance of demons. How could it be?" Lucy covered her mouth in surprise. Gray and Natsu also looked incredulous. "So this is why we think that the moonlight is the reason why we become like this." Mocha took a step back and said to everyone, "When the purple moon comes out, we all become ugly like this, and we can't recover until dawn. But this is not a complete recovery. During this period our souls have been constantly devoured by this evil." Mocha looked at everyone sadly. "So even though we have regained our human form this morning, we still have some demonic features left, and some of those who have been completely devoured will always be in the form of demons. We can only bear the pain and kill them." Why? Lucy was surprised. She didn't expect that the final result would be like this. "Do we have to kill them just because they can't transform back?" Natsu yelled at Mocha angrily. "Do you think we want to? We also tried to imprison him at the beginning, but it turned out to be like that, nothing could imprison him." Mocha also shouted at Natsu, and then took out a photo from his arms. "I had no choice but to kill my own son. I was also in pain. Do you understand? That is." Lucy and Natsu saw clearly the appearance of the person in the photo in front of them, and were instantly shocked, because that person was Bobo, who had just pulled them over. "But we also yesterday," Lucy was about to say something when she was stopped by Raphael. Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. "That might be a ghost. He has been wandering the sea looking for someone to solve," Gray explained to Lucy in a low voice beside him. "Ghost?" Lucy looked at Gray in confusion. "But..." Gray shook his head and looked at the village chief Mocha seriously. "There is something I have never dared to say. I looked back before landing on the island, and I only saw the small boat on the sea. The Bobo had disappeared." Lucy looked at Gray in surprise, and then at Raphael, who said nothing, making her tremble with fear. Raphael also trembled, but he was suppressing his laughter. After all, he knew that these were actually demons, but they had been magically amnesiac, and Bobo was not a so-called ghost. He just recovered after being out of range. Just the devil of memory. That's why we decided to use all the remaining resources in the village to issue a commission, hoping that some powerful magicians could help solve this problem. Otherwise, if this continues, we will all be devoured by demons. Mocha lowered his head and said sadly and desperately, I will never allow this to happen. Natsu solemnly made a vow to Mocha. So how do you need us to solve it? Lucy finally recovered from her fear of seeing ghosts, and looked at Mocha and asked doubtfully. Since we are like this because of this moon, the only way is. Mocha raised the scepter in his hand and pointed at the moon. Destroy this unlucky moon. Chapter 33. Destroy the moon. How can we do that? Lucy sat in a house that the village had given them and looked out the window with melancholy. By the way, don't lie down at the window and be illuminated by the moon. Close the window quickly. Habby, have you forgotten what the village chief said? Seeing Habby lying on the window looking at the moon, Lucy quickly stopped Habby. What did he say? I'm a cat, I can't remember. By the way, Lucy, you stole one of my fish before, you have to return the tank to me in the future. Harpy looked back at Lucy innocently. Do you still remember that I owe you a fish? Lucy covered her face helplessly. No matter what, it's too tricky, Nazgul said in a paralyzed voice. Yeah, destroy the moon and stuff. Gray took off his shirt and nodded while holding his hands. I have no idea how many punches it takes to break it. You really want to destroy the moon? Will Raphael be able to do something? Lucy was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys playing tricks and turned to look at Raphael. Well, I can do it, but I can't destroy the entire moon just because of the people on one island. Raphael shook his finger with amusement. What should I do? This is impossible to complete. So is this the level of an S-level mission? Lucy collapsed on the ground with a melancholy look on her face. Happy, take me up. If we fail to complete the mission, wouldn't it damage the reputation of Fairy Tale? Natsu's mind was opened as he looked at Happy and came up with a good idea. No, I can't do it. Happy raised his hand cutely and answered. I think there are other ways to lift the curse besides destroying the moon. Lucy lowered her head and thought deeply. Go to sleep first, and then make a decision after we go around the island and investigate the situation tomorrow. Raphael yawned and suggested. Before he finished speaking, Gray, Natsu and Happy lay down immediately, and Raphael occupied the other side of the floor. Lucy could only helplessly lie between Gray and Natsu and listen to their snoring at a close range. She didn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, Lucy, who was really fed up with the snoring of those two guys, directly woke them up. At this time, the sentry at the door saw them, and not only took the initiative to open the door for them, but also told a hell joke. It's so early for you, is it because you can't sleep because there are demons all around? I'll prepare holy water for you next time. Not actually, Lucy's head is full of black lines. Before destroying the moon, let's go out and investigate first. If the village chief asks, just tell him so. Raphael said to the sentry. Or should we destroy it? The group of people who had just walked out of the village looked at the endless forest ahead and were at a loss as to where to start their investigation. Click. Ding dong. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Raphael knew without even thinking that Lucy had summoned the big clock to cover him again. He turned around and saw that it was indeed the case. Aren't you afraid that there is a curse here? It's hard to guard against such intangible things, she said. I want to go in too. Happy said to Lucy cutely. You're so stupid, Lucy. Natsu was left speechless by Lucy. I can just freeze them all with curses or whatever. What's there to be afraid of? Gray is full of confidence. Sometimes I feel tired following them. Raphael bumped Lucy's clock and said with a headache. They are really idiots. She says. Lovett said. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. They looked up and were instantly frightened and surprised. They saw a figure that was about 20 or 30 meters tall. The big rat in the bra appeared in front of them, stretching out his hands and bulging in his mouth. Not good. Hold your breath. Raphael quickly reminded Natsu and Gray. It's okay, use my ice shield. Gray was about to activate his magic, but the next second the big rat suddenly sprayed out a plume of smoke towards them and enveloped them, causing Natsu to be knocked unconscious. Gray's magic was so smoked that he couldn't activate it and could only keep lowering his head and coughing. Lucy's magic was directly dispelled by the smoke, and the whole group except Raphael was wiped out in one fell swoop. I don't know what the big rat ate. The smoke puffed out for more than a minute before it stopped. Looking at the embarrassed people, the big rat smiled very happily. The next moment, the big rat chased them fiercely. Raphael picked up Natsu and ran away. The thing stinks so much that it probably hadn't been washed in hundreds of years. Raphael didn't want to touch it with his fist. The group of people fled in embarrassment, while the big mouse behind them kept playing tricks on them like a cat chasing a mouse, and from time to time acted out the scene of being caught. Gray was extremely angry at being chased. He turned around and cast magic on the floor where the big rat was about to pass, turning that small area into ice. The big rat didn't have time to get out of the car and stepped on the ice. He slipped and fell onto his back. Natsu woke up at some point and saw the big rat that had caused them such misery falling to the ground. He quickly rushed to the ground. Go up and start punching and kicking the big rat like crazy with Gray. Stop fighting, look. Lucy noticed something and called everyone over. There was a long staircase in front of them. At the end of the staircase, there was a dilapidated temple. Everyone hurriedly walked towards the temple. The closer they got, the more they realized that the temple seemed huge. It was not until they entered the temple that they found that it was extremely empty. There were broken buildings all around. Everything seemed so dilapidated, as if it had been there for hundreds or thousands of years. Look, there is a moon-like pattern here. Natsu pointed at the moon pattern on the stone in front of him and shouted to everyone. Moon emblem? I remember this island was called Moon Island, right? Gray recalled the information he had learned from the village chief. Moon Island, Moon Curse, Moon Crest, there must be some connection among them. Lucy held her chin and thought. The ground here is very broken, and it doesn't look like there's anything there. Could it be that there's something underground? Raphael visited a circle of temples and came up with an idea. He only vaguely remembered the general plot, but basically couldn't remember the details. Oh! Natsu Action tried his best to avoid the floor, but in the next second, a big hole was opened in the floor and everyone fell down. You bastard, you are too reckless. Gray, who finally climbed out of the pile of rocks, grabbed Natsu's collar and shouted angrily. No, can someone come? Harpy is not in good condition now. Lucy looked at the huge bone shape in Harpy's throat and quickly reached out to help take it out. It's okay, now that we're down here, let's go explore. There must be a secret here, right? Raphael, where's Raphael? Natsu slapped Gray's hand away, and wanted to explore excitedly, but when he turned around, he didn't see Raphael. It was then that everyone realized that Raphael was missing. Raphael Lucy, who finally helped Abby take out the bones, quickly shouted Raphael's name. I'm here. Raphael's voice came from the cave entrance. Everyone hurried to the passage. Once they entered the cave entrance, they were stunned. They saw a huge ice block in front of them, and a huge demon was frozen in the ice. Raphael stood in front of it like an ant. Gray, who came in last, saw that the demon was indeed shaking all over, with anger and fear in his eyes. Impossible. There's no way it could be here. Delira. Chapter 34. Impossible. This monster, this demon, how could Delira be here? Gray screamed madly in panic. Calm down, Gray. He's still frozen. Raphael held Gray's shoulder and looked at him. Gray looked at Raphael and felt a little relieved, but Raphael could still feel his heart beating very fast. Delira? Do you recognize this thing? Yes, what exactly is it? Lucy and Natsu looked at Gray in confusion, especially Natsu. He had never seen Gray look so glum. Delira is the demon that brings disaster. Gray gritted his teeth and stared at it, but it shouldn't be here, who got it? Just then, there was a slight noise behind Delira, and Raphael and his group quickly found a place to hide. The sound gradually got closer, and just as everyone hid, two people appeared, a short man and a tall man. The short man had two thick black eyebrows on his face, and the tall man had dog ears and a mouth, and walked with his upper body naked and hunched. Someone seems to be talking here. The short man walked in front with his hands behind his back, looking around, and then yawned loudly. I'm so sleepy during the day. By the way, Toby, how come you have ears? Did you evolve because of the moon drop? This is a decoration, a decoration. Yuka, did you hear me wrong? There is no one here. Toby yelled at him. Toby, Yuka, it's so sad, Angelica got beaten up by someone, her head is swollen like a pig. On the other side, a girl in gothic clothes came over. That's just a mouse. Surely. Toby roared and complained. That's not a mouse, that's a hunter wandering in the dark, that's love. So, are there intruders? Yuka pondered. Then let's kill them all. We can't let them ruin Lord Lingdi's plan before he knows about it. Shirley said the most terrible words with a sad face. Yes, they are about to collect almost all the moonlight, and they must not let them waste all their efforts. When the trio walked away, Natsu couldn't help but jump out and asked, "Why are you hiding? Why don't we just beat them down and arrest them and ask them to understand?" Because I suspect this is a conspiracy, the changes in the villagers and this Delira who was transferred here. Raphael said seriously, looking at the direction where the trio left. Although he knew his purpose, he still couldn't bear to unlock the demon sealed by his master in order to surpass his master. If Delira hadn't been killed by Ulbing in the end, if it weren't for the efforts of the fairy tale people to stop it, it is estimated that the hellish scene would be repeated, and how many people's families would be separated from each other as before. For their own selfishness, they completely disregard the safety of others. Such people are really hateful. Moved here. Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. Yes, this guy was originally sealed in the iceberg of the northern continent. This group of people worked hard to get him here. There must be a huge conspiracy. Raphael looked at Gray, who lowered his head and said nothing, sighed, and explained to Lucy. 10 years ago, Gray's hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked at him. 10 years ago, it was doing all kinds of evil in Islam. Because it was immortal, many magicians could not do anything to it. Gray raised his head and looked at everyone. His hands were clenched tightly. It was obvious that he was not calm. My parents and my home were destroyed in that disaster. Gray turned his head and looked at the frozen Diorilla. It was my magic teacher, you, who sacrificed her life and used her life to turn into such a piece of ice that never melts to seal it. Gray, Lucy covered her mouth and looked at the boy who looked like an abandoned kitten. She didn't expect that he had so much to bear. Natsu was silent for a long time, then his fists ignited with flames and shouted, "In this case, then try to defeat this demon." Bang! Gray turned around and knocked Natsu down with a punch, and said anxiously, "Get away from me, fire mage, what if your fire melts it?" Gray! Calm down. You also know that this is the never-melting ice that your master has transformed with his life, which means that this seal will not melt so easily. Raphael quickly held Gray down and asked him to calm down. Gray, you bastard! If it was so easy to melt, these people wouldn't have bothered to move it around. Natsu shouted at Gray, covering his face angrily. Yes. Lucy suddenly pounded her fist. Remember what they just said. Moondrops. Gray thought about it carefully and remembered that Yuka had said before that he wanted to collect moondrops. Yes, why do they want to collect moonlight? Maybe it is to make moondrops and then let Deliara unseal it. Lucy said seriously. What is this for? Why must this demon be unblocked? Gray approached Lucy and asked anxiously. I don't know either. It's just a guess. Maybe we have to wait until we know the true power of the moondrop to know their purpose. Lucy was so scared that she waved her hands and backed away frantically. It's easy to figure it out, just go after those people just now. Raphael suggested lightly. No, we are just here, waiting for the moon to come out. Gray declined the offer. Why? Natsu said in confusion, and it's just daytime now. Waiting until night will be boring. Do you still remember what we have learned from landing on the island to now? Gray turned around and asked everyone a question, but he didn't intend to wait for everyone to answer. He directly asked and answered it himself. It's the moonlight. Whether it's the villagers' moon curse or the moondrops they just mentioned, they are all related to the moonlight. And just now that group of people said that the collection of moonlight is about to be completed. I think the final result will still be returned to Deliara, so I have to watch carefully here to see what those people are going to do. Then let's just wait here, waiting for the mastermind behind the scenes to appear. As for the boring problem, it's actually easy to solve. Don't you get up early in the morning? You can just use this time to replenish your sleep. Raphael made the final decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. What happened to the agreed time, which is too long and boring? Lucy complained with a twitch in her mouth. But the amazing thing is that Lucy, who should have been the sleepiest, was not sleepy at all. Girls are strange. They never sleep when they should, but they are easily sleepy when they shouldn't. By the way, Lucy, I remember that there is a constellation specifically for playing in the constellation key, do you have it? Seeing Lucy squirming like a maggot because she couldn't sleep, Raphael reminded Lucy with a twitching corner of his mouth. Oh, that's Lyra. Open it. Lyra's gate, Lila. Lucy suddenly understood and immediately summoned Lyra. In the beautiful singing of Lyra, she slowly fell asleep. Gray sat alone facing Deliara. As he sang, he thought of the time when he learned magic with Uru. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Zero Emperor, no matter who you are, if you dare to tarnish the name of Uru, I will definitely beat you away. Chapter 35. I don't know how long it took, but waves of low and neat chanting kept coming, waking up everyone who was sleeping soundly. What? What is that? Lucy pointed to the ceiling above Deliara in surprise. She saw a purple light shining down from the hole. The range of the light just covered Deliara's whole body. It looked like a piece of amethyst. Damn, someone is really up to something. Gray said angrily. Purple light? Isn't this the light of the moon? What is going on? Habby looked at the purple light in front of him in surprise. Walk. Let's go outside and find a source of light. Raphael called everyone to go outside the ruins to find the source. Gray rushed out first. When they walked outside the ruins, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They saw several people wearing robes and wearing moon tattoos on their heads. People with patterns gathered in a circle and chanted to the moon, and several magic arrays faintly emerged from the light beams illuminated by the moon. So they did it, but what did they want to do? Lucy, who was hiding nearby, asked Raphael in a low voice. I don't understand either, but their purpose is very clear, that is, to shine the moonlight on Deliara. Raphael shook his head and said, after all, this language has been lost for a long time, and it is usually difficult to find ancient books. This is a spell in Belia language, which means moondrop. Lyra appeared beside Lucy at some point and said solemnly, "Oh?" Lucy summoned something else. Natsu, who fell asleep early in the morning, was completely unaware of Lila's existence. Boom! Don't interrupt, keep listening. Gray hit Natsu on the head with a bang, gesturing for Lila to continue speaking. These guys are planning to use the moon drop to remove Delira's seal. Lila said to everyone seriously. Impossible, the magic that sealed Delira is absolutely frozen and cannot be melted. Gray refuted Lila's words in disbelief. No, any magic has a corresponding magic to dispel it, and among them, the moon drop magic is the best. Lila shook her head, concentrating the magic of the moon in one place can dispel any magic. How could it be? Gray couldn't believe it, but everything he saw made him believe it, which made him extremely angry. Those guys have no idea how terrifying Delira is. It seems that the reason for the changes in those people in the village has been found. Natsu clenched his fists and said, "This magic is too powerful, causing them in human form to be constantly devoured. Since this group of people wanted to unlock the demons, the villagers all turned into demons. It's really unforgivable." Raphael heard Natsu's analysis and shook his head secretly. It was very organized, but basically wrong. The analysis was very good. Don't analyze it again next time. I'm going to knock them all away. Natsu clenched his fists and rushed forward, but was stopped by Lucy's elbow. Wait a minute, someone is coming. A long-haired man wearing a blue robe and a horn mask walked over slowly, followed by Yuka and Thor. Alas, after searching all morning, I still couldn't find the intruder. Yuka shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zero Emperor, this is a sad thing. I found traces of the intruders during the day, but I don't know where they were hiding behind them. I couldn't find them out." It's really sad. The man in front of Shirley frowned and confided to the man sadly. "Intruder," the man known as Zero Emperor hummed, then raised his head and asked, "How is the progress of Delira's resurrection?" This voice, no way. Gray heard the voice of Lingdi and looked at Lingdi in disbelief. Judging from the current progress, it will be either today or tomorrow. Shirley instantly changed from sadness to happiness, asking for credit to Emperor Ling like a little girl. "It looks like it will be ready soon." A smile appeared on Lingdi's lips. "This guy is so arrogant, he calls himself the Zero Emperor and wears such an ugly mask." Natsu was whispering with Lucy, discussing the Zero Emperor's outfit for a long time. Raphael looked at the two people in front of him and shook his head helplessly. "Natsu, you have to pay attention to your childhood sweetheart Lysina, she is your real CP." Sure enough, childhood sweethearts can't resist the one who comes from the sky. At this time, Lysina, who was discussing academic issues with Levi in the guild, suddenly sneezed. Levi asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lysina shook her head, indicating that she was fine, looked up at the moon outside the library, and prayed silently, "Natsu, I hope you are okay. Now that it's almost done, at this juncture, I don't want anything to go wrong. Now that you have found the intruder." Lingdi walked up a small slope and looked in the direction of the village. "There is only one village on the edge of this island that has people. They are likely to be there. Just in case, go and destroy that village for me." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Zero Emperor to be so cruel. He would kill everyone just because of a little uncertainty. Natsu couldn't help it anymore. He jumped onto the broken fence of the ruins, spewed a fierce flame into the sky, and declared war on Zero Emperor and others. "The invader you are looking for is here. Come at us if you want. This guy is so reckless. But it is time to jump out." Raphael shook his head and followed Natsu out. "There's no other choice but to go for it." Lucy gritted her teeth and showed her key, ready to fight. "That crest turns out to be from the Fairy Tale Guild. It seems that the people in the village entrusted the magician to come." Shirley said clearly. "So we can't leave that village here. Why are you still standing there?" Go and destroy that village. I'm enough here. Lingdi said to them. You bastard, stop your boring actions. Gray rushed forward with a quick step, and released ice magic with both hands to form a series of spikes that swept towards Zero Emperor. Zero Emperor snorted coldly, stretched out one hand, and actually used the same ice magic to cancel out Gray's magic. That guy also uses ice. Natsu said in surprise. Long time no see. I didn't expect that the magician entrusted by the village was you, Gray. Lei Emperor said hello to Gray. Do you know what you are doing? Leo. Gray gritted his teeth and looked at Emperor Ling. They know each other. Lucy's surprised expression was exactly the same as Habi's current surprised expression. You guys go and complete the mission. Leo didn't answer Gray's question, but turned to urge the three of them. Hey, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I let them go? Raphael stood up, picking his nose, and blocked the way of the three people. What? When? Leo was surprised, because the trio was originally behind him, but now he found that Raphael had stopped them from behind him. Leave it to me, I've wanted to compete with Master Titan for a long time. A short old man wearing a mask appeared next to Leon, and then used magic. In an instant, the three people disappeared. Oh? You actually made them disappear? You used time magic, right? You briefly swapped the time when I was here with the time when I wasn't here. So they could take advantage of my absence and leave, right? Knowing the result, it's easy to reverse the process. This is the only skill a time traveler has. As expected of Lord Titan, he saw through my magic at a glance. The short masked old man squinted his eyes and smiled, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Titan? The man who is said to have the invincible power of a Titan. Leo looked at Raphael with an ugly expression. Lucy, Natsu, and Happy, you go to the village now, this place is left to me and Gray. Raphael ignored them and said directly to Natsu and Lucy. Natsu and Lucy nodded, turned around and ran towards the village. Don't even think about leaving. Leo wanted to release ice magic to stop them, but Gray instantly released several ice arrows, forcing him to turn back and defend. After Gray's delay, Leo missed the opportunity to stop Natsu and Lucy, and could only let them run back to the village. Gray, I'll leave it to you. Can you do it? I think you must have a lot to say to him. Raphael asked Gray. Yeah. Leave it to me, there are some things I want to ask clearly. Gray stared at Leo angrily. So? Raphael grinned and said to the masked old man. The second round begins. Chapter 36. Put your hopes on these two? Forget it, Shirley can take care of them all anyway. Leo shook his head, gave up chasing Natsu and the others, and said to Gray calmly. Don't talk to me like a senior, you are no longer Yu's disciple, Leo. Gray shouted angrily at Leo. But neither are you. Because Yu is no longer in this world. Leo took off his mask and looked at Gray calmly. That was because she lost her life to Seal Deliera, but as a disciple, you want to destroy what she left with her life. Gray yelled at Leon angrily. But Ulu was killed by you, right? Leo looked at Gray indifferently. You can really live without shame. Gray was trembling all over, looking at Leo with an unpleasant expression, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. On the other side, Raphael was confronting Altair, who was using the alias of Saludili. Although he was standing crookedly and his legs were shaking, it could probably be considered a confrontation. Damn it! I didn't expect to encounter this monster. It's not a good day to go out. Altair, who was sitting opposite him, was not so relaxed. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down her masked face. Although she had just tricked Raphael, it was because Raphael didn't want to care at all. If Raphael took it seriously, he would be subdued the moment she cast the magic. Don't be nervous, let's just watch a show. I don't want to do anything right now because I'm tired. Raphael's voice came from behind her, and Ultia's pupils shrank instantly. What? When? Raphael put his hands on her shoulders and forcefully pulled her over to watch Gray and Leon fight together. Feeling the faint force on her shoulders, Ultia could only sigh and watch the show quietly. On the other side, Natsu and Lucy, who were rushing to the village, met the Shirley trio on the way, but one was on the ground and the other was in the air. I saw the Shirley trio sitting on the back of the big mouse. The big mouse was holding a huge bucket and flying with its tail as a propeller. Found you! Natsu sprayed flames directly into the sky with a big fire breath, and Shirley quickly controlled the big mouse to narrowly avoid it. You bastard, you are very dangerous! Toby shouted angrily to Natsu below. Get down here! Hey, I originally wanted to use it on those villagers, but since you want to stop it, let me let you try it first. Shirley snorted coldly. Angelica, fall down. I saw the big bucket in the big mouse's hand tilted, and some green liquid fell from the sky. The strange thing was that these liquids were like jelly, one by one, and in huge quantities, they formed a sky-like giant net. Natsu and Lucy on the ground were enveloped and gone. The flame in the left hand merges with the flame in the right hand. Habib pulled Natsu and flew up into the air. Natsu put the flames in his hands together, formed a calyx shape with his hands, and struck directly towards the liquid sky. Brilliant flame! I saw a huge flame coming from Natsu's hands. It spurted out, directly scattering the liquid light curtain around. The liquid scattered onto trees, grass, and stones, and was melted cleanly in an instant, even leaving a small pit on the ground. It was so scary, but luckily Natsu broke it up. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lucy patted her chest in fear and breathed a sigh of relief. They actually used fire to shatter it. What kind of monster is this? Shirley and her group looked incredulous. At this moment, the fire that had just shattered the liquid sky came straight towards them, and they were in shock and were hit by the fire before they could react. The three people and the rat who were still flying in the sky were forced to land urgently. Boom! Hey, you damn bastards, it seems I have to deal with you first before I can complete Lord Zero's commission. Shirley walked out of the smoke and looked at Natsu and Lucy and said fiercely. Ouch, it's long overdue. Toby said with excitement. Sai, hurry up and get rid of it, I'm so sleepy. Yuka said in an old-fashioned way. Well, I'll leave this to you. It's just 2 against 2. I'd better go and solve Lord Zero's request first. Shirley changed the subject and left this task to the two of them. Ah! Not together. Toby howled with a surprised look on his face. You don't understand, this is love, Angelica, let's go. The big rat stood up instantly. Shirley jumped into the palm of the big rat's hand, and swooped directly past Natsu. Damn it, Lucy, Natsu was about to invite Lucy to join him, but as soon as he turned around, Lucy disappeared. Why did I subconsciously hug this thing? Lucy heard Natsu's cry and quickly opened her eyes, only to find that she was hugging the big mouse's toes with a look of confusion on her face. Then, that's a fool, right? Natsu's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said. Hubby, go and save. Before Natsu could finish his words, he saw the big mouse crashing. Why does it feel like I'm watching an animation? Yuka shook his head helplessly. I'll leave this to you, Natsu, I'll go see Lucy. Habi flew away before he finished speaking. You're the only one left, Toby laughed. Then it's up to me. Natsu grinned at them and clenched his fists. I'll take care of you. Natsu pushed the ground with his right foot and ignited a flame to boost him. He quickly rushed in front of Toby. Toby could only stare with his eyes wide open before he could react. Natsu knocked him to the ground with a headbutt. Then Natsu's mouth bulged, and with the help of the downward force after hitting Toby, he somersaulted and sprayed the roar of the fire dragon directly at Yuka, and a blazing flame swept towards Yuka. Boom! With a loud noise, the flames directly hit Yuka, who had no time to react. Natsu had just eased the force of his forward somersault and stood firm on the ground. After hitting the enemy continuously, Natsu did not look happy, but had a serious look on his face. "You are worthy of being a wizard of fairy tale. With such violence, you must be the legendary fire dragon in this guild, right?" The smoke cleared, and Yuka, who had just been hit by the flames, was unharmed, while Toby, who had just been hit by a head hammer, also stood up like a carp. "We used to be magicians of a famous guild, but attacks like yours can't defeat us." Yuka and Toby surrounded Natsu one after another. "You should know the Guild of Snake Princess Scales, right?" Toby and Yuka walked towards Natsu slowly while talking. Before he finished speaking, Natsu spread his hands and fired a big fire at each of them. "You bastard, listen to what I'm saying." Yuka used magic to block the flames and said to Natsu angrily. "Tisk, who cares about you? I don't care who you are or which guild you belong to. As long as you prevent me from completing the commission, you are my enemy." Natsu looked at Yuka with disdain, just knowing this is enough. "Hateful, Toby, please don't interfere, I'll deal with him alone." Yuka stared at Natsu, gritting his teeth to stop Toby from joining forces. "Wave." Yuka raised his right hand, put his fingers together to form a palm knife, and cast a magic spell on Natsu. A half-moon-shaped light wave formed by the air flew towards Natsu. Natsu clenched his fist and was about to break the crescent-shaped light wave. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and quickly rolled sideways to avoid it. The light wave brushed his body and flew away, leaving a deep gully on the floor. A keen intuition, Yuka waved his arms to block the flames that Natsu sprayed at him when he fell to the ground, and said slowly, "The waves created by my hands can neutralize any magic, so your magic is ineffective against me, but I can cause harm to you. No wonder I just felt defenseless against my flames." Natsu stood up, wiped the dust from his face, stared at Yuka and said, "When I was a mage in Serpentine's scale, my job was to fight against the mage." Yuka's hands stirred the air, and two huge light waves slowly emerged in his hands. "In other words, all the magicians are helpless in front of me." Yuka waved his hand, and the two light waves moved toward me. It flew towards Natsu, getting bigger and bigger on the way, and when it arrived in front of Natsu, it was like two huge meteorites smashing towards Natsu. The light wave hit Natsu directly without any surprise, and the huge energy exploded the grass into gravel and soil. "Why not try it and you will know." Natsu took Yuka's magic and rushed forward, his left hand burning with fire, quickly hitting Yuka. Yuka opened the shield with one hand, blocking Natsu's attack and invalidating Natsu's magic. Natsu was not surprised to see that the attack was blocked, because his right hand did not use any magic to pass through Yuka's wave barrier and hit Yuka. "Alas, who told you that getting close is my weakness? You don't need your hands anymore." Yuka sighed, and added vibrations to the barrier. The intense and rapid vibrations made Natsu scream miserably. Suddenly, Yuka and Toby were frightened by Natsu, because Natsu put his head in, and the constantly vibrating head looked like a devil. "Since magic doesn't work, then using your body will work." "Ha ha ha ha." Natsu grinned and looked at Yuka while enduring the pain. "Humph, come on if you can. You can't use magic in the wave, let's see what you can do." Yuka came back to his senses from his surprise, looking at Natsu's overestimation of his own abilities. He grinned and mocked Natsu. "I see, thank you for reminding me." Natsu grinned wildly, and flames began to emerge from his elbow outside the wave. Fire Dragon's elbow. The fierce flames turned into a driving force, and Natsu's right hand hit Yuka as fast as a rocket. The huge force instantly knocked Yuka back a long distance and fainted. "That's amazing, you managed to defeat Yuka, but you can't defeat me." Toby stretched out his sharp claws. "My hands have a secret effect that can paralyze people." "Damn it." Natsu looked at him calmly and uttered a few words slowly. Toby was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Natsu could guess his ability right away. You are awesome, but so what? As long as I touch you, you are at my mercy, ha 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 ha. Toby licked his paws and fell down instantly. What an idiot. Natsu looked at the fallen Toby with black lines on his head. Natsu turned his head and looked in Gray's direction, then turned around and ran towards the village. These guys have gone too far. Whether it's the village or the villagers, they must be restored to their original state. And you, Gray, don't die. Chapter 37. Remember this. It was you who killed you. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to call her name. Leo shouted at Gray angrily, and then directly hit Gray with an ice hammer and sent him flying. Leo, you. Gray fell in the ruins and looked at Leo angrily. What's wrong? Are you too guilty to attack me because of what you said? Leo stared at Gray fiercely. Then don't hinder me from resurrecting Deliera. I won't let you succeed. Leo's words stimulated Gray severely, and he stood up again. Hey, let me watch. Ice Make Eagle. Leo threw away the mask and raised his right hand. A magic circle appeared, a burst of light flashed, and a group of ice birds pecked at Gray. Gray also activated magic and created a huge lotus-shaped ice shield. The flying bird that blocked Leo. It seems that you have forgotten that my magic is different from your magic. Leo waved his hand and saw that the ice eagle that was supposed to be blocked directly bypassed Gray's ice shield and attacked Gray from behind and from both sides. Gray could only protect his key parts. My shape magic is good at movement, while your shape magic is good at stillness. How can a small ice shield block my attack? Leo increased the number of ice eagles. Gray had no choice but to roll to the side to avoid the attack of the ice eagles. Then Gray put his hands together and launched a magic attack on Leo. Ice Make Big Ice Hammer. A huge ice hammer quickly formed above Leo's head, and then the gravity accelerated and quickly smashed down on Leo's head. Leo was not panicked at all, and stretched out one hand upwards like a sword, and cast a magic spell. A huge ice ape quickly formed, and crossed his hands and raised them above his head to block the ice hammer. It's so vulnerable. After so much time, you still haven't made any progress. You are still using your hands to cast magic. Leo shook off the ice on his robe and looked at Gray with disdain. Did you forget what you taught us? It's easy to lose balance when releasing modeling magic with one hand, only two hands can keep you stable. Gray panted and looked at Leo. I'm different. My ability has surpassed you. Leo looked at Gray calmly. You, don't be so self-righteous. Gray gritted his teeth and looked at Leo. That's what I want to say. Have you ever hit me so far? Leo laughed at Gray. I am different from before. Gray gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, and used all the magic in his body to cast his magic, Binkianquan. In an instant, icicles as big as stone pillars headed towards Leo. The place where Leo was suddenly covered by densely packed huge icicles. The next moment, all the icicles collapsed, and Leo's figure was in the air. Looming in the mist. Same, nothing has changed. I am your senior brother. I was stronger than you before, and I am stronger than you now. Leo's voice pierced Gray's heart like a devil's voice. Suddenly, Leo raised his hand, and a giant dragon made of ice lifted Gray up to the sky. Gray was pushed by the ice dragon and spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Our paths and time stopped from that moment. My goal is you. I want to surpass her. Leo walked up to Gray and kicked Gray away. But it's because of you. Because of your fault. You is dead. Leo shouted angrily at Gray, I lost the chance to surpass her. My only chance now is that Deliera. That's why I have to melt the ice and clear the blocked road. Leo turned his back to Gray and said, that Deliera can't even deal with you. If I can solve it, it will prove that I am better than you, and I can surpass her. Then my dream can come true. Gray stood up with difficulty and sneered at Leo, "Do you really think it's possible? You know how powerful that monster is. Don't even think about it. You can't do it." Leo was angered by Gray's words. He turned around angrily, waved his hand and used the same magic on Gray. The huge ice block instantly froze Gray's limbs and torso, and continued to destroy Gray's body functions. "You told me to stop? You say this is impossible? We also said this to you at that time, right? But how did you do it?" Leo made a fist, and the ice that froze Gray exploded instantly, blowing Gray into the shape of Yamcha. "It was because you insisted on challenging Deliara that you killed you. You have no right to say her name, you have no right." Leo waved his hand downwards towards the sky angrily, and stabbed Gray with sharp ice swords, vowing to kill Gray on the spot. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Gray. It was Raphael. He punched casually, and the densely packed ice swords in the sky instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. "That's enough. Gray was wrong, and you are not much better." Raphael helped Gray up and said to Leo with a frown. Raphael didn't expect that he was distracted for a while, and Gray was beaten into an amoeba. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise Leo would not need to exist. Although he knew that Leo would not kill Gray, after all, the dense ice swords seemed to be many, but only one or two were aimed at the arm, and they were just the degree of scratching the skin. As for why he was distracted, we have to praise Altair. She could make the ground under her feet all broken and fragile in an instant, and then she took advantage of the moment when Raphael was unstable and went deep into the mountain. Then, it instantly reinforces the surface, which makes it difficult for Raphael to decide whether to fight or not. If he fights, Altair will turn into meat paste, but Raphael still admires her. After all, at the end of the original work, she sacrificed all her time in exchange for that crucial minute, and she even thought she had failed and blamed herself madly. How can we not feel sorry for such a girl? If he doesn't fight, with Altair's current ability, it will still cause some trouble. After all, Raphael hates trouble the most. After a long time, Raphael sighed and chose to let Altair go. After all, this girl is really too miserable. I was wrong? What was wrong with me? He was wrong, Gray. I was not wrong. When Leo heard that Raphael and Gray did not understand him and even blamed him, he became even angrier. He raised his hands in anger, and even used his hands to release magic for the first time, creating 9 huge ice dragons. When the 9 ice blue dragons appeared, the sky above the entire ruins was covered by ice dragons. Then Leo waved his hands downward, and the 9 ice dragons slammed towards Raphael. Raphael looked at the giant dragon that was attacking him aggressively, shook his head and sighed, put Gray down, looked up at the ice dragon, clenched his fists and swung upwards. A huge black and red magic circle appeared in Raphael's sky. The next second, the giant dragon in the sky instantly turned into powder, and even the shrouded dark clouds were dispersed. How is it possible? Leo looked at Raphael in disbelief. From the time the ice dragon appeared to the time the ice dragon turned into powder, the interval was less than 2.5 minutes. Only then did Leo know what it means to only call the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Let's go. Altair instantly appeared beside him, and then disappeared with Leo in the next second. Raphael did not chase after him, but just quietly turned his back to Gray and watched the direction where Leo ran away. Why didn't you keep him? You obviously could have done it. Gray's voice came from behind Raphael, sounding a little complaining and angry. Remember what I said to Natsu before we set off. Raphael turned and looked at Gray. I will not interfere with this mission, unless your life is in danger. But you obviously can. Gray was lying on the ground, anxiously trying to say something. Raphael interrupted him, squatted down to help Gray up, stared into his eyes and said, "Will you accept this?" Gray was silent. He silently looked at the hole in the distance, as if he could see Deliara through the hole. Yes. I won't accept this. That bastard said something about transcendence. I will stop him with my own hands. Chapter 38. The plane on the other side just crashed. No, Lucy, who probably fell into a rat, was very lucky. Even the rat was knocked unconscious, but she was unscathed, except for a slight headache. Lucy slowly got up holding her dizzy head and glanced around, but did not find Shirley, who was following the falling rat. Just as Lucy was wondering, Shirley's voice came from a small cliff nearby. Lucy quickly turned around and was surprised to find that she was actually shedding tears. You did a great job, Miss Fairy. Shirley's tears continued to fall, and she covered her hands at her heart with a painful expression. You caused me to lose the trust of Emperor Ling, and you also caused Angelica to fall like that. You. Unforgivable. Shirley's expression instantly became ferocious, and a thread faintly appeared on her hand. Then the giant tree next to Lucy instantly turned into a terrifying tree man. Go! Wooden puppet! With Shirley's order, the tree man broke free from the tree roots and swung the branches at Lucy. Lucy had no time to escape and was kicked away by the tree man, a tree root. Lucy endured the pain, took out the Taurus key, and opened the door of Taurus in mid-air. Open it! Taurus Gate, Talos. A doorbell rang, and a muscular minotaur holding a huge axe emerged from the smoke. The moment he appeared, he chopped the tree man with his axe, and the tree man instantly broke into two halves. Lucy's crisis was resolved, and she took the opportunity to adjust her posture in mid-air and landed like a black widow. That golden key, the so-called Zodiac. Shirley looked at Lucy in surprise. Astral magic, celestial wizard. Well done, Talos. Lucy praised Talos from behind, and then looked at Shirley seriously. Come on. I have Talos here. Any attack will be cut in half by it. Miss Lucy is right. Miss Lucy has the most perfect figure. Talos excitedly raised his giant axe and shouted. You are so shameless, you actually taught your own Protoss to praise you like this. Shirley covered her mouth and looked at Lucy, ignoring Lucy's retort, and said with an unknown smile, but, I seem to be the nemesis of the celestial spirit mage. Really, listen to what others say, that's what he wants to say. Lucy was furious, and she was a little annoyed when she saw Shirley. She pointed her finger at Shirley and ordered Taros, defeat her. But Taros was not moved at all. Instead, he turned around and stared at Lucy fiercely, then turned around and gave Lucy an axe. What happened? What did you do to Talos? Lucy dodged Talos's axe attack in embarrassment, and shouted to Shirley with a puzzled and surprised expression. Shirley did not answer her, but manipulated Talos to continue to step forward to subdue Lucy. Lucy was in embarrassment. When he dodged Talos's axe blow, his old strength was exhausted. Before his new strength was generated, Talos pushed him to the ground and strangled his neck. Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy, I can't control myself and carry out your instructions. Talos explained helplessly to Lucy with sweat on his face. Don't you want to know what I did to this cow? My magic is puppet attack, which can control all creatures except humans. Shirley raised her hands, moved them slightly, and looked at Lucy with disdain at the corners of her mouth. The same goes for the Protoss, since they're not human, so. Talos, take off her clothes. Shirley kept waving her hands, controlling Talos to start tearing Lucy's clothes off. Damn it, Talos, cheer up. Close the door. Close the Taurus gate. Lucy struggled with an ugly face, but it was completely useless under Talos's huge force. It's useless. If you want to close the door, both parties must agree. Under my control, the cow will not agree. In other words, you cannot close the door unilaterally, so you can enjoy this feast obediently. Var. Ha 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 ha. Shirley laughed wildly and waved her hands faster and more vigorously. Please. Give me, clothes. Lucy felt Talos's movements getting faster and faster, and she couldn't help but become anxious. She used the last strength and magic power in her body and shouted, Close. Taurus Gate. There was a sound of closing the door, and Talos instantly turned into bubbles. Lucy forced the door to close and drove him back. Ju can actually force the door to close. Shirley was stunned for a moment, because this was the first time she met a celestial mage who could force a door to close by itself. I did it. Force close, I did it. I grew up. Lucy looked at her hands, turned them over and saw the seal of the fairy tale. She smiled confidently, stood up, pointed the whip at Shirley. Don't underestimate me, I am also a member of Fairy Tale after all. So what? Don't forget, your celestial spirit magic has no effect on me. Shirley looked at Lucy mockingly. So what to do? Lucy slowly picked up a key and looked at Shirley sarcastically. I seem to have many powerful star spirits. Are you sure you can control them all? Turn it on. The Gate of Canis Minor. Blue. The doorbell rang, and a cute little man with a sharp nose appeared in front of Lucy. Hey, no matter what star spirit you use, they are all my puppets. Puppet attack, puppet manipulation. Shirley raised her hands sarcastically and moved her fingers slightly. Blue, who had just come out, was instantly manipulated and attacked Lucy's feet. What? It's actually a low-level star spirit. Unmanipulate. Shirley's face changed instantly when she saw that Blue couldn't do any harm to Lucy, and was even a little cute. You got fooled. Lucy took the opportunity to rush up and give Shirley a whip. Shirley hurriedly stepped back to avoid it. You guy! Doll attack rock doll! Shirley couldn't accept that she was actually deceived by a big-breasted and brainless person. She angrily manipulated the surrounding rocks to quickly assemble it. Don't struggle mindlessly. As long as I destroy it with the star spirits first and then force the door to close and recall it, you. Lucy looked at Shirley with confidence, but when she saw the rocks gathering more and finally turning into a rock giant, Lucy's smile froze instantly. Then I want to see how you destroy my rock giant doll. Attack me. Shirley sat in the head of the rock giant, looking at the frozen and panicked Lucy below. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then attacked Lucy with a grin. Lucy could only flee in embarrassment, while running, thinking about which of her star spirits could solve this problem, but the more she thought about it, the more desperate she became, because none of her star spirits could solve this rock giant on land. Lucy's thinking distracted her, and she didn't notice the rocks under her feet at all, and she tripped and fell on the beach. She saw the sea water in front of her, and a light bulb went off, and she thought of a good solution. She hurriedly ran towards the sea water. Seeing this, Shirley sneered. What? Want to use the sea water to decompose my rock giant? It's useless. Under the control of my magic, it will never disintegrate without my permission. Shirley controlled the rock doll to make a big jump, and jumped directly in front of Lucy, blocking her way. Hey, I wouldn't use such a stupid method. Lucy raised a golden key again and put it in the water to open the door of Aquarius. Akia. The doorbell rang, and a half-human, half-fish woman appeared in front of the two of them holding a jar. Akia. You actually have such a powerful star spirit. Shirley looked at Lucy in surprise, and then showed a sarcastic smile. You are so stupid. I told you that I can control your star spirit, but you actually summoned such a powerful star spirit to attack the puppet. I control it. Shirley activated magic directly on the top of the rock giant's head, and Akia was instantly controlled. It seems that today is your anniversary. Aquia, make this woman disappear. Shirley grinned and manipulated Aquia to attack. A huge wave swept towards Lucy. Do you really think I don't remember your abilities? Lucy showed a meaningful smile. Shirley was startled. She didn't have time to think about it. She was instantly swept into the waves and rolled with Lucy in the vortex formed by the waves. After a long time, Akia stopped attacking. Lucy and Shirley appeared on the beach in a daze. Looking at Lucy's appearance, they muttered, "Hey, what about forcing the door to close? I can close it myself, idiot." After saying that, she looked at Lucy's stern eyes with a flash of relief, then closed the door and went back to sleep for a beauty sleep. At this time, the two people who were too dizzy to walk began to fight each other, although they couldn't touch each other. Arrive. Akia is a star spirit who will baptize her with the sea regardless of friend or foe. Lucy punched Shirley, but because she was so dizzy, she only hit the air next to Shirley. "I see, you are so cunning, but my rock doll has not been knocked down yet." Shirley punched Lucy back and also knocked down the air. "It's okay, I just want to make you dizzy so that you can't control the puppet." After all, Lucy is a wizard of fairy tale, she is not dizzy anymore. It's actually like this." Shirley was still so dizzy that she couldn't find her head, but that didn't stop her from spouting wild words. "Humph, thanks to you, you are still a fairy tale mage. Despite all the tricks, you still tied with me, and when I recovered, I still lost you. Yet? What about this?" Lucy, who was no longer fainting, stepped forward and threw Shirley over her shoulder with all her strength. "I actually lost." Shirley fell down with a look of surprise and regret, and the rock doll next to her collapsed instantly. "Avenge me, Angelica." Before passing out, Shirley gives her final instructions to her pet rat. "What? Isn't that her puppet?" Lucy was shocked. She looked at the big rat attacking her and struggled to dodge it. However, she had already used up all her strength. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. "Allah, although I am a bit of a germaphobe, I can't let you kill my companion like this. Just one punch." Lucy heard Raphael's voice and opened her eyes in surprise. She saw a tall figure standing in front of her, slowly putting away his fist, and the big rat had disappeared. "Raphael!" Lucy cried with joy and wanted to say something to Raphael. Raphael shook his head, stepped forward to help Lucy up, and smiled at her. "I'm sorry, I'm late, but you're great and have grown up." Lucy shook her head and smiled brightly at Raphael. "Not too late, just right." Under the moonlight, Lucy's smile was particularly charming and beautiful, and Raphael was stunned. Then he shook his head and helped Lucy walk towards the village. Under the moonlight, the shadows behind the two gradually intersected. Chapter 39. Leo. Gray jumped up instantly, looked around, and found himself lying in a house with bandages all over his body. "Did you have a nightmare?" A voice came from the door. Gray turned around and saw that it was Raphael. "Am I really wrong?" Gray looked at his palm in confusion. "I don't know much about the specific situation, but from what you said yesterday, maybe it is indeed your fault." Raphael leaned against the door frame and tilted his head to look at the man in front of him who had been blaming himself for 10 years. Gray covered his face, shed tears, and said painfully, "If only I hadn't been so stubborn and arrogant at that time. Okay, this way Ulu won't die. I'm sorry for her. You may have been a jerk as a child, even an arrogant jerk, but would your master really think so?" Raphael shook his head, looked at Gray and sighed. "In fact, this is also your master's choice. With her strength, she can pull you to escape even if you are defeated." Raphael stepped forward, patted Gray on the shoulder, and said while looking at the sunshine outside the window. Gray was silent, covering his face and shaking all over. "So, do you want to give up?" "If you want to give up, then I will deal with them right now and go back to the guild in the afternoon." Raphael shook his head, turned and walked out the door, paused at the door, and said with his back to Gray. After a long time without hearing Gray's answer, Raphael sighed and walked out the door. "How is Gray?" Lucy asked worriedly outside the door. "It's okay, trust him, he is our fairy tale wizard, we have to trust our partners. Raphael gave Lucy a thumbs up and smiled cheerfully. Then, Raphael's ears twitched, he walked to Lucy with a smile, turned around and looked at Gray's door, and said to Lucy, "Look, isn't he coming out now?" Bang! Gray pushed the door of the room open with force. He stood at the door and looked at Raphael, his eyes firm and his fists clenched. "Can't give up. You said you couldn't do it. I want to do this job to the end. I will personally hit Leo back with that punch." Raphael and Lucy looked at Gray, then smiled at each other. Raphael walked up and hugged Gray's neck. "Don't worry, I've been a little lazy lately and don't want to do it." At this moment, Happy flew over anxiously. "Oh no, oh no. Natsu is gone." Everyone was shocked for a moment, and after thinking carefully, it seemed that they had not seen Natsu since they returned to the village last night. Lucy asked Happy nervously, "Aren't you always with Natsu? How come you didn't know he was missing?" Happy looked at Lucy worriedly and said, "Natsu asked me to help you yesterday, and then I met Raphael who was carrying the unconscious Gray. He asked me to send Gray back to the village and then go to save you. Then I saw you and Raphael came back, and then I fell asleep." Lucy looked at Raphael nervously and expressed her suspicion. "Isn't it because Natsu couldn't beat those two people and they were arrested?" Raphael shook his head, picked up Happy and caressed him, looking at it to relieve its anxiety. He said thoughtfully, "No, with the strength of those two, they can't do anything to Natsu. I think Natsu might solve it by himself." Gray was shocked. He knew that Natsu how strong OU is, and knowing that Natsu's strength is not as good as Leo's, he quickly said anxiously, "Then what are you waiting for? Go help Natsu, he can't deal with so many people by himself." Before he finished speaking, Gray rushed towards the ruins at the lead, and Raphael quickly called Lucy to follow. On the other side, Natsu woke up from a patch of grass. On the way to the village, he needed to sleep to recover due to his injuries, so he fell asleep directly in a patch of grass. He thought about taking a nap, but unexpectedly, "I slept until dawn." Well, overslept, Natsu rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, then he suddenly had an idea. "Right. I can take this opportunity to destroy that ritual, so that Ola won't be resurrected." Natsu came to the gate of the ruins triumphantly, rubbed his shoulders, and shouted with full energy, "Let's have a big fight." In the ruins at this time, Leo, who was sitting on a throne made of rocks, held his hands and tilted his head to look at Toby standing below, and said indifferently, "It's so embarrassing, you're the only one left." Toby stood tremblingly, looking at Leo's eyes, and he was a little nervous. Yes, please don't tell others that I was defeated by my own hands." Leo looked at him silently, and he was speechless for this idiot. In this case, it may not be easy for Deliola to get back together tonight. An old voice appeared behind Toby. It was Oludia. No, it should be her current pseudonym, Saludili. "You are here, Saludili." Leo looked at Saludili. "Tonight we will project all the moonlight on Deliora to revive her, but if the water drop ritual doesn't go smoothly, then everything we have done before will be in vain." Saradili nodded and continued. "But with that titan here, the water drop ceremony probably won't go smoothly," Leo said with a melancholy look on his face. "It's up to me to deal with him. Although I'm not his opponent, I can still delay him for a while." Saradaya was silent for a while and said slowly, "After all, only her time magic among the people present could try to delay time." At this moment, the ruins suddenly began to shake, and Leo and the others were wondering. Suddenly, the ruins began to tilt. "What? Ruins?" It suddenly tilted. Toby was surprised as he felt the movement of the ruins. "Someone is wreaking havoc." Saradili looked for the intruder with a solemn expression. At this moment, a hole was broken in the floor of the palace. They looked down and saw Natsu. "What are you doing, asshole?" Leo walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at Natsu angrily. "Is there any need to ask? The ruins are tilted, right? so the moonlight can't reach the demon underground. Natsu also looked up at Leo angrily. What a good thing you did. Fairy tale bastard. Leo looked at the destruction caused by Natsu and wanted to eat him. Stop nagging me, if you want to fight, let's fight now. Flames suddenly ignited under Natsu's feet, and after compression and spray, Natsu rushed towards Leo like a rocket. Leo had no time to react and was directly knocked away by Natsu. Leo, who was knocked away, turned directly into broken ice. Leo appeared on the other side and used shaping magic to create a large number of ice eagles flying towards Natsu, intending to take down Natsu in one fell swoop while he was in the air and unable to dodge. Seeing that the ice eagle was about to hit him, Natsu blew flames from his mouth, and used the thrust formed by the flames to turn himself in the air to avoid the attack, and fell on Leo. Next to him. Then his feet ignited with flames, and he supported himself with his hands, and did a Thomas spin towards Leo, and Leo could only dodge continuously. Natsu focused on Leo's lower three roots, forcing Leo to jump up and dodge. Natsu found an opportunity, puffed up his mouth, and instantly sprayed flames at Leo in the air, intending to return the favor. At this moment, Saludili made a move. He waved his hand, and the floor under Natsu's hands instantly broke, and Natsu fell directly. The flames sprayed towards Leo instantly tilted and shot towards the ceiling, barely passing Leo. "Allah, it's really dangerous, Lord Lingdi," Saradili said with a smile, and Toby behind him was all hit by the flames. "Who told you to do it?" Leo looked at Saludili angrily. "Ah? You're angry, but you have to understand that you can't make any mistakes before Deliara is resurrected," Saradili continued to say with a smile. "Does that mean I can't even deal with a fire-breathing one?" Leo angrily activated magic and surrounded everything around him with ice. "I am the only magician who can defeat Deliara. If I can't defeat this guy, then I don't need to be resurrected. Deliola is here, you are not allowed to take action next." Hey, Saradili covered his face and shook his head helplessly. "Defeat Deliara? You guy, why would you go out of your way to have a showdown with it? Hasn't it already been defeated?" Natsu, who had climbed up at some point, asked Leo with a puzzled look on his face. "What do you know? This is all to surpass you. To continue my dream." Leo quickly formed a large number of ice birds and attacked Natsu. "Then can't you just go find Ulu and give him a good beating?" Natsu continued to dodge while continuing to wonder. "Stop pretending to be confused, don't you know? She is dead." Leo stared at Natsu indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. "Is that so?" Natsu was stunned. "It's all Gray's fault." Leo waved his hand angrily, and while Natsu was distracted, a hidden ice bird suddenly appeared in front of Natsu, hit Natsu, and exploded. Natsu barely blocked the attack with his arm, but the arm that blocked the attack suddenly suffered severe frostbite. "I don't know what your situation is." Natsu ignited the flames and looked at Leo with a firm look, "but the current situation is that you have caused a lot of trouble to a group of people." Natsu's fist burst into more fierce flames, "So, now I just want to use this blazing flame to wake you up." Chapter 40. Leo's goal has always been to surpass you. Gray, who was walking forward with his head down, talked about what he knew about Leo. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Gray. The reason why he wanted to lift the seal of Deliara was because URU was no longer around. He wanted to surpass URU, so this was the only way. Gray said slowly. He believed that if he defeated Deliara, who even URU couldn't defeat, then he must have surpassed URU. That's it, if you want to transcend someone who no longer exists, this is really the only way, Lucy said with a serious expression. She seemed to remember something. No, there's something Leo doesn't know yet. Gray's mood suddenly became agitated. He gritted his teeth and tried to stay calm. URU has indeed disappeared, but she is still alive. What? Lucy and Happy were shocked. really? Raphael is now slowly recalling the plot. To a certain extent, Yu is indeed not dead. She is just alive in another form, but this kind of life, don't mention it. Gray continued to recalling what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, my village and parents were destroyed by Deliera. I was the only one who survived because my parents put them in the cellar and blocked them with their bodies. Gray choked up and continued, it was Yu who found me and saved me. He also taught me modeling magic, which gave me the ability to protect myself. But I didn't understand it at that time. I only wanted to quickly gain powerful strength to take revenge. One day I heard people discussing that Deliera had arrived in the northern continent. I ignored their dissuasion and insisted on challenging him. When everyone arrived at the ruins, they were surprised to find that the ruins were tilted. It must be Natsu who did it. He is inside now. Let's go. Gray hurriedly wanted to rush into the ruins. Found you. Fairy tale. A group of people from the religious sect gradually approached them. Leave this to me, and you go and end things with Leo. Raphael stood up, faced the cult, and said with his back to Gray. Raphael. Go quickly, don't forget that this mission is a test for you, especially for you. Gray gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards the ruins. In the ruins, Natsu and Leo had many collisions, but because Leo's shaping magic was too powerful and free, Natsu mostly dodged and could not cause effective damage. At this moment, bursts of tearing sounds came from the ice wall next to him, and soon, Gray broke through the ice. Natsu and Leo looked at him in surprise, and Gray said to Natsu, I'll take over next. I'm going to put an end to him. But didn't you lose once? Natsu asked. No, it won't happen this time, I will completely end it with him. Gray clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and stared at Leo and said. You are very confident, you are the loser. Leo looked at Gray mockingly and said. 10 years ago, I was responsible for Yu's death. Gray looked at Leo with firm eyes, squatting in horse stance and crossing his hands, but, I will never forgive you for hurting your friends, doing unforgivable things to the villagers, and melting the ice. Let's be punished together. Leo panicked when he saw Gray's posture. This posture is, absolutely frozen. Absolutely what? Natsu looked at the two of them in confusion. Are you crazy? Leo yelled at Gray crazily. Two choices, either leave here and stop your plan, or die with me. Gray looked at Leo calmly. So you want to use this to threaten me, how boring. Leo relaxed instantly and looked at Gray with a mocking face. Do you think I'm joking? Gray began to release magic power, and the powerful magic power instantly blew Natsu away. You guy! Leo resisted the magic power with difficulty and tried to fight back. Upon seeing this, Gray directly increased the burst of magic power. Leo was finally thrown away and slammed into the wall. I'm ready to die. I'll ask you one last time. Gray's face looked particularly hideous due to the continuous explosion of magic power, and his body gradually began to turn into ice crystals. Die together. Still live. Gray gave his last shout. Hee. Leo climbed up with the help of the wall, staring at Gray with a grin. Come on. Cast the magic if you have the guts. Natsu on the side finally remembered that Gray's master lost his life because of this magic. He anxiously used all his strength to go to Gray. It seems that this is your answer, it's over. Absolutely cold, Gray saw that Leo would never give in, so he angrily turned on his magic to the maximum, about to cast this magic that would kill both of them. Natsu finally crawled to Gray's side, and seeing that Gray was about to cast the magic, he jumped up and knocked Gray down with a punch. As Gray was distracted, the ultimate magic stopped being released. You bastard, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? Natsu grabbed Gray's arm angrily and yelled at him. I have to make an end to this guy. I'm ready to die. What are you doing? Let me go. Gray grabbed Natsu's collar and shouted at him angrily. Natsu grabbed Gray's hand, stared at Gray and said angrily, "Is death the solution? Hey? How long are you going to escape?" Gray was stunned. At this moment, the ruins suddenly shook, and Raphael and Lucy, although Lucy was just shouting 666, who had defeated the cult group outside the ruins, were catching fish, but when they looked up, they saw that the ruins had returned to its original state from the slanted state. What happened? How did the ruins return to their original state? Lucy asked Raphael in disbelief, covering her mouth in surprise. Someone must have used magic to restore it to its original state, so Deliera will be unsealed. Let's go and take a look. Raphael stared at the ruins and answered Lucy's question. It seemed to be Altair's magic. We should go in and take a look. In the ruins, Natsu went to chase Saludili, leaving only Leo and Gray. You already thought that Natsu would stop me, so you were confident, right? Gray stared at Leo and asked his own question. No, I didn't expect you to release it, but it doesn't matter if I take it. After all, I still have a partner, and have you forgotten that the moon drop can dissolve the absolute freeze? Leo folded his hands and looked at Gray with a mocking look. Ah yes, then the absolute freezing I released at the beginning was completely ineffective. Gray realized it belatedly. Give up, you can't beat me. Stop it. Gray walked up to Leo and said, give up resurrecting Deliera. Hey, when did you become a mother-in-law? Leo looked at Gray with disdain, and even wanted to laugh. Has the failure of threats turned into preaching? Did you think it was a cartoon? Listen to me, Eureka, Gray continued talking to himself, looking at Leo calmly, still alive. Leo opened his eyes wide, with disbelief in his eyes. Absolute freezing is to convert your body into ice, which means that the ice you plan to melt now is you, her body. She turned into ice and is still alive. Gray lowered his head and said tremblingly. Leo just listened blankly, without any reaction at all. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret from you. This was a decision made by you and I. She was afraid that you would unseal the demon and challenge it beyond your ability, and lose your life. Gray gritted his teeth, shed tears, and trembled as he told Leo the truth. Leo was silent for a long time, then slowly walked towards Gray. So don't, Gray thought the persuasion was effective, raised his head, and when he was about to continue persuading Leo, an ice sword was instantly inserted into his body. Leo walked up to Gray with a ferocious smile, looked at Gray fiercely and said, I've known about such boring things for a long time. You now is just a pile of ice. Leo pulled out his ice sword, brought out a trace of blood, kicked Gray to the ground, walked up to Gray and said coldly, that's not you anymore, it's just a pile of useless ice slag ready to melt. Why are you still so naive? You've known this all along. Gray covered his wound, lay on the ground, looked up and stared at Leo with hatred. Asshole. Chapter 41. So you've known it all along. Gray jumped up from the ground angrily and punched Leo, making him retreat repeatedly. What? How is it possible? He was so seriously injured. Leo looked at Gray in surprise. He didn't expect that Gray, who was seriously injured, still had the strength to beat him up. I've reached my limit. I'm advising you to reach your limit. Gray shouted, and an ice bow appeared in his hand. Gray put 3 ice arrows on the bow. The bow was fully strung, and the 3 ice arrows attacked Leo like flying swords out of their sheaths. Leo hastily put down an ice shield to block it, but unfortunately the temporary one was not as powerful as the accumulated one. Leo's ice shield was broken in an instant, and all of Gray's attacks hit Leo, knocking him out again. Leo was about to fight back, but as soon as he raised his head, he was kicked in the face by Gray and flew out again. Gray angrily chased after Leo, who was knocked out, and started punching and kicking him madly. Completely gave up the use of magic, and soon, Leo was beaten all over by Gray. Leo finally got away from Gray's beating, panting and struggling to stand up with the help of the wall. He looked at Gray angrily. He didn't expect that he would be beaten to a pulp by the junior brother he always looked down on. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided not to hold back and used 2/3 of his magic power to create an ice dragon. The ice dragon entangled and hit Gray crazily, and finally flew into the sky with Gray on his back and threw Gray down hard. I originally wanted to keep him to fight Deliera, but now I'll get rid of you, the troublemaker. Leo grinned angrily. He wanted to tear Gray to pieces. Ahem, I won't let you go. Gray trembled and struggled to stand up. So what? While you are still lying here, the moon drop ceremony has already started. Leo laughed wildly. Just like you believe in your companions, I also believe in Natsu. He can definitely do it. Gray stood up and shouted towards Leo. So what? Do you feel the vibration? That's the ritual going on. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been looking for partners and information for the past 10 years before I found this island. Leo waved at Gray, and a group of ice blades stabbed directly at Gray from the ground. Gray used an ice ball to block the blade's attack. I moved Deliera here 3 years ago, and it took me 3 years to melt the ice. You tell me to give up now. Leo angrily continued to use magic to attack Gray. You actually spent 3 years doing this boring thing. Gray dodged Leo's attack with difficulty. What did you say? Boring. Gray's words angered Leo again, and he frantically made ice animals and kept smashing them at Gray. You, who have only been free in the guild for 10 years, are not worthy of saying this. Gray kept defending Leo's attacks with his body, staring at Leo and said, I just believed what you said, and went to the country in the west, and indeed found many powerful wizards, so I entered Fairy Tale. The president of that guild is one of the strongest in the world. He once told me that absolute freezing turns the caster's body and will into a piece of ice that never melts, and the moment the ice melts is the moment the caster dies. Gray looked at Leo angrily. I didn't expect that the one who wanted to kill her was her eldest disciple. This is so disappointing. Leo was stunned for a moment, sneered, and said, Whatever you say, I live for this moment today. This is my first and only chance to surpass you. Just think about it, I easily destroyed the monster that you couldn't defeat. Isn't this a great thing? Leo rushed straight towards Gray. A wolf's shadow appeared on his fist. The moment he hit Gray, he instantly turned into an ice wolf and pounced on Gray. You say you want to surpass you without knowing anything, you bastard is a million years too early. Gray turned sideways to avoid Leo's attack, and instantly formed a two-handed sword in his hand. Holding the sword, he twisted his waist and cut Leo in half. The next second, Leo, who was cut in half, turned into ice cubes. The real power was OU appeared behind him, with a lot of magic in his hands. Ice make white tiger. Ice make cage. A giant tiger made of ice attacked Gray. Gray jumped up and flipped backwards. On the way, he put his hands together and released a huge ice cage to lock the ice tiger. Humph, this small cage can't control it, break it for me. Leo confidently commanded the ice tiger to smash the cage, but found that it couldn't be broken at all. He couldn't help but shout in surprise, What? How is it possible? Do you remember URU's guidance? One-handed modeling magic has poor balance and cannot be used to its full potential at critical moments. Ice make ice and snow cannon. Gray jumped down from the cage. The moment he landed, a huge blue cannon appeared on his shoulder. As Gray activated his magic, Leo was hit hard by the ice and snow cannon. Leo fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Gray finally couldn't bear the pain and knelt down. After the conversation was divided, something happened on Natsu's side. Natsu, who finally caught up with Saradili, was surprised to find that he had actually chased him into the cave where Deliera was hidden. Moreover, the ceremony had been going on for a long time, and the ice that had frozen Deliura began to slowly freeze. Dissolve. Natsu wanted to rush forward and interrupt the ceremony, but was constantly blocked by Saludili. This made Natsu realize that he had to deal with the old masked man in front of him first. Seeing that one of Deliura's arms had been melted out, Natsu anxiously ignited flames and punched Saradili. Saludili dodged easily, and at the same time said to Natsu playfully, "Alala, if you attack me with fire magic here, the ice will melt faster." Natsu remained unmoved, his feet lit up with flames, and he kicked towards Saludili crazily. He looked at him coldly and said, "If it was so easy to be melted by the flames, you wouldn't have spent so much time working here. I just want to kill him quickly. You defeat him and then take care of the guy above, and that's it." Oh, you are quite smart and flexible, Mr. Fire Dragon." Saradaya never attacked, but kept dodging Natsu's attacks, which resulted in Natsu just constantly destroying stones but unable to do anything to him. A harsh, unpleasant, and disgusting sound suddenly sounded, and Natsu, who was constantly attacking Saludili, had to stop and cover his ears to resist the sound. The sound spread throughout the ruins, and he was about to prepare. Gray's face changed as he took a break to bandage his wounds. He knew it was the devil's voice. "Did you still not catch up in the end? Damn it, then let me put an end to this." Gray held the wound firmly and slowly walked towards Deliura's location step by step. Leo behind him also disappeared at some point. Toby, who was on top of the ruins, had just sprinkled all the moon drops on Daly. Euler's body was waiting for Deliura to revive, and he was knocked unconscious in the next second. Raphael took back the hand that knocked out Toby, looked at Deliura under the hole, and couldn't help but sigh. After taking a breath, Natsu turned around and called Lucy to gather at Deliura. After finally recovering, Natsu looked at Deliura, who had half of his body completely unsealed, and was even more anxious to find Saludili quickly. After getting rid of him, the next second he was hit in the face by a crystal ball and was knocked away. "I have to hurry up too, Lord Fire Dragon." Saradili's smile never changed. He waved his hand to recall the crystal ball and then continued to smash it towards Natsu in an arcing trajectory. "Just what I wanted." Natsu was excited, and he smashed the crystal ball with one punch. He turned around and was about to rush forward to knock Saradili away, but the crystal ball instantly recovered and continued to hit Natsu. Natsu couldn't dodge in time, and was hit in the abdomen by the crystal ball and dragged into the sky by the crystal ball. Natsu struggled to get rid of the crystal ball and landed steadily on the rubble. He looked at the crystal ball with an unsightly expression. "It's actually recovered. My magic is the ability to control the time of objects, which means I can make the crystal ball go back to before it was destroyed. Now let me show you other abilities and see how this crystal ball can attack you in the future." Natsu was wondering, but he was hit by the crystal ball several times in an instant, and he couldn't even effectively defend himself. How could there be such magic? Natsu punched the crystal ball with all his might, and the next second the crystal ball continued to recover and hit Natsu's head. "But from my observation just now, your magic seems to have no effect on the human body. Observe carefully. My magic is called Arc of Time. Its only drawback is that it is ineffective against living things, so I can only use external force to slowly melt the ice that you has turned into." Saradili said with his hands slumped, and gave Natsu a ball. "You guys, I really don't understand you guys. Is this your only purpose, to revive this guy and then let Leo defeat him? Don't you think it's like playing house with a child?" Natsu ducked his head to avoid the attack of the crystal ball, and broke the crystal ball again, and asked him puzzledly, "Do you really think that little brat can defeat Deliura? Don't be ridiculous, only your titan can defeat him, but that monster is immortal, so it's useless to defeat him." Saradili waved his hand to restore the crystal ball and flew towards Natsu again. "Isn't that even worse?" Natsu dodged the crystal ball in annoyance, turned around, grabbed the crystal ball and threw it at Saludili. "Bad? No, that's perfect. Immortality doesn't mean it can't be controlled. My goal is to control it. Own it. Create a continuous stream of power flowing towards me. Saradili stopped the crystal ball flying towards him and laughed crazily. You have been annoying from the beginning, and you have injured so many people and even destroyed the island for such a boring purpose. I can't stand it anymore. Natsu was furious. He jumped up with all his strength and ignited a huge flame to hit Saludili. Saludili sneered and waved his arms. More crystal balls from different timelines appeared and hit Natsu. Natsu did not dodge, but increased the radiation of the flame, instantly shattering all the crystal balls and producing a lot of smoke. What? For the first time, Saradili showed a surprised expression. Then the next second, Natsu appeared from the smoke and punched Saradili hard. At this moment, Deliura's ice cubes also melted completely. Deliura, resurrected. Chapter 42. After being unblocked, Deliura looked much scarier than when he was frozen. His huge body, ferocious face, and terrifying screams all shocked Lucy's nerves. So now Lucy is hiding inside the big clock again. Natsu and Gray looked at the big guy in front of them with solemn eyes. Leo, who was slowly crawling over with his seriously injured body, looked at the resurrected Deliura and laughed crazily, ha 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 ha. They succeeded. Next, I will defeat this monster demon and prove that I can surpass you. You cannot. Just stay there for me. Gray shouted, pointing at Leo, who was trying to stand up. Hee, ha 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 ha. I can do it, Ulu, can't defeat it, now, it's up to me, to defeat it. Leo was bleeding continuously, panting and struggling to get up from the ground to challenge Deliura. I will surpass you now. Leo stood up with difficulty and was about to challenge Deliura. Pa! Gray knocked Leo down with a knife. Leo woke up quickly, but he had no strength to stand up. He could only look at Gray with resentment. Enough! Leo, leave the next step to me. Gray walked slowly in front of Leo and made a gesture of absolute ice magic, just like the scene and posture when you stood in front of him. I will seal Deliura, absolute ice. Pa! It was Gray's turn to be knocked down. Raphael stepped forward and kicked Gray to the ground, forcing him and Leo together. Gray, why do you always think about sacrificing yourself? I'm still here, am I just a decoration? Raphael looked at the young man in front of him who had a strong spirit of sacrifice and felt a headache. If Natsu was the troublemaker, then Gray was the sacrificer who was always ready to sacrifice himself. I was speechless when I read the comics in my previous life. But he is immortal. Snapped. Gray's words were interrupted by a slap from Raphael. You two silly boys, how can there be immortality in this world? If there is, it's just that the damage hasn't reached the extreme, and you underestimate your master too much, right? Now let me see how powerful your master is. Before he finished speaking, Deliola, who was about to raise his hand to smash down behind Raphael, was instantly broken into pieces, and then floated away with the water flow formed by the ice of Uru. Absolute freeze is a powerful magic. In addition to being able to freeze all enemies, it will also constantly destroy the enemy's vitality. During the 10 years, your teacher has actually been fighting Deliura non-stop. Deliola's life is wiped out. Moondrops can indeed dispel all magic, but hundreds of years can't dispel super magic like absolute freeze. Do you really think you have dispelled Uru's magic? In fact, Uru had already killed Deliura. She had won and no longer needed to be frozen. Raphael looked at the shocked and disbelieving two people, sighed, and told the real truth. How is this possible? Leo cried in disbelief, will I never be able to surpass my teacher again? Raphael and the others stopped talking. Anyone could see that although Leo kept saying that he wanted to surpass Uru, he actually wanted to avenge Uru. He was not satisfied that Deliura had done such a cruel thing but was only sealed. He wanted to kill Deliara to avenge his master and his fellow apprentice. "Your master is so awesome, Gray," Natsu said to Gray in admiration. "Master," Gray looked at the water that Yu had turned into in front of him, covering his face, with tears streaming down his face. He finally understood the meaning of Yu's last words to him. It turns out that the teacher not only sacrificed himself to seal and kill Deliara, but also sealed and killed the shadow in his own heart to avenge himself. This is the last lesson Yu taught them, trading their lives for their future. Raphael and Leo met on the top of the ruins. Looking at the sea, Raphael sighed. "The sea is tolerant. Your master is actually still alive, but she has merged into the sea, but she will also be there in the future. I will protect you as always." Gray and Leo looked at each other and smiled. All the grudges disappeared the moment Deliola was broken. Gray stepped forward and touched Leo's fist next. "What's your plan?" Leo shook his head and looked at the sea and said, "I don't know. I lived for the first 10 years to unblock and challenge Deliara, and now it's over all of a sudden." Confused. "Why not join Fairy Tail?" Natsu excitedly invited Leo. "It's a good idea to join a guild, but forget about joining Fairy Tail. After all, Gray is already in your guild. I'll go find another guild, and we'll grow together and wait for my next challenge." Leo smiled and shook his head, rejecting Natsu's invitation, and then challenged Gray. "Yeah. I'll wait for you then." Gray stepped forward and bumped fists with Leo, smiling happily. In fact, they are also a group of pitiful people. Raphael looked at the people who were laughing happily and shook his head with a smile. After all, this group of people could gather together because their hometown or relatives were destroyed or killed by Deliara. From a perspective, they didn't actually do anything wrong. As long as they could get revenge, they would even sacrifice their lives. They were just doing justice in their own way. Happy to go down the mountain and prepare to go. The village chief receives payment. On the way, Natsu said happily, "This S-level mission isn't that bad, I completed it easily." Gray rolled his eyes at Natsu, helped Lucy walk and said, "You idiot, you have droopy eyes. If Deliara hadn't been eliminated by my master, how could it be so easy?" Natsu looked at Gray with anger in his eyes. "That's okay, I'll knock it away with one punch." Lucy, who was helping Gray walk, was speechless towards these two guys. They started to argue as they talked, and their incompatibility was clearly reflected in them. At this time, Raphael, who was walking in front, smiled meaningfully and said without looking back, "Do you really think this S-class mission is solved like this? Do you still remember what the real commissioned mission is? The task, to solve the curse problem of the villagers." Lucy thought of it first, and then said doubtfully, "But wasn't that caused by Leo and the others using the magic ritual of the moon drops?" "Yes, now that the moon drop ceremony has ended, the people in the village should have recovered, right?" Gray said uncertainly. "There's no point in thinking so much. Just go back to the village and you'll know." "Hobby, go ahead." "Love." Natsu chose to give up thinking about these complicated issues, and took the lead with Happy, passing Raphael and walking in front. "This reckless guy, Gray, you are almost done, right?" Raphael nodded after receiving Gray's confirmation. "Then let's catch up with Natsu." Everyone quickly arrived in front of the village. Natsu shouted loudly for the people inside to open the door. But as soon as the door opened, everyone was stunned. They saw that the villagers and the village chief inside not only did not return to their human form, but even changed to a certain extent. More or less aggravated. How could this happen?" Lucy covered her mouth in disbelief. "Didn't we succeed?" Gray clenched his fists and looked at it. "Damn it, I'm going to find Leo and the others." Chapter 43. "Enough, calm down, Natsu, it's not their problem." Raphael gave Natsu a slap to calm him down. "Leo and the others were also exposed for 3 years, why are they fine? So the problem is not with them." "That's right, if they were to change, they should be closer and more thorough, but we saw that they didn't change at all whether it was day or night. Lucy raised her index finger and said with sudden understanding. Are we really going to destroy the moon? Gray looked at the sky helplessly. It is indeed true, but there are some questions that need to be asked clearly. Village Chief, please summon all the villagers to the village center. Raphael nodded, and then asked Mocha, who was walking over, to summon everyone. Mocha looked confused, but still summoned everyone to the center of the village. Raphael looked at everyone and asked a question. Your symptoms mean that you will turn into a demon when you see the moon above at night, right? After getting everyone's nods, Raphael continued. If I guess correctly, this situation started 3 years ago, right? The villagers looked at each other, but the village chief stood up and admitted it was 3 years ago. But what does this have to do with you solving the curse? Why not destroy the moon? Raphael waved his hand. Don't worry, the moon issue is easy to solve. Now we need to explore the cause of this symptom. Since you were like this 3 years ago, I think you should be able to see it every day at the ruins. There is a beam of light appearing at night, right? Didn't you send someone to check it out? The village chief hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, that's because our village has a rule that doesn't allow us to go to the ruins. Gray couldn't help it anymore and said to the village chief, then you are all like this and still stick to the so-called rules. Natsu also said angrily, for this rule, would you rather kill your relatives than go and see it? Can you tell us the truth? Otherwise we can't help you. Lucy frowned and said to the village chief. The village chief's body trembled, and finally he sighed and said, in fact, when we found the light column, we immediately went there fully armed, but we often walked back to the village. No matter which direction we started from, we couldn't get close to the ruins at all. Natsu and the others were shocked for a moment, listening to the village chief's words in disbelief, and Happy was so scared that he hid behind Natsu, trembling. Natsu, do you still remember that masked old man you fought with? Raphael looked at everyone in a funny way and said to Natsu. He looked meaningfully at Alusha, who had returned to her original appearance on a big tree not far from the village. She was instantly shocked and never looked back. Dare to stay and run away so fast? Raphael looked away and looked at Natsu's explanation. That, yes, it should be his fault. His magic can repair or destroy all items, and it can also summon the same individual from different points in time. Natsu frowned and thought about it for a moment, then made a fist with one hand and smashed it into his palm. That is to say, that person moved the village or the road after the villagers left the village so that they could walk back. Lucy suddenly realized. Raphael covered his head helplessly. I just wanted to say that the person was standing next to us. Why did one or two of them analyze it like smart people? The next step is to break this moon and let the truth of everything emerge. Raphael understood almost everything. He walked under the moon, stood up straight with his feet apart, his eyes glowed red, and a black and red magic circle appeared on his fist. He looked up at the moon and punched it coldly. Normal mode, fist wind. As Raphael punched out, a huge wind pressure instantly pressed everyone down, and the moon above their heads instantly shattered. Then the real moon came out, and the surrounding sky shattered and fell like snowflakes. What? The sky was actually shattered by Raphael. Lucy looked at Raphael in disbelief, covering her mouth and watching all this in surprise. That was not the sky, but a membrane, an evil membrane formed by the exhaust gas produced by the moon drop ritual. This membrane covered the village upside down like a giant bowl, which caused them to become like this. Raphael explained to everyone. The thick purple membrane in the sky was broken by Raphael, revealing a golden moon. Under the golden moonlight, the villagers were emitting golden light, and the surroundings of the village were also emitting colorful lights. Everything looked so beautiful. After a long time, the villagers' moonlight baptism was over. Gray, Natsu, and Happy were surprised to find that the villagers had all turned into demons, and Lucy was trembling with fear. She asked tremblingly, what's going on? Why have the villagers turned into demons? Could it be? Yes, this is their original appearance, but the evil film has modified their memory, giving them the wrong memory that they will turn into demons at night. Raphael explained to Lucy with a smile. In other words, this village is... Lucy's feet instantly collapsed to the ground, and she was so frightened that she became weak. Demon Village. Gray also looked at the village chief in surprise. Yes, they can transform into humans, and their memories are tampered with when they transform into humans, which is why they call the process of restoring their true form as being devoured by the devil. This is the memory barrier caused by the moon drop. Raphael looked at the villagers who were so happy to have their memories restored, and couldn't help but smile. Rather than being devils, they are more like angels, cheerful, sunny, and positive, better than many humans. So is it because they are demons and not humans that they can't get close to the ruins? Harpy suddenly thought of something and approached Raphael and asked. Yes, that ruin is actually a temple. Although the temple is dilapidated, it still has holy light. They are dark creatures, so they can't get close to the temple. In the end, they will unconsciously follow the best route away from the holy light, that is, return to the village. Raphael looked at Lucy, who blushed, and Natsu, who didn't care, and shook his head and continued to explain. So this is why Leo has not changed even though he has been illuminated for 3 years. After all, it is holy light, which only works on dark creatures. You guys are so awesome, please, you are indeed right. A figure that surprised everyone appeared, it was the demonized Bobo. Weren't you stabbed to death by a sword? Mocha looked at his son in front of him with trembling hands, unable to believe his eyes. Dad, have you forgotten? We are demons, how can we die if we are stabbed in the chest? Bobo patted his chest and laughed, so the others you thought were dead are back too. Mocha turned around in surprise and saw that the villagers who had been stabbed to death because their memories were tampered with and they thought they were resurrected demons were back to life one by one, staying with their loved ones and hugging each other. If you are not a ghost, why didn't I see you when I turned around that day? Gray asked in surprise. Because I can fly. I'm really sorry if I scared you. Bobo smiled heartily, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Seeing this, other tribesmen also spread their wings and flew into the sky. They smiled happily and sang. Under the golden moonlight, they like angels dancing in the sky. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu looked up at this beautiful moment, smiling and silent, watching them singing and dancing quietly. Raphael also smiled and looked up. These demons dancing under the moonlight couldn't help but sigh. Rather than a devil, it's more like an angel. They really look alike. Chapter 44. Ha ha ha. From now on I can say that I have done S-level missions. Lucy laughed as she stepped off the boat, her hands on her hips. But it's all thanks to Raphael, Gray, and Natsu. Happy raised his hand and said. You're still a cute cat even when you're silent. Lucy said helplessly to Happy, and I also helped, okay. I defeated the puppet girl by myself. But we worked so hard for so long, and only got 1 key. Hubby lowered his head in frustration and said. That's right, Raphael, why don't you want a reward? It's so much money, Natsu said as he walked along with the same frustration. How dare you say that? You should know that you secretly found this mission to do it in the beginning. Raphael gave a slap to the man and the cat. Although it was accepted in my name in the later stage, we can't encourage this trend. Tell me, if I'm not here, how are you going to complete this mission? Natsu, are you really going to fly into space and smash the moon? It's not impossible, Natsu muttered quietly from the side. Hey, why don't we sell Lucy's key? We can split the money. Happy conspired with Raphael and the others in the loudest voice. I heard it, little thief cat. Lucy knocked on hubby's head angrily. As I said, there are only 12 such keys in the world, they are very precious. Just that cow and the maid. Natsu turned around and said with a disdainful chuckle. If I practice hard, the stars will definitely be better than you. Lucy yelled at Natsu angrily. Okay, let's go back to the guild first. Don't forget, you will be punished this time. Raphael said with a smile. Punishment? Could it be that? Gray was shocked, and then looked at Lucy and Natsu with a gloating look. Punishment? What punishment? Gray, what's that expression on your face? Lucy was shocked and asked quickly. Punishment, it's not a big deal, it's just that. Natsu hugged Lucy and was about to explain to her when he suddenly seemed to remember something. His face became paler and paler, and he sweated more and more. In the end, he squatted on the ground holding his head like an ostrich. Is it so terrible? What kind of punishment is this? With Lucy's shouts, everyone happily walked towards the guild. Ha 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 ha, Natsu, let's see if you dare next time. Ouch. Boom. Gray was laughing at Natsu when he suddenly hit an invisible wall, causing him to jump in pain. This is, Lucy and Natsu were startled and stopped immediately, looking up. They saw that the guild was surrounded by a layer of barrier. There were several magic puppets installed on both sides of the guild inside the barrier, as if they were on guard against something. The sharp-eyed Raphael also saw a circle of hidden magic traps around the guild. Could this formation be a sneak attack? Lucy murmured in surprise. Raphael frowned, thinking that after the plot of Moon Island, there would be an attack by ghosts. Could it be them? At this time, the magic puppets who were patrolling discovered them. One of them came over, raised the magic cannon in his hand and pointed it at them and said no non-fairy tale guild members are allowed to approach. We are from the fairy tale guild, who are you? Why don't you let us in? Natsu, who had the hottest temper, immediately jumped up, his hands ignited with flames and shouted at the puppet. Enemy attack! The eyes of the magic puppet instantly turned red, and a piercing alarm sounded. The surrounding magic puppets also gathered around, and the magic traps in the hidden places also flashed a stream of light, as if they had all been activated. What happened? You go out to do a mission and you can't even return home. Gray clenched his fists and stood beside Natsu, ready to fight at any time. Don't worry, maybe something happened to the guild, so I set it up like this. Let me think about it. Raphael stopped Natsu and Gray. After all, this puppet also made it very clear that people who are not from the Fairy Tale Guild are not allowed to enter. People from the Fairy Tale Guild. By the way, we should just show them the guild seal together. Raphael thought for a while and thought of a way. Natsu and Gray took off their coats and clothes in an instant, revealing the crests on their arms and chests, while Lucy and Happy revealed the crests on their hands and backs. Phil also revealed his coat of arms. The red light in the magic puppet's eyes flashed, as if it was scanning something. Confirmed, it's someone from the Fairy Tale Guild, the alarm is lifted, and they are allowed to pass. The first magic puppet waved to the puppets behind him, and then they formed a magic circle. The surrounding barrier instantly revealed a door that could allow one person to enter, and the surrounding magic traps instantly quieted down. Come on, let's go in and see what went wrong that caused us to be so alert. Raphael called everyone and walked into the guild together. After finally entering the guild, Raphael and his party were surprised to find that everyone was drinking wine happily, and instantly became like a confused monk. You are back. Raphael, you seem to have lost your hair again. Natsu and Gray are back too. Lucy is in great shape as always. Everyone in the guild waved to them. Yo! Welcome back. Makarov, who was drinking, said to Raphael and the others with a smile. President! What's going on? You can actually still drink. Natsu shouted as he threw himself in front of Makarov. Myra, what's going on? Raphael saw that the president was in good spirits and just looked at Natsu with a smile. Suddenly, Raphael, who felt a little embarrassed, turned around and asked Myra, who was also smiling next to him. All right, it's okay, it's just a little trick from the ghost." Myra Jane waved her hands and said calmly. "Sure enough, it was them. What did they do?" Raphael nodded and then asked. "Nothing was done. Someone came in pretending to be a guild member and wanted to cause damage, but was discovered by Sister Myra. Then, the pretender was free-falled by Sister Myra. Lysina, who was helping on the side, said with a smile. Free fall, may they be safe." Raphael instantly thought of that scene. Praying for the unlucky person with sweat all over his forehead. Snapped. 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 Raphael turned his head and looked around. It turned out that Natsu, Happy, and Lucy were each slapped by Makarov when he stretched out his arm. However, Lucy's slap was on her butt. "Hey, Lucy is a girl, you can't do this." Myra Jane puffed up her face and accused Makarov. "President, do you know what the situation is now? The guild has been provoked." Listening to what others were saying, Natsu also understood the situation, but when he saw that his president was still drinking wine safely, he shouted angrily. "Calm down, it's not a big deal, really, don't worry about them. That's all they have, they can do some tricks or something." Makarov said while drinking heavily. "Oh my, I have to pee urgently, I need to go to the toilet." Makarov found an excuse to pee, so that Natsu wouldn't have to ask him all the time. "Damn it, what happened to the president?" Natsu slammed his fist on the table, unable to understand why the president reacted like this. In fact, the president is also very unwilling, but the council has a rule that does not allow guilds to directly engage in private fights, which is not conducive to the stability of the order of the magic world. Myra looked at Makarov's back and sighed to Natsu. Looking at the formation outside the guild, it shouldn't just be someone pretending to invade the guild. Right? Raphael was interested in this question. Myra hesitated for a while and looked aside to Urza. Urza shook her head, stepped forward and said to Raphael, "Let me answer this question. After you left, the president accepted your opinion. In addition to asking me to wait for you to come back before picking up the mission, he also called back all the teams that were doing missions outside. However, among the teams that came back, there were several. One of the members had his identity replaced and sneaked into the guild, intending to cause irreparable damage to the guild at night. Fortunately, those teams were very familiar with their teammates, so they realized something was wrong and immediately picked out all the substitutes. But the worst thing was not this. Soon after, someone imitated me and invited girls from the guild. We went out to perform a mission together. Fortunately, Myra discovered it in time, otherwise. Urza punched down, and the poor table finally fell apart. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't gone out to buy some strawberry cake. Okay, it's over, Urza, no one is hurt, it's okay. Myra went up to comfort Urza for the first time. Raphael was silent for a long time, punched the table, the poor table was broken into pieces, and now it was smashed into powder, and turned around and walked out of the guild. What are you going to do, Raphael? Myra quickly shouted. It's nothing, there are a lot of mice, I'm going to kill some mice. Raphael waved his hand and walked out, while Natsu and Gray looked at Raphael in confusion. Shooting mice? Isn't he a misophobic? Lucy said doubtfully. This is not about beating mice, he is going to teach the ghost a lesson. Mirage looked at Raphael's back worriedly, praying silently in her heart. Don't let anything happen, and don't be too impulsive, Raphael. Chapter 45. What? Then go and bring him back. Lucy said anxiously. No, he doesn't listen to anyone except the president when he makes a decision, and sometimes he doesn't even necessarily follow what the president says. Mirage shook his head and said. It's okay, just let that kid go. Makarov, who appeared out of nowhere, said seriously. But isn't it said that guilds can't fight each other privately? Gray asked doubtfully. Yes, yes, you stopped me when I said I wanted to go. Natsu echoed dissatisfiedly. I also told you not to cause trouble, did you listen? Makarov shouted loudly, the ghosts are now in full force. We know that there are only two S-class magicians that can be used here. Raphael is the strongest, so it is most appropriate for him to go. That boy, Sina, has been jumping more and more recently. Let a junior teach him a lesson to see if he still has the nerve to jump up and down in front of me. Makarov stood up and said loudly, you brats, let's wait for Raphael's good news together. If the other party retreats this time, then we will forget about it. If he dares to cause damage again, we will start a war. Oh. Been waiting for a long time. Hearing that Makarov finally opened his mouth to start a war, a group of people were like wild wolves in estrus, eager to fight the ghosts right now. In the northeast of the kingdom of Fiori, there is a small town called Oak. This small town there is a guild of mages, the rulers of ghosts. Oh, what an ugly logo, ugly name, and the ugly sound of drinking inside. In front of the guild's gate, stood a short-haired young man. From this young man's mouth, he confided his great dissatisfaction with this guild. This man was Raphael. After coming out of the guild's gate, he spent a few minutes' time came to the ghost guild in the northeast of the kingdom. Raphael didn't want to tolerate the mischief the ghost guild was doing. No one in this world could stop him, so he just let his temper come over. Boom! The gate of the ghost guild instantly became torn apart, and fragments of the cracked gate flew into the guild. A few lucky ones who were still drinking and celebrating were randomly selected and given red envelopes and coma packages. Who? He actually knocked on the door regardless of life or death. The members of the Ghost Guild who were still standing scolded Raphael. Humph, I'm Raphael from the Fairy Tale Guild, and I'm here to give you a little surprise on my behalf. Raphael glanced at everyone coldly and snorted. Fairy tale? Ha 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 ha, isn't that a turtle huddled inside a turtle shell? Yes, today someone is willing to come to my door to die. A mere fairy tale person dared to destroy the door of our guild? He really doesn't know how to live or die. After hearing what Raphael said, the people of the Phantom Guild burst into laughter, and kept saying words to mock and ridicule the Fairy Tale Guild. Are these your last words? I accepted it, and remember not to have such a bad mouth in the next life. The fierce light in Raphael's eyes flashed, and the ghost crowd seemed to see a pair of scarlet blood eyes looking at them, and their laughter suddenly stopped. The next second, Raphael stood in the middle of them. The rude ghosts turned into blood foam the moment Raphael appeared, dyeing the clothes, faces, and hair of the people around them red. Gao Ji, Sabi, Erpai, Jianren, and Nao Qin were beaten into powder in an instant. The phantoms looked at Raphael in disbelief. It looked like he had surrounded them all by himself. The phantoms, stained with blood, screamed sharply. Those who didn't know what was going on thought Raphael had done something to them. Damn it! Come on, let's attack him together and knock him down, so that he can feel our power. Someone gave a command, and the Phantom Guild members rushed towards Raphael, with the light of the magic circle shining in their hands. A burst of white light lit up, and a faint black and red light flashed in the white light. The people who rushed forward just now were bounced away as quickly as they were now, and instantly broke several holes in the wall of the Phantom Guild, and were embedded in the wall. So, does anyone still think fairy tale is garbage? Raphael clapped his hands and looked at the wailing crowd, and said disdainfully, then is there any little cutie who is willing to tell me where your president is? I have something to talk to him about. Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know where he is either. Usually, the adults of the four elements see him. One of the lucky people who was not embedded in the wall and floor looked at Raphael in fear and answered quickly. Raphael raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the president of the Phantom Guild was different from the president of his own guild. He didn't have a chance to meet him without a certain qualification. He felt inexplicably that he was very cool, not like the president of his own guild. If he didn't know he was the president, he would have thought he was some old man who came to drink for free. I don't know. Then forget it, I'm too lazy to look for him. Remember to remind him that if he comes to trouble Fairy Tale again, then this guild no longer needs to exist. Iron Dragon Stick. You offended the ghost and still want to leave. Come and die. Raphael shook his head, turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly a voice came from behind, and a thick iron rod flew towards Raphael's back. Raphael didn't look back, but just tilted his head, raised his fist and made an action that would have made someone break an egg. The iron rod instantly turned into iron foam. Gajeel. When the members of Phantom saw Gajeel, they were instantly excited, as if they had seen a savior. After all, in their guild, besides the four elements and the president, he was the most powerful trump card. Oh, it looks like a big fish has appeared. Raphael turned around and looked at the man in front of him indifferently. He saw a young man wearing black clothes, with wild black long hair, and iron nails all over his face. He looked like a bad and rebellious young man with his hands on his waist arrogantly looking at Raphael. Iron Dragon, what should I do if I always feel that he is not very strong? Whether it is comics or anime, I even feel that the poisonous dragon in the Six Demons is stronger than him. Raphael looked at the rock-style young man in front of him, and his thoughts drifted away. No matter what big fish you are, in my eyes you are just a nail, destined to be bitten into pieces by me. Gajeel looked at the expressionless Raphael with a ferocious smile. I don't know what you mean by this little trick. I only see that you are the one who destroyed our guild first. Gajeel clenched his fists and continued to smile evilly and said to Raphael, since you are here to cause destruction, then I have to stop you. It is normal to maim or kill you in the process. Come here, Bar. Let me test how powerful you, the so-called strongest wizard in Fairy Tale, are. Remember, the person who beat you to death is also the strongest ace of the Ghost Guild. Chapter 46. What are you talking about? Beat me to death or maim me. Okay, come on, I'm anxious to go back for dinner. Raphael said impatiently, picking at his ears. Gajeel's smile disappeared instantly, and his face became extremely ugly. Although the president just asked him to drive away Raphael this time, he hated being underestimated the most, so he decided not to drive away Raphael, but to completely destroy him. Stop looking down on others. Go to hell. The roar of the Iron Dragon. Gajeel shouted angrily. His mouth bulged quickly, and the next second, a silver breath accompanied by countless iron pieces rushed towards Raphael, instantly hitting Raphael and causing an explosion. After a loud bang, the place where Raphael was standing instantly turned into a small pit, and the small pit was surrounded by smoke from the explosion. The ghosts looked at the center of the smoke nervously and expectantly. The smoke soon dissipated, and Raphael did not have any scars, even his clothes were intact. He even found a chair to sit and read books without knowing when, but the cover of this book was yellow. Raphael struggled to break away from the words in the book, raised his head and looked at the surprised Gajeel, shook his head and said, "It's over? Can you use a little more force? I can't feel it." Gajeel's surprised expression instantly became ferocious. He looked at Raphael angrily. He didn't expect Raphael to humiliate him like this. He shouted angrily, "Since the breath has no effect on you, I don't believe that close combat will have no effect on you." Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel quickly rushed in front of Raphael, and quickly struck Raphael with combos. First, he saw his right hand transform into an iron rod, stretched out and hit Raphael's head. Raphael deflected, his head only hit his shoulder, and then his left foot turned into an iron rod and swept towards Raphael's stool. Raphael lowered his arm and easily blocked the blow. Damn it! Iron Dragon Sword. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Gajeel instantly transformed his hand into a high-speed rotating jagged iron sword and slashed at Raphael. Raphael finally stood up and tightly grasped Gajeel's sword with his hand, and said to him seriously, "You can hit me, but you can't tear my clothes, otherwise I will go back naked later." "Humph! Who cares about you?" Gajeel's feet instantly turned into the same iron sword and cut towards Raphael's legs. "Oh my, you are so disobedient. Children should not play with sharp weapons. Let me put it away for you." Raphael broke Gajeel's arm in an expressionless moment, stepped on the iron sword transformed from his legs, and then punched Gajeel and sent him flying. "Ah!" Gajeel screamed as he crashed into the guild's pillar. His hands and feet had returned to their original state, twisted irregularly, and he instantly passed out. "Iron Dragon? Quite crispy." Raphael clapped his hands and turned around and walked out. Since the fight lasted for so long and neither the president of the Ghost Guild nor the Four Elements came out, Raphael also gave up for the time being. After all, the world is so big and there is nothing he can do about it. Just chase them one by one and teach them a lesson. No one in the guild is okay anyway. After a while, the figures of the Four Elements slowly came out of the ground. Looking at Gajeel's miserable state, he couldn't help but shake. He shook his head. "Water Element, one of the Four Elements, said sadly Zilly, Gajeel is so miserable, it will probably take a long time to recover." The Earth Element, one of the Four Elements, shook his head and said no, he is a dragon. He will be fine soon. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared next to them, wearing a purple shawl, a towering wizard hat, and lips that were purple as if they were poisoned. This person was Joseph, the president of the Ghost Ruler Guild, one of the top 10 magicians. Pola. He looked at the wailing people around him and Gajeel in front of him with an ugly expression. "President, why don't you ask those guys in the council to arrest him? There is enough evidence." "The Fire Element, one of the Four Elements?" asked Joseph puzzledly. Joseph's face became even uglier after hearing the Fire Element's question. It was very smooth at the beginning, but when those cowards heard that it was Raphael, they all ran away quickly with the excuse that they had something to do. "Is that it? This is the only way for now. Since the pigs in the council can't help us at all, we can only take the initiative to help ourselves. Let him laugh for a while, and we will make him look good when our plan is completed." Joseph turned around angrily and disappeared in an instant. The Four Elements looked at each other, picked up Gajeel and disappeared. "I'm back." The door of the guild was kicked open by Raphael, and he reported the good news to the members of the guild. Oh! Everyone started cheering, and Natsu and Gray even threw Raphael up. How have they become?" Makeo and Wakaba asked excitedly. They were provoked by others but could not take action. They had been frustrated for a long time. As soon as Raphael came back, he made a big bomb, which made them very happy and greatly surprised. Breathed a sigh of relief. "It's very simple," all of them fell down. Natsu spit out flames excitedly and said loudly, "Next time, take me, Raphael, and I will beat them all away." Urza was also eager to make a move. After finally calming down the excited people, Raphael finally sat down at the bar with a sigh of relief. This was more tiring than fighting. Myra Jane looked at Raphael's embarrassed look and couldn't help but smiled with her hand covering her mouth. In Raphael's resentful eyes, she handed him a glass of his favorite strawberry milk and said with a smile, "Welcome back, our hero." "I'm not a big hero, I just let out a bad breath." Raphael drank the milk in one gulp, shook his head at Myra Jane and said with a smile. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the person next to him who should have been sitting drinking, the little old man, disappeared. "Where is the president? Where did he go?" "President, he just received the notice from the council. Now that he has passed, he doesn't know what to do." Myra Jane tilted her head and said to Raphael. "Council, that's probably my problem. After all, private fights between guilds are strictly prohibited. Raphael scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "It's okay, they won't do anything to the president, and they were the first to start the fight," Urza said as she walked over. "Yes, there are people in the council who are on the side of the old man, so forget about him. We are so happy tonight, let's have a party." Raphael ended the topic and suggested a party to celebrate. Oh 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 oh! Everyone cheered instantly. Gray even took off his clothes and danced. Natsu on the side was breathing fire everywhere, and Happy and Lucy were actually grabbing fish to eat. Only Urza was eating quietly. Little cake. Looking at the cheerful scene in front of him, Raphael smiled. It seems that there will not be many such scenes in the later period. So, the meaning of my time travel is to protect the joy of these people and make this scene exist forever. The president seems to have gone to the council. With the clown's urine, he will probably attack the president on his way back. It seems that I have to go there. Raphael disappeared without anyone noticing. Only Myra Jane looked at the door that had opened a crack at some point and remained silent. Chapter 47. Those bastards are just working for a living. If you can, go to Raphael. Why are you looking for me? They even scolded me. They are really a bunch of bastards. Makarov had just left the council in a carriage. He came out and kept muttering in his mouth. Suddenly, Makarov's expression changed. He stopped the carriage, and looked ahead with a solemn expression. I saw a figure walking in front of Makarov's carriage, wearing a tall wizard hat, a bat-shaped cloak, and a pair of shoes with curved toes on his feet, with a pair of bat-like wings. The whole person looks like a little devil. Joseph! What are you doing here? Makarov looked at the man with an evil smile in front of him with a serious expression. This person was the president of the Phantom Ruler, Joseph Pola. Joseph did not intend to answer Makarov's question, but just smiled evilly and looked at Makarov. Oh my big brother, we haven't seen each other for 6 years, don't be so unfamiliar. Makarov didn't buy it at all, and questioned more harshly. Strange? I don't think I have any feelings for people who play tricks on our guild. If it weren't for the rules of the council, you would have been destroyed long ago. Joseph took a few steps forward with an ugly expression, looking down at Makarov. Come if you can. But you didn't realize that I am a thought body, otherwise I really don't know where you get the confidence to destroy me. Makarov looked at Joseph with cold eyes. What is your purpose? I don't believe that you will ignore the ban of the council for no reason and take action directly. Ouch, what a scary look. Joseph lowered his head and looked at Makarov, his eyes equally cold, and his words gradually became more excited. What do I want to do? I'm going to destroy your guild. Why is the honor all yours? Why does the good reputation belong to you? It's obvious that he's just causing destruction all the time. Joseph's excited words made Makarov frown. That's it. Joseph choked at Makarov's words, coughed twice, stood up straight and regained his elegant look. Hey, you won't understand anyway. This is my purpose anyway, so you can just watch. Watch your guild destroyed. Makarov looked at Joseph calmly. At this moment you are acting so despicably and shamelessly, which insults the name of the 10 holy wizards. You obviously have a bright future, but you attack a junior because of such a trivial matter. Are you shameless? You are so shameless. Makarov is actually very optimistic about Joseph. After all, he is considered a young saint. Although there was a conflict 6 years ago, he was still very positive at that time. I just don't know what he has experienced in the past 6 years. What made it look like this? Enough. Put away your self-righteous teachings. Who do you think you are? Just wait for your guild and all your members to turn into ashes. Joseph pointed at Makarov with an ugly expression. He hated being lectured the most. It was like this 6 years ago, and it is still like this now. But he is only a few years older than him, and he looks like an old-timer. He thought, who are you? Then his face instantly turned into a sinister smile. Even worse than Sichuan facial makeup. Since you are so ignorant, I will tell you my purpose. I need someone from your guild. As for why I want to attack your guild, it's purely because that person is in your guild. I don't think your guild will hand her over obediently, so I can only destroy your guild first. Looking at Makarov's increasingly angry face, Joseph laughed wildly with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, that's right, your guild was just destroyed by the way. Damn it, you bastard, why are you coming at me? How can you attack the children of the guild? Makarov's whole body exploded with magic and anger. The terrifying magic fluctuations shook the surrounding land apart. Oh my, what a terrible magic power, but I am a thought body, you can't hit me. Ha 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 ha. Joseph looked at Makarov with a playful look on his face and laughed even more crazily. Makarov just clenched his fists angrily and stared at Joseph, standing there with an ugly face. Oh, by the way, since I have told you the main core purpose, let me tell you about the next plan. First, we will take you down, and then we will take down the monster Raphael in your guild and the so-called fairy queen Urza, then no one will stop us. Joseph looked at Makarov meaningfully. Makarov was instantly stimulated to lose his mind, and directly burst out his magic power and rushed towards Joseph's asshole. I said. No. Right. Kids. Move. Your hands. Joseph just smiled evilly on his face. Makarov suddenly felt something and hurriedly wanted to turn around to defend. A huge figure with his hands clasped together suddenly appeared behind him, and his bandaged eyes were crying madly. This is my guild's wind elemental, Alia. He can knock you down instantly. How sad. A great wizard is about to die. Boom. Sadness, you big-headed dog. With a roar, Alia, who was about to release magic to get rid of Makarov, was instantly beaten into the soil. The soil was instantly branded by Alia. You are in me, I am in you, congratulations. Joseph's pupils dilated instantly, and without saying a word, he immediately cancelled the thought body and disappeared. Raphael. Makarov squinted his eyes and looked at the figure in the sun. Ah, old man, they didn't do anything to you, right? This figure turned his head, and it was Raphael. It's okay, I'm just concerned about what Joseph said. Makarov nodded to Raphael and lowered his head in thought. What? He said that the main purpose was for someone in our guild. Who is that person? That's it, I know. Raphael walked up to Makarov and looked at Makarov with a smile. You know. Makarov looked at him in surprise. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. Raphael sat cross-legged next to Makarov. Phantom didn't come to play earlier or later, but just came when new players joined, so you can imagine who his target is. You mean Lucy? Makarov turned around and looked at Raphael in surprise. Ah, yes, and do you know what Lucy's last name is? Raphael looked at Makarov meaningfully. Heartfilia. Sounds familiar. Heart, is that the tycoon? I see, so his purpose is to kidnap Lucy and blackmail her father. No, that's right, but they didn't kidnap Lucy, but Lucy's father sent a commission to retrieve Lucy, and then the ghost happened to be interested in making money. Makarov jumped up instantly and wanted to rush to the guild. Raphael quickly took Makarov's hand. Angzan, it's okay. I have arranged for Natsu and Grey to protect her. The rest I also gathered all the members in the guild in the name of the banquet. Now it's time to see if Joseph can't help but take action personally. Makarov's expression instantly relaxed a lot, but he still quickly set up the carriage and hurried back to the guild. Raphael looked at the sky outside the window, his eyes playfully looking in the direction of the ghost. Take action, ghost, so I can justifiably get rid of you directly. Chapter 48. The members of Fairy Tale, who had been partying all night, were lying in a mess. Lucy helped Myra Jane to take out the wine glasses and dishes that were pressed under them one by one, and rinsed them. "Thank you, Lucy, otherwise I don't know what to do." Myra Jane held Lucy's hand with both hands and looked at her gratefully. Lucy scratched her head in embarrassment and smiled, but she didn't. What she noticed was that there was a trace of black light following her hand and falling on her clothes. After helping Myra Jane clean up, Lucy happily jumped home. After a long time, Natsu and Gray stood there. They stood up, looked at each other seriously, and followed Lucy to go out. "Wait a minute." Myra Jane stopped them and waved a black line. "This is a magic item that Raphael left for me. I can use it to follow Lucy, no matter how far away she is." Myra Jane looked at Natsu and Gray seriously, then, "Lucy is in your hands." Natsu and Gray nodded and followed the black line to chase Lucy. "Ah, this is so scary, we were actually invaded by another guild," Lucy muttered to herself while holding her hands and trembling as she walked on the road. The next second, she clenched her fists. "But in the end, our guild will definitely win. After all, we have Natsu, Urza, and Raphael. The president is so powerful, so we will definitely win. Knock down all the phantoms." Just then, it suddenly started to rain heavily. Lucy hurriedly held her head and ran back home in a hurry. Suddenly, Lucy stopped, and a girl came in front of her. The girl had blue curly hair, a tall plush hat on her head, a corseted skirt, and a plush shawl on her shoulders. She looked so elegant and noble. "Ta ta ta. Yes, the rain girl is Juvia, ta ta ta." The girl opened her red lips and said something ambiguous to Lucy. "So, what kind of woman are you?" Juvia's words confused Lucy, and she had no idea how to answer her. However, Juvia didn't want her to answer, and she turned around and walked away with a small umbrella. Before Lucy could recover from Juvia's confusing operation, a sudden voice instantly attracted her attention. "No no no. Say bonjour with the rhythm of 337 no." A strange-looking man suddenly emerged from the ground. He was wearing a suit that didn't seem to fit him well, and a monocle on his face. He stood crookedly in front of Juvia. "Lady Juvia, you can't do this. You have to do your job occasionally. This lady is the target." The strange man continued to twist his body and tilt his head to look at Juvia and Lucy behind her. "Is it this little girl?" Juvia turned and looked at Lucy calmly. "Oh, as a gentleman, it is really rude of me to forget to introduce myself to you. My name is Thor, and I am the earth element from the four elements." Thor spun himself and approached Lucy to introduce himself. Then he instantly shrank back and introduced Juvia's identity. Looking at this strange-looking man in front of her, Lucy was already on high alert. However, after hearing his self-introduction, she was startled for a moment and immediately put her hand on the key at her waist. "Four elements. Are you from Phantom?" The next moment, Lucy was directly wrapped by the water ball. Lucy didn't even have the chance to cast the star magic, and could only helplessly drop the key on the ground. Hey! What on earth is this?" Lucy struggled frantically in the water ball, and finally managed to stick her head out with great effort. However, she only had time to express her doubts before she was pressed back into the water ball by Juvia's magic. Juvia's water restraints are unbreakable. Juvia waved her hand lightly, and the oxygen in the water ball gradually decreased. Lucy's struggles also slowly became weaker. "Don't worry, Juvia won't kill you. Am I suffocating?" "Natsu." Lucy seemed to see Natsu rushing towards her when her eyes were hazy. "Lucy! It's Natsu!" Lucy opened her eyes suddenly and watched Natsu put half of his body into the water ball, stretched out his hand to grab Lucy, and then carried Lucy out of the water ball. Lucy hugged Natsu and gasped for breath, just like a drowning person who had just been rescued. "It's okay, Lucy, we're here." Natsu looked at Lucy with a serious expression, and behind Natsu, Gray had just arrived. Gray and Natsu saw from a distance that Lucy was about to faint in the water ball, and in a hurry, Gray used modeling magic to create a bow and arrow and shot directly at Juvia, while Natsu ignited a fire under his feet and used the thrust of the fire to finally rescue Lucy at the critical moment. Natsu put Lucy on his back and looked at Juvia and Thor with anger. "You two bastards who want to hurt your friends, have you thought about how you are going to be beaten away by me?" Juvia and Thor looked at each other, and Juvia directly controlled the rain in the sky to become larger, and tried again to capture Lucy, who had a dazed look behind Natsu. Natsu directly spit out flames and spun, turning all the raindrops within 5 meters around him into water vapor. Gray used shaping magic to turn the raindrops into small ice cones and hit Juvia and Thor. Juvia dodged into the water and disappeared. Thor quickly drilled into the floor and escaped in an instant. With the departure of Juvia, the sky, which had been raining heavily just now, cleared up instantly, and the comfortable sun shone on the three of them. But Natsu and Gray had no intention of enjoying the sunshine. They looked at the direction they left with grim expressions. "I didn't expect that he would run away directly. They are probably afraid of us. Let's send Lucy home first. We'll settle accounts with these bastards later." Natsu rarely yelled and chased after them. It might be because Lucy looked fine, but now she was unconscious on Natsu's back. He was anxious to send Lucy home. "Well, then you take her back. I'll go back to the guild and talk to Myra." Gray nodded and turned away. Natsu continued to look at the direction they left with anger in his eyes, and turned around to take Lucy back home. "Help! Why am I in my own home?" Lucy suddenly sat up from the bed, only to find that she was already lying on the bed at home, and had changed her clothes. At this moment, the door to Lucy's room was opened, and Lisa walked in. Na and Lebby, when they saw Lucy waking up, they happily rushed towards Lucy. "You scared me to death, Lucy." Yes, you've been unconscious for a whole day." Lysina and Levi looked at Lucy with tears in their eyes. "Sorry to make you worry, but were you the ones who changed my clothes? And how did I come back? Didn't I remember that I was arrested?" Lucy clasped her hands and apologized to the two women, then looked at them doubtfully. Lysina looked at Lucy with a tearful smile. "No, my sister changed it for you. As for how you came back, have you forgotten everything? It was Natsu-san who sent you back. He wanted to help you change your clothes, but he was sent flying by a combination of Myra-san and Urza-san." Lebby immediately covered her abdomen and laughed loudly. Yes, his face is swollen like a pig's head." Lucy's head was full of black lines for a moment, but she felt that this was indeed something Natsu could do. However, it turned out that it was not a dream. The person who came to save her at that time was really Natsu. Chapter 49. President, Lucy is awake. Do you want to go and see her? Mirage looked at Makarov with a smile while making a strawberry milkshake. "Oh, forget it, it's not her fault. It's just that we didn't pay attention to her, which led to this kind of thing happening. But in the final analysis, it's because I, the president, was incompetent and failed to protect you." Makarov sighed and drank his wine, looking depressed and sad. "President," Myra Jane didn't expect that Makarov would have such a big reaction to her words, and she hurriedly tried to comfort him. "It's okay, he just fell asleep and talked in his sleep." Raphael waved his hand to Myra Jane and reached for the strawberry milkshake in front of her. "Wow! Myra, the strawberry milkshake you make is getting better and better." Mirage looked at Makarov carefully and found that his nose actually blew a bubble. Sure enough, he was asleep. The expression on his face suddenly stiffened, and then he rolled his eyes. "President, the council will ask you for compensation." Mirage quietly ran to Makarov's side and shouted into his ear. Makarov was so frightened that he immediately hid under the bar. Raphael looked at the scene in front of him for an instant. A cold sweat broke out, and he suddenly felt that the early Myra was good. This Myra was too sinister and scary. At this time, Natsu sat next to him and looked at Raphael seriously. "You seem to know Lu. The reason why Xi was attacked." Hey, you actually managed to hold back until now before asking. You've really made progress. Raphael looked at Natsu with a meaningful smile. I only remembered it after I knew Lucy was fine. Natsu stood up loudly and confidently, put his hands on his waist and looked at Raphael. Raphael covered his face with a snap and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Natsu is a bit wooden. Lucy is the daughter of the Heartfilia Chable, do you understand now? Hardly? What's that? Can it be eaten? Natsu looked at Raphael in confusion, not hearing what he was saying at all. You idiot! Raphael was talking about the Heartfilia Chable, not Hartley, you can't eat it. Gray immediately complained loudly to Natsu, and at the same time threw his clothes into the other dimension. Heartfilia, I seem to have heard of it. Is it that extremely wealthy tycoon? Makeo looked at Wakaba uncertainly. That's it. I didn't expect Lucy from our guild to be the richest lady. Wakaba was so surprised that he could no longer hold his cigarette. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our guild also has a rich lady. What a great experience. We can't let the Phantom take her away. Otherwise, we won't have the money to show off in the future. At this moment, the door of the guild was opened with a bang, and Lucy walked in with tears on her face. She bowed to everyone and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Before everyone could react, Lucy wiped her tears and ran out. At this time, Makarov, who had crawled out from under the bar, put the wine glass heavily on the table. You bunch of silly boys, go find her quickly. The Phantom's people are looking for her everywhere now. You are not allowed to hold the party until you find her. Makarov raised the staff that appeared in his hand at some point and swung it down heavily. A group of people rushed out of the door yelling to look for Lucy. Raphael was still calmly drinking strawberry milkshake. Makarov saw this and hit him on the head with a stick. You go find her too. Hee, after drinking this last bit, don't worry, someone will find her. Come to me quickly. This was Marajana's voice. Seeing her looking at him with a smile, Raphael couldn't help but shrink his neck, swallowed hard, stood up straight, said, turned around and walked out. Lucy. Where are you? Lucy, come out. Gray, are you stupid? How could a girl be in the sewer? Lucy. At this time, Lucy, who was searched by thousands of people, was hiding in her home, sitting on the bed, holding her knees and crying sadly. She finally knew the reason why the ghosts kept harassing the guild, and it was actually because of her. She knew with her toes that her stupid and self-righteous father must have done something to cause it. She buried her head in her knees and cried for a long time, and finally made a decision, that is, she would go find the ghost in person. Let the ghost let go of Fairy Tale. No, you are our partner. A gentle male voice came, and Lucy raised her head in surprise. Unexpectedly, the people in front of her were Raphael, Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Happy. Don't think about sacrificing yourself for Fairy Tale, that's impossible, we won't let every partner sacrifice. Urza walked up and sat next to Lucy, helping Lucy wipe away her tears. That's right, Lucy, you are not the type of Hartley's daughter at all. You are the one who laughs loudly in this messy place and goes on noisy adventures together. We are lifelong partners. Anyone who dares to hurt you will be beaten away. Natsu looked at Lucy with a smile, clenched his fists and made a flying gesture. You idiot, you already said that you are the Heartfilia conglomerate, but Natsu is right, you are an eternal partner, and there is no precedent for abandoning a partner in our guild. Gray looked at Natsu with disgust and looked at Lucy with a smile. Hey, how about I give you half of my fish? Don't leave, Lucy. Habib looked at his small backpack hesitantly, and finally closed his eyes and gritted his teeth to take out all the dried fish in his stock and gave them to Lucy. Everyone, Lucy looked at everyone excitedly, and the tears that had just stopped flowing began to flow again. Just say whatever you want to say. Raphael looked at her with a smile, encouraging her to speak her truest thoughts. I want to stay in the guild. I love fairy tale the most. Wow! Lucy threw herself into Urza's arms and burst into tears. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to leave the guild, no one can make you leave the guild. Raphael, Gray, and Natsu smiled at each other and promised Lucy in unison. Lucy seemed to be tired of crying and fell asleep in Urza's arms. Urza and the others walked out quietly. What everyone didn't see was that Lucy in the quilt showed a happy smile after they left, which was sweet and bright. After Raphael walked out of Lucy's room, his face instantly became serious. He looked at Natsu, Gray and Urza and asked, "Someone hurt our friends? I plan to ask for some interest. Are you willing to go with me?" Urza, Natsu and Gray nodded firmly and followed Raphael to become a night god of death. That night, all 48 branch guilds of the Phantom Guild, big and small, were destroyed overnight. Chapter 50. The headquarters of the Phantom Lord, a luxurious giant castle. Damn it! Fairy tale scum! Activate the castle titan! Joseph listened to his men constantly reporting to him about the destruction of the branch guild. He could no longer hold back his anger and angrily ordered to activate their ultimate weapon. Several alchemical giant feet stretched out from the ground of the headquarters castle of the Valley Guild, slowly moving towards Magnolia, the headquarters of Fairy Tale. At this time, Fairy Tale was full of laughter. Ha ha ha, Natsu, you guys are so awesome, you destroyed so many phantom guilds in one night, you really got rid of your anger. Wow, ha ha ha, Natsu, take action, one can defeat two. Natsu breathed flames and danced on the table excitedly. Don't listen to the nonsense of that guy who plays with fire. I also put in a lot of effort, okay? The naked man Gray punched Natsu away and jumped onto the table and danced. Boom! Boom! You too! Give me enough is enough. You can't tell anyone what you said. Urza punched Natsu and Gray each. These two guys knew they wouldn't be able to hold back and wanted to talk about it. Fortunately, we blocked the guild seal and face. Although it might be useless, without direct evidence, the council would have no excuse to deal with us. Raphael covered his face with black lines on his head, and reported to Makarov half-happily. Makarov looked at him seriously. Isn't this a little too much for you? Raphael was stunned, and then waved his hand. I know what you are worried about, old man. I have investigated it, and most of them are bastards who do all kinds of evil. They have done all kinds of threats, intimidation, rape, kidnapping, etc. Once again, we let go of the few who had done no evil. They were still grateful to us, because their families were threatened and they could only work for the ghosts. Makarov's serious expression finally relaxed and he looked at Raphael with relief. He actually didn't care about Raphael's destruction of the branch guild. He was worried that Raphael would fall into darkness. After all, he had recently his methods are becoming more and more bloody and radical. That's good, but you may have some mental problems recently. After this time is over, go and see poor Lyusica. Makarov nodded. After thinking about it, he decided to point out Raphael's problem. Raphael was stunned for a long time and nodded silently. Suddenly, there was a crazy vibration in the guild, shaking everyone. Waddled. What's wrong? Earthquake. At this moment, the door of the guild was suddenly knocked open, and Alzak, who was acting as a guard outside, ran in frantically. It's not good, look outside. It was the first time that Alzak knew that the guild could actually move and even walk slowly step by step from the sea, which shocked him greatly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran out of the door and looked at the huge thing in front of them. I couldn't help but open my mouth wide. What the hell is that? Gray looked at the movable castle in front of him with a cold sweat. The sign of the ghost. Those with sharp eyes have already discovered the huge ghost guild seal on the castle. You must be kidding me. Wakaba was so shocked that he didn't even notice that his cigarette had fallen. I can't believe that a ghost would attack in this way. Myra Jane covered her mouth and looked at the castle in disbelief. So what should we call it? Phantom's Moving Castle or Joseph's Moving Castle? Only Harpy would be entangled in such a boring question at this time. So this is why the ghosts are called the Six-Legged Walking Guild. Makarov also looked at the guild in front of him seriously at this time, but he was not worried. After all, his giant magic could easily destroy the castle. Hand over Lucy Hartfilia to me, or you will suffer the consequences. Joseph's voice came from the castle. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Just hand it over as soon as I say it. Raphael directly retorted to Joseph and opened his mouth close to his face. Does it feel good to have the guild uprooted overnight? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to our guild on such an ugly thing. Don't thank me, this is what I should do. Raphael's words were directly transmitted to Joseph's ears in the guild through the amplifying magic prop. Joseph was instantly furious. He shouted angrily, since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Fire the magic cluster cannon at me, Jupiter. The main door in the center of the castle slowly opened, and a dark cannon stretched out from it. The muzzle of the cannon was flashing white light. Makarov's face changed, and he rushed forward and shouted at Joseph with amplifying magic. Joseph! How dare you use this kind of weapon? Aren't you afraid of the council? Ha ha ha! When I kill you and take away all the property of the Hartfilia conglomerate, as long as you pay some price, the council will not say anything. Joseph's maniacal laughter came from the castle, and the magic cannon's charge reached its last moment. Boom! The magic cannon fired directly, and the waves it generated directly pushed the sea water to both sides, heading towards Makarov and the guild members behind him. Hateful! Makarov mobilized all the magic power in his body, and was about to enlarge his body to take the attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Makarov, and slapped the cluster cannon into the sky with a slap, and the sun in the bright day, a beautiful firework suddenly appeared. What? Joseph was so surprised that he fell off the throne. He had thought that he would be hit hard, and he had seen people being hit hard, but he never knew that this thing could be shot away. Raphael! Makarov looked at the figure in front of him and was stunned for a moment, while Myra Jane behind him anxiously ran forward and took his hand, looking back and forth. I'm fine, Myra, don't worry, this is as simple as shooting a ball. Raphael touched Marajana's head and said with a smile. Then he turned to Makarov and said with a smile, old man, let's see what happens next. Don't take action. Soldiers will fight against soldiers. General, you can sit at the base camp. That's right. Let me punch them away and fire such a dangerous weapon. Natsu rolled up his sleeves and raised his fists. Yes, yes, let us do it. Makarov looked at his children with satisfaction and pride. With them around, what can Phantom Warrior do? What can Joseph do? Don't be complacent. Just now it was the least powerful Jupiter. Now let me try the most powerful Jupiter. I don't believe you can shoot it away, Raphael. In these 15 minutes, you can enjoy the fear to your heart's content. Bar. Ha 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 ha. Joseph's expression became more and more ferocious. He directly ordered the activation of the most powerful Jupiter. He no longer cared whether the civilians were in trouble, he no longer cared whether the council would arrest him, and he no longer cared about Lucy's safety. He only cared now. I want to smash Makarov, Raphael, and Fairy Tale to pieces. You are not good looking, but you think beautifully. Raphael said to Joseph directly. Ah! You! Die! Joseph went completely crazy, and a large number of ghost soldiers flew out of the castle. The overwhelming ghost soldiers surrounded all the Fairy Tale people. These are ghost soldiers created by Joseph's magic. If you come into contact with them, they will suck away your life. Everyone, be careful. Kana quickly reminded everyone loudly, and then looked at Raphael and others and said, we will block this place, and you will have to take care of that big guy over there and the things inside.